Warning. Gore, profanity. Viewer discretion is advised. Welcome to my channel. Have fun. Street Chaos Healer, authors, HellerFeed. Genres, action, adventure, drama, fantasy, harem, seinen, supernatural. Summary. The demon overlord that once united the entirety of the demon realm was slain by his own subordinates. Even his lovely wife, pregnant at the moment, was killed before his eyes. During the overlord's dying moments, he vowed vengeance that could only be paid by blood. Luckily, the demon lord reincarnates in a mortal realm back as a human baby to a humble couple who named him Benjamin. With his previous memories and knowledge intact, Benjamin first struggles to get used to his new human body. He also learns that he doesn't have any previous demonic powers, and the only power he could get is by learning mana arts like the mages who were at the top of the food chain in the mortal realm. Now the former demon overlord has to restart the hustle to get strong once again while following the new rules of mana of the mortal realm. Will Ben be able to rise to power and find his way back home to the demon realm? Or with his new identity abandon the thought of vengeance and live a new life as Benjamin? Join the former demon overlord as he tries to blend in with the mortals, struggling his way to becoming a renowned mage. /prologue imminent death. I opened my eyes, Gloxenia. I screamed on top of my lungs. I quickly looked around, but I could see nothing. It was as if I was shrouded in the black thick mist, wherever I could see. I couldn't even feel my limbs. It was as if I drifting in a dark empty void. Is this what it means to die? Is this the place where every living being goes after their death? The last thing I could remember was being pinned to the ground by the 12 holy weapons that pierced my back. The holy weapons burned my flesh and melted my organs as my blood gushed out like a faucet. The pain was nerve-wracking that any ordinary demon would have died with just one mere strike of the holy weapon. Even the strongest demon general has a hard time after taking a wound from a holy weapon, let alone to be pierced by 12 holy weapons at the same time. But my strength and resistance were not like any demon. I was the sovereign ruler of the demonic realm. The only demon lord that had successfully united the demonic realm on all fronts. Such a feat hadn't been accomplished by any demon lords in the last 8,000 years. Hence I was entitled to the title of Supreme Overlord of the demonic realm. Even the heavens shook in fear when they heard my name. Anyone that dared to oppose me was turned to mere dust. Calling myself the supreme being in the entirety of the 3 realms wouldn't be an understatement. But in the end, I was still slain nevertheless. In the end, there was no such thing called as invincible. It's not like I was afraid of losing my life, it's not like I wanna be some immortal god that lived to eternity. But still, I never thought I would meet such a miserable ending. Meeting my end in the hands of the 12 holy weapons wasn't the most painful thing. Nor by the fact that I was slain by the hands of that same 7 demon generals who had sworn a solemn oath. Yes, I was devastated to know that the very same generals that I fought beside with all these years to unite the demonic realm had plotted my assassination. I was shocked and heartbroken when I came to know I was betrayed. Still, they might have their reasons to do so, but I could bear it to a certain extent, even going as far as forgive them. I had united the demonic realm, and that was my lifelong wish, which now had come true. I was angry at that moment, but I can still forgive them. But the most painful thing was seeing my beloved wife getting killed right in front of my eyes. Skewered right in front of me, while I could do nothing. She solemnly begged General Darien to spare my life. But that heartless bastard replied with a spear down her heart. In her last moment, her eyes met mine. She had a tearful eye as she looked at me. Before her last breath, she whispered something while still holding on to her belly tightly. Despite being skewered right through her heart. Instead of stopping her bleeding, she instead protected her belly. She tried to protect our unborn child. I had held this feast in celebration of this auspicious eve with our comrade generals who I thought were like my brothers and sisters. But I never dreamed those same very generals would go behind my back and kill me. I knew the demon generals were quite tempered and hard to control, but they never once disobeyed me. Hence I never saw such a thing would happen. Maybe it was my own fault. I thought maybe uniting the domain under one country might resolve the issues of war and pointless death. I thought this was the only way to achieve long-lasting peace. Maybe I was blind, it was never in our demon bloodline to seek peace. I was pretty stupid to even think such a thing. Just when the bastard General Darien glanced at me with a wry smile. He stepped on my beloved queen's corpse and placed his feet right over her belly. Just at that moment, I lost my sanity. I gathered all the strength in my feet to drag my body up in pure rage. The holy weapon burned my skin on contact, which sizzled and boiled like frying meat. But I didn't mind. As long as my limbs possess even a minimum motor function, I tried to drag myself towards that traitorous piece of shit. My guts and organs gushed out, my body down abdomen detached from my upper torso. I still dragged my torso while the holy weapons were still stabbed on my back. General Darien's expression turned pale. He could sense my bloodlust emanating despite all my powers were suppressed by the holy weapons which were etched in my bodies. He shivered before me and my unbound rage. Although, Darien snapped back in reality and yanked back his spear from the corpse of my beloved wife. He walked towards me with his bloodied spear with a cheeky grin. "It would be my greatest honor to put you out of your misery, my lord." Even I could hear the sense of sarcasm hiding inside his sentence. I had clawed halfway towards Darien by just dragging my upper torso towards him. Despite heavy loss of blood and organs, I was barely alive by sheer adrenaline and rage. It was a miracle nonetheless. General Darien stood right in front and looked down on me as he stood tall. I was merely a half man where my eye level could only meet till his knee. He then placed one of his feet on my shoulder. "Don't worry, you'll meet your beloved wife soon enough," he said as he readied his spear to stab me using both his hands. Just when I quickly grabbed his feet on my shoulder and yanked it towards me with all my strength, General Darien lost his balance and stumbled towards me. At that very moment, I grabbed his head with my other hand. Despite my mana and my chaos heart ability was suppressed because of these annoying holy weapons. My bare fist was enough to send General Darien to kill the likes of him. He was always the most troublesome to deal with among the other generals. He always had a bone to pick with me, although he had overwhelming talents and skills, so I let him be. It was a mistake to do so. I clutched his head tightly in my grasp. My palm rested on his cheek while my fingers firmly grasped his forehead, whereas my thumb pierced the cheek just above his wisdom teeth. As I got a good grip, I began to crush his head. Darien tried to free himself, but he couldn't have done so. He frantically grabbed his spear and stabbed right in my chest. Blood started gushing out, but I didn't let go of my grip over Darien's head. I grabbed Darien's spear with my other hand tightly, not letting it go. I continued to crush his head with my powerful grip. His skin on his face started cracking and blood started seeping out of the cracks. Darien had managed to activate his mana armor and fortified his body. But in front of me, his body was nothing but a brittle piece of chalk. Darien shrieked in agony as blood started pouring from the cracks formed on his forehead. Another little bit more strength in Darien's brain was about to become a mere mush. Just when I was about to put an end to Darien's worthless life, my vision in front of me shifted and the whole room started turning around widely. The ceiling, the floor, the walls, everything started turning around everywhere. Just when I was about to put an end to Darien's worthless life, I heard the sound of the blade slicing air from behind. In that instant, the room around me started rotating around all over. It circled around 4 or 5 times before it came to stop. I saw that the room rotating slowly came to a stop and noticed that floor was too close to my face. While still, the room rotated slowly, I saw Darien and my own half-cut torso on the ground. Darien had managed to free from my grip and seemed to be in agony. Just when I came to know I was beheaded by a precise knee strike. I guess it was none other General Benlov. Just when my head stopped rolling, it stopped right in front of the hall seats. There I saw a glimpse of the other 6 generals who were seated on the seats, while General Benlov was standing right in front of me. She was holding her signature longsword, which had blood dripping from its blade. She flicked her blade and the blood splashed on the floor. before putting it back in her sheath. She gently dipped her head as if she was paying respects to the dead before turning around and walked back towards the other seated generals. Soon my vision started to darken. I etched every and each of the generals in my mind. Slowly I couldn't even see anything. I could still hear the screaming and yapping of Darien, but soon even his voice started to dim. I swear as long as my soul lingered, I promised that I would avenge my wife and our unborn child's death. Even if my soul was sent to the abyss of hell, I will still cut through hell itself to claw back to get my vengeance. I would give anything to get back at those traitorous bastards, even if I had to drag the underworld Lord Yama with me if I have to. I swore a solemn oath on my own soul. Although, now I have been drifting in this dark void for a long time, I had no recollection of how much time had passed now. It seemed as if millennia had passed since I entered this void. I thought life after death would be like a fiery world under the earth, what everyone called hell. In the other place called heaven, where there were a clear blue sky and an ocean of floating clouds. A fiery place under the earth with constant magma seeping out of the earth. Countless underworldly beasts lived feeding off our souls while constantly tormented by shades punishing people for their sins. No wonder the dwellers of the three realms feared such a world. Meanwhile, heaven was a better alternative, but still wandering in an outstretched ocean of clouds under the clear sky. What a boring place that would be. I heard people saying there are divine angels playing the harp to soothe the soul. But it still would be quite boring in the long run. But who knew, both of these things were a lie. The only thing unweighted after their death was floating in midst of an endless dark void. I could take a trip to the underworld over this anytime. It felt as if it'd been ages since I'd been here. Any ordinary person would have already lost his sanity. But I kept on remembering the last events in my thought, rerunning those same events again and again. I managed to keep my sanity thanks to the unending boiling rage. Even if the 7 demon generals fought with me with all their might, I could still crush them with pretty ease. That's how much power I had. Although, the overlord of the entire demonic realm was a position one to be envied, and I knew it came with its own dangers. But I was pretty sure no one could challenge me, hence the reason why the 7 generals followed me and took a solemn oath under the Devil King himself. After taking such an oath, I didn't pay it any mind. But what I didn't predict was that the 7 general getting their hands on the holy weapons. Not to mention all the 12 divine virtues. These 12 divine weapons belong to the 12 heavenly virtues, the humans revered as heroes in the mortal realm. The only way to obtain these weapons was to kill and snatch from those 12 heroes, which were impossible without waging a full-scale war in the human realm. We just had finished uniting the demonic realm, so currently our troops were exhausted and the region was still going under changes. Uniting 7 major domains under one wasn't a petty task. It would take decades to clearly establish a working government body to look over these domains. We still rooting out the fleeing rebels who were under hiding. So it was pretty much impossible to get our hands on those 12 weapons right now. The only way to get those was if those bastards gave the 12 divine weapons to the generals. That the only way it made any sense. The 12 divine weapons were handed by the Archangel to the humans, especially to protect them from demons. The human race sided with the angel race and even revered them as gods, but they were nothing but the race of that bastard feathered pigeon called themselves angels. We demons and those pigeon-feathered angels had a long history, we both were on each other's throats. That enmity was also passed on to the human race for that very same reason. So never in my right mind, ever thought that the demon generals could collude with the humans to kill me. Now everything started to make sense. Those bastard humans, if I see them I would gnash their throat and feast on their blood. I will wipe them out of. Just when I was in the train of thoughts, I saw a tunnel of light. I felt like I was being pulled towards it by a strange force. I had no way to resist this strange force, so I just let it pull me towards it. Ch1, birth. It felt like been so long since I lingered in the dark void. Now after seeing this white tunnel light, it felt the same way as a long-lost sailor drifting in the ocean who managed to see land. As soon as I saw the light, sounds of murmuring started to erupt. I couldn't make sense of the noise as the sound muffled for some reason. The suction towards the light tunnel was pulling me in, and I didn't try to resist. I had already done with this void place as it is. Maybe lingering in a different place for a while would be a nice change of pace. Just when I came close to this tunnel, I realized the tunnel of light was very small indeed. Although it was pulling me towards it, its suction power seemed a bit weakened than before. I didn't resist and let the tunnel pull me in. The tunnel pulled my non-existing body piece by piece while I waited patiently. The tunnel opening seeming to be small and it was a little hard to squeeze right in. Soon as the part of the body that had passed through this tunnel felt a different sensation. It was a different sensation, that I can't actually put a finger on it. Just when I was getting out of the tunnel, it suddenly started to collapse. The suction power came to halt and the tunnel started to close in. That's when I noticed that I was stuck right between the entrance of this tunnel. Only some of the body parts had already passed to the other side while my other major body was still stuck in the dark void. I was a bit startled and had no clue what to do. It was right then I felt a sensation like I was grabbed by something. I felt this feeling on the part of the body that had managed to pass through the light tunnel. I was still connected with the body that had crossed the tunnel, so I could clearly tell that something was holding me. I was a bit startled and tried to pull back my other body back in the void but failed to do so. Not only I failed to pull it back, but the strange aura also restrained my other half when I tried to free it myself. Just when I heard a voice, "The baby's legs are already out. She needs to push a little more." A voice boomed out loud. The tone of this voice seemed to belong to a hoarse and mature man. And from the looks of it, he seemed to be old. I directly discerned that the source of this voice came from the other side of the light tunnel. It's been so long since I heard the voice of another living thing, so I was a bit startled. Although I hadn't paid much attention to what I just heard, but I could confirm there was someone on the other end of the light tunnel. "Dear, hold on a little longer." Another voice echoed. Although, this voice was a bit different from the voice I had heard before. This voice had a sense of urgency, and from the looks of this, it pretty much belonged to a man. I was still trying to make sense of what I just heard. Right now, the language those people were speaking didn't belong to my demonic realm. But for some reason, this language seemed kinda nostalgic. After thinking for some time, I remembered. When I was still not crowned as the Overlord, I had some dealings with the dwellers in the mortal realm. The mortal realm and the demonic realm existed in a different dimension. The two worlds were in a different dimensional plane, and the only way to travel was through the ancient portal gates created by ancient mages. I had visited the mortal realm for a brief period, and during my stay there I often saw the dwellers conversing within themselves. I also picked up a few words before going back to my realm. So I had no clue what they were speaking. So now that it was clear which language, then the people also belonged to the mortal realm. "Beth, you've to push a little more. Our baby's almost out." The voice boomed in once again, distracting me. Just when suction increased and the tunnel's opening once again widened. My lower half part, which was in the clutches of someone's hand, pulled me towards it. The one pulling me must be the people who were speaking outside. At that moment I didn't understand anything that was transpiring. Just when remembered something. This couldn't be a soul summoning technique? There were many such forbidden soul binding techniques where one can summon the soul of their enemies and transplant into a puppet to do their bidding. Once the soul was sealed in the puppet, they had to obey their master's command forever until the owner dies or the puppet's body was destroyed. Were the mortal dwellers summoning my soul from the void to do their bidding or something? As I thought about such a possibility, I couldn't help shivering. Thinking of someone using such a wicked technique, I quickly started resisting. I would rather linger in the void than become chained like a slave to a mortal dweller. I started resisting the suction and tried to get back inside the void. "Hey, miss. The baby is trying to struggle, you've to push harder. Beth, just hold on a bit longer. You can do it." Another voice exclaimed. I don't have clue what they were speaking, but I still tried to crawl back into the void. Just when a loud grunting voice boomed. From the voice, it seemed to belong to a woman. From the looks of it, The source of the voice was much closer than the other voices. But before I could do anything, the suction power increased and the lower body was pulled out. The next second I was suddenly blinded by the light as soon as I crossed out of the tunnel. I hurriedly tried to close my eyes, but this time it worked. If I was not wrong, currently I was just a soul, so if I tried to close my eyes, which naturally shouldn't have worked. But for some reason, it worked just now. When I tried to close my eyelids from the blinding light, the vision became a little dark with a pinkish hue. Seeing this, I was a bit surprised seeing such a thing. Once again, I was witnessing a different light other than pitch black and can't help myself becoming a little happy. Just when I felt like I was in a grasp of a giant, pretty much the man who was pulling me before. I was a little vigilant, but for some reason, I could tell the giant who held me had a gentle grasp. Soon the giant hands started moving and I felt as if I was being wrapped in a soft fabric that covered, binding me and restraining my lower body. Congratulations! It's a healthy boy. The source of the voice seemed to be the old man who was holding me. Just when my body had a little jolted a little, I felt that the touch of the hands on my back was removed and then replaced by another pair of hands. It felt like the old man just passed me and now another person was holding me. Oh, dear! Look at our handsome son. This voice belongs to the other man. I can't understand what he was saying, but from the tone he spoke, it felt this giant holding me seemed to be very excited. Let me have a look. A female voice replied in a tired tone. Once again I felt a little jolt as I felt now another pair of hands grabbing me from behind. It looks like I was once again being transferred to another giant. Just when I gently opened my eyes after keeping it closed all this time. Soon I was hit by different colors that entered my retina. It took some time to process the information as my vision was not used to seeing other colors for so long. Just when the faces of two giants came into view. The one closer to me was the face of the female giant, as her curls of red hair were behind her lobes. She had pretty dark red hair which complemented her pretty green eyes. One who was currently holding me was the beautiful female giant. She let loose her beautiful long red hair as its curls flowing beside her earlobes. Beautiful long eyelashes accompanied by her beautiful greenish hazel eyes, which right now was staring right at me. From the looks of it, her face color seemed to be a bit pale, and beads of sweat flowing through her brow. Despite her unruly appearance, the bright smile on her face gave quite a lively aura. From the looks of it, currently, I was in the grasp of this female giant. Just when my gaze falls beside her, the other male giant was also gawking at me with a goofy smile. He had rough unkempt curly black hair that seemed to grow like a mound on top of his head. Meanwhile, his charcoal brown eyes looked quite big under as if he would cry anytime soon. Despite his unkempt hair, he had quite a clean-shaved jaw with a small mustache that was trimmed quite well. After I gazed at the two giants, I looked around my surroundings. I looked above to see wooden straw thatch over the ceiling. I found myself in a small room which was lit by a lamp and some candles. This room gave a quite homely feeling. This should be where these giants dwell. I also saw a giant old man in the distance. He had a bored grumpy nose and balding head with gray hair on the sides. If my guess is right, he must be the one who pulled me outside the void. That old coot must be the one who summoned my soul. He does look like those annoying ugly old wizards. But for some reason, he didn't give much evil aura like those crazy wizards. Are these giants actually humans? Maybe I'm sealed in a small puppet body. I glanced back at the two near humans who were still gawking at me with pleasant smiles. They didn't seem hostile, but I don't like the way they were treating me. I had eyelids when I tried closing my eyes, so I must have my voice as well. The two human giants seemed quite happy after completing the summoning technique to make a puppet slave, but they don't know that they managed to summon me, supreme overlord of the demon world. I was already frustrated because of all the betrayal and the demise of my beloved wife. On top of that, being summoned by humans, they seemed quite eager to die. Slaughtering humans would be a good way to vent my anger. Despite being a puppet, I must still able to use my powerful magic to some extent. I glared at the two giant humans with a stern eye. Then I proceed to unleash my threatening tyrant or to stir fear and declare who they were trying to mess. I tried clearing my throat with a cough, which sounded like a weird groan. Never mind. Keep your grubby hands away from me, humans, that's what I tried to say. But the only sound that came from my mouth was, "Gagoo, the heck did I say?" I pretty much tried to talk but only 2 syllabus noises came from my mouth. Even I was wondering, did I stutter? I glared back angrily at the 2 gawking human couple. What the heck did you to do me? I tried to scream in my raging tone. Goo, the only sound came from my mouth when I tried to speak. Right now, I was pretty sure I had released my tyrant aura that would petrify every living being under my gaze in fear. One of the Overlord's skills, which are pretty handy. But instead of cowering in fear, the 2 couples smiled even brightly at me as if they were mocking me. "Look at our son. He has beautiful eyes just like his mama," said the man with curly unkempt hair with a wide smile. The female smiled with a teary eye. "He is also quite a handsome boy, just like you." I don't know what they were happy about and can't make any sense of their language. But it seemed that my demonic overlord power and abilities were sealed. Damn it. I tried to move my body, but I didn't seem to have much control or power in my body. My legs were restrained by clothing, only my hands were free. I quickly tried to glance at my hands. Just when I saw smooth, soft, pale, small hands. I tried moving my fingers, but I couldn't properly control them. But it was a fact that this hand definitely belonged to me. Soon I realized that my hands were real hands, with flesh and bones. The soul summoning ritual attaches the soul to inanimate objects. Most like wooden dolls or tools. Although, there are some historical records of magic where one can add a soul to a corpse, this was ancient lost magic. I once again tried talking but only may claim 2 syllables noise at most. I tried for a few times but only groan and moan a bit. Seeing my pathetic attempt to converse, the couple giants looked at me with awe. "Look, our baby son is saying something in his baby language," said the female named Beth with a pleasant smile that reached the corner of her eye. The man near him looked at me and pointed to the female. "This is your mama." And then pointed to himself, "And this gentleman here is your dada." Ha ha. "Our son is actually telling me in his language to tell dad to get rid of his bird nest of a hair," said Beth while looking at the man, followed by a giggle. The man suddenly frowned. "Hey? Are you using our son to emotional blackmail on getting rid of my beautiful hair?" The female just smiled without any response. That's when it hit me. During the time the man tried to point at the female and the male, he called them mama and dada. Doesn't it mean mother and father? I have no clue what language they speak, but the universal term for mother and father and mama and dada. No matter who the people are or where they are born, the newborn baby would always call them mama and dada, papa. The reason why this is to say so is that whenever a newborn baby starts to develop their local vocal cord, the first words they could create is ma or da. The former word is most often said first among newborn babies. Hence why the words for mother and father have so many similarities in every language in general. I know all these things because I had prior researched this thing in my free time. When Gloxinia, my beloved wife who was still 2 months pregnant and visiting her parents, I had read a lot of books about babies and child care. Of course, I read it in secrecy. The supreme demonic overlord reading such books, if anyone came to know, I would die in shame. I actually bought these books from the mortal realms when I went to visit. Reminiscing about past ball made me gloomy once again, but I quickly shoved the sad thoughts. I had mourned for their deaths, enough in the void as it is. Now that I was reborn as a human infant without any of former demonic overlord abilities, I must once again try to get strong enough to get my vengeance. I will bear it and play along with the human couple for the time being. I need to make use of them until I could at least stand on my own 2 feet. Being born as such an infant human baby is really annoying. Damn it. Ch2, Mr. and Mrs. Almond. It's been 2 weeks since I have been reborn into this world. I am still quite getting used to the fact that I was reborn as a human infant with my previous life memories intact. Pretty crazy, right? I am not a guy who believed in nonsensical things like reincarnation and the cycle of life. I thought it was just mythical made-up stuff made by bored people. This new life gave me a new perspective on our life. Right now, I am in a wooden cradle with long fencing. I am laid on a comfy soft bedsheet, white fabric cloth swaddled around my body pretty neatly. It's pretty cozy. It would be pretty hilarious if anyone came to know that the demonic overlord wrapped in a blanket and cozying on a cradle. Thanks to my new life, I don't have to worry about such things. I checked my body to test how much I could control my infant's body. To my surprise, I got next to no control over my limbs. I can only flail my arms at most, and I have no control on fingers. Also, I could do only light kick-like action with my legs. My infant's head is too big proportionate to my body to lift it. I have to rely on everything on my mom and dad. My mom, Bethany Almond, who is a housewife, does everything from daily cleaning the home, tending the garden, grocery shopping, cooking, and sometimes helping dad with work. On top of that, she also takes care of me. From changing my soiled nappies to bathing, she spares no effort. Pretty laughable that once the supreme demonic overlord ruled over the demonic realm with an iron fist, but now I even can't control my bowels. She also makes time to breastfeed me multiple times every day, just to make sure I don't go hungry. The first time I felt weird doing it. It felt ethically wrong. I didn't get a perverse feeling as she was my birth mother after all. But later I was getting hungry and I also needed to grow up, strong and healthy. Mother's breast milk has the most beneficial nutrients that help babies' growth of their bones. So after some deep thinking, I was like, fuck ethics. I may be the supreme overlord with 800 plus years of life experience, but right now I was her son. I need to become healthy enough to become powerful enough to stand against my enemies. So if I have to drink breast milk to survive, then I will do it. So from then, I am chugging like there's no tomorrow. It also tastes quite good, never getting bored. Whereas my dad, Arthur Almond, is a merchant who owns an antique shop in the town. There is pretty weird stuff around our homes, like odd-looking charms, creepy head sculptures, and even eerie-looking mannequins. No wonder I thought during my birth, the first thing I mistakenly thought I was being summoned by soul-summoning ritual. Calling our home a witch's hideout wouldn't be wrong. Meanwhile, my dad's personality, I don't have much to say. He acts rather normally around our home, discussing business with mom, helping around the house, and also cleaning the antiques. But for some reason, his intellect sharply tumbles when he comes around me. He always tries to get my attention while making these weird faces. He also shows his creepy antique collections while puffing his chest proudly. Is this what a child does to a man after he becomes a father? Does a father go any length to make their kids smile? I was an orphan back in the demonic realm, so never experienced what it feels like to have parents. Is this how it feels to have parents? Even though my human father hasn't left me much impression, but his antics keep me entertained. So I don't have any complaints, at least for the time being. I still have to figure out where I'm exactly in the mortal realm. Also, how much time has passed since my death as the Overlord? Maybe millennia have passed since I was in that void? Maybe my enemies are long gone dead and died a natural death because of passing time? Then what's the point of this newborn life then? Should I even bother chasing after my vengeance? I took a sigh. There was no point in pondering after something you can't do anything about. After I grow up a bit, I have to research past events. Assassinating the Supreme Overlord is not a simple thing that could be hidden easily. Not to mention the 12 heavenly virtues were involved, so definitely the news would have reached the mortal realm, and even those bastard pigeon feather angel race would be celebrating. Little Benji. See what I have got today. Just when I was in deep thought, I was alarmed by the voice of an excited man. Humans and their weird taste of names. After my birth, my parents named me Benjamin Almond. The name itself is weird. Not even people in my demonic realm would name their pet monster with such an embarrassing name. To make matter worse, they call me Benji with affection. If you guys had to call me Benji, so what's the point of naming me Benjamin in the first place? I can't understand the mindset of these people. Anyway, I glanced at the source of the voice, nothing to be surprised, he was my old man. For some reason, he had a goofy smile like always when he appears in front of me like usual. He must have just returned from his shop. Hey Arthur, first get changed. You just returned from the shop, so first, you have to get a bath. My mother retorted, I don't want any germs from your workplace to harm my son. Dear, he is also my son. And I am not touching him. I just want to show, no excuses. First, take a bath and get changed. Only then you are allowed to touch my son. But, my mom showed up at the doorway pointing the ladle threateningly, no buts. Even I got a cold sweat seeing mom like that. My dad gulped down his excuses and obeyed mom. My mom actually dominates our family is the thing I've noticed. Later my dad, after getting refreshed and changed back into his home attire, he rushed beside my cradle once again. Little Benji, guess what Papa has got for you? He asked excitedly. I don't know, maybe showcasing me more weird antique wares? Or some weird head sculptures again? Also, why are you asking such a question to an infant? I can't even nod or shake my head to respond, let alone talk. I didn't give any response and just lied cozily snuggled in my swaddle while I glared at my dad. My mom returned from the kitchen while wiping her hands with a cloth. What is it, dear? Stop stalling and show us already, what have you brought? My dad, with a giant smirk, holding a piece of a paper bag and his hand inside it as if holding on to something special. Even I couldn't help starting to anticipating what it could be. Dada, said my dad out loud while holding something like a flat bowl with lots of strings sewed with metallic stars and crescent moons. It's a wind chime, for our little Benji's cradle, said my dad proudly. Wow. It's really pretty. But it looks pretty expensive. My dad, with a smug face, yes, this wind chime is carved from a rare metal which had some magical properties. Although this wind chime is quite old, which is why it lost its magical properties and now it's just a regular wind chime. I still bought it so we could hang it on our little Benji's cradle. That's so nice of you. My mom affectionately kissed my dad on his cheeks. Okay, I will go ahead and set our dinner table. I cooked your favorite cream stew and crispy mashed potatoes with shrimp. After a little bit of hustle and craftsmanship, Dad finally managed to hang the wind chime on the cradle. The bowl of dull bronze color with dozen strings attached to its edge. There were small metallic pieces shaped like stars and crescent moons sewed in those strings. The gentle breeze made those stars and moon clash, giving a pleasant sound whenever the strings moved. This wind chime had a gentle and beautiful rhythm that soothed all worries and let me be in a peaceful state of mind. So how do you like it? Asked my dad. I know how to answer him, but here goes nothing. You have my permission to hang this, I tried to respond. Goo-goo-goo, the only noise that came from my mouth. I mean, this wooden cradle and soft bedsheet were more than comfortable. This wind chime would surely improve my luxury. So I have to give props to my old man for getting this wind chime. Seeing my response astonished my dad. He started getting all sentimental and teary-eyed as he picked me up in his arms. Beth. Our son loved the new wind chime. He even thanked me in his baby tongue. Shrieked out my old man in joy. What's with this overdramatic response? He continued, before I thought my little Benji used to hate me. This is the first time he responded so cheerfully. Now I really feel like my son finally accepts me. I am really happy, Beth. Oh yeah, I did ignore him. He was constantly making stupid faces to the point I was bored. Not to mention showing weird antique wares that literally creeped me out. So I started to just ignore him, all this time. Now even I am starting to feel bad. I am happy for you, honey. Now put Benji back in the cradle, it's already pretty late and he needs to sleep. Come get dinner before it gets cold. Said my mom from the other room. Coming. When my son grows up, I will teach him the ways of studying antique wares so he could help me in our shop. Our shop name and fame will rise all over our country. Said my dad with his eyes glimmering brightly. Hell no. I got bigger goals to achieve, old man, I tried to reply. A goo goo ga, oh. You are really excited to work in our shop. Don't worry, you need to grow up a little first," said my dad with an innocent smile. "My old man is really yearning for me to take over his shop. I will give an advance apology for disappointing you. It seems I am already in the rebellious phase. Honey, you coming? Or today you don't feel hungry tonight?" asked Mom. She really had a threatening tone. "Coming." My dad carefully put me back in my cradle before placing a goodnight kiss on my forehead and rushed out to the dinner table. As soon as Dad left, my cradle started rocking. My cradle has a rope tied to one of its fence rails. The rope goes all the way to the living room, where my mom pulls this rope to swing my cradle. It's a nice way to put asleep babies. I should even get one for my child if I ever have one. The peaceful swinging cradle created a gentle breeze and the hanging wind chime played pleasant music. Before I knew it, I was already asleep. Ch3, Mariontown. It's been 2 months now. I've regained some control over my limbs. Not much of progress. As soon as my body can support my head in lifting, I could at least start crawling on my limbs. It would be a huge upgrade nevertheless. It's morning right now and I already had my fill of breakfast. There is no change in the menu since the day I was born. I have noticed one thing: breast milk flavor varies according to what foods my mom eats. I've been fed 8-12 times on a daily basis, so that's the one thing I noticed. Other than that, I have not regained any good information as of yet. "Benji, Mom is ready, so now it's time to get you all dressed up." A voice filled with enthusiasm echoed in my room. Of course, it was none other than my mom. The next second she appeared right in front of my cradle. Like usual, her gentle smile accompanied by her beautiful green eyes shine like gemstones. She had tied up her beautiful red hair, but some of her hair curls managed to escape and flowed and hid behind her earlobes. Although her dress was a long frock whose green color seemed to have faded. The frock also had a lot of stitches. You can tell she's been wearing this for a long time. Usually, such clothes would be already disposed of or given to servants. She looked lovely despite her attire. I could say that frock is my mother's favorite dress she doesn't want to let go of, or we are just dirt poor. As far as my experience, it's the latter. She lifted me up gently from my cradle and kissed on my cheeks. "All right, today I will let you accompany Mama to the grocery shopping. My mom frequently converses with me, and despite I have the intellect of a grown-up man, the language barrier was the big problem. But I am slowly but surely learning this language at an incredible pace. And just now my mom said the word grocery. Usually, whenever she says that word, she leaves the home for some time. But before leaving she brings a girl named Martha who looked about 12-13 years old that takes care of me. Martha lives in the neighborhood and she usually takes care of me whenever Mom had to leave the house. Usually, she goes out during this time, normally for shopping. But this time's different. She said grocery, but I don't see that new girl Martha. Just when Mom lifted me and placed me on my bed and started to undress, I was once again butt naked lying on the bed. I am already used to this, getting undressed without my consent. In her hand, she held a miniature-sized red-colored t-shirt with a silly-looking design of smiling sun engraved on the front. "Is there a more plain-looking shirt?" I asked. "Agagoo, oh, you like this shirt? Mama personally sewed this sun for you." Saying so she started to dress me. Benji, stop struggling. I really struggled for some time, but I had to give up and wear it finally. Now my red silly shirt paired with a huge nappy, I was dressed up like usual. She lifted me up in the air proudly. "Oh, my little Benji looks adorable." She complimented me, followed by more kisses. I feel really silly, but there was no way I could resist, not after seeing her beautiful smile. If wearing weird clothes makes her happy, then so be it. She has sincerely loved and taken care of me since I came to this world. I never met a person so warm and kind-hearted in my life. I've never experienced such love and care before. I was married to 6 wives and even had a lot of lovers back in my previous life. The only woman I genuinely loved was my first wife Gloxinia, the rest of the marriages were for political gains. Not to brag or anything, but I was popular among the ladies, and not to mention I was also a seasoned veteran in appeasing women in heart and body. So I had thought I already experienced all types of love that the world had to offer. But the type of love and care offered by my human mother was a really different feeling. Is this the motherly love that was said to be the purest form of love? I was a war orphan born and brought upon ravaged villages in the demonic realm. I had lived a miserable life and fought me all way to the position of supreme overlord. So I never had experienced what it means to have parents. After I was all dressed up, she placed me on a wide piece of cloth and wrapped it around my body. Then with the end of the cloth, she used one corner around her waist and the other around her arms. Then she lifted me on her back as I was a backpack. Wait for a second, isn't this the famous baby cradle strap technique? I had read this method in one of the child care books. This method was especially used by women to carry their babies so they can freely use their hands. The book even had pictures of a human woman carrying their kids as they worked in the kitchen. Quite strange and handy method humans had invented. I never expected the first time I will see this method would actually be used to carry me. After my mother hanged me on her back, she checked if the cloth was tied properly. After making sure that I was safe, we marched out of the house. This was the time I was really excited to go outside after so long. I have been in the void for, I don't since forever. Then I have been holed up in my house for the other 2 months. I only got a few glimpses sometimes. After stepping outside my home, the first thing I was greeted by the dazzling sunlight that blinded me for a few seconds. This baby's eyes were too sensitive. After I slowly opened my eyes to adjust my vision to the environment, that's when I noticed that we were surrounded by long tall trees whose tops seemed to be disappearing in the skies. At the skies, there was also a flock of birds flying away from us as they disappeared amidst the cloud. There was a big wide dirt road in the front that seemed to cut through the trees. I tried to look back at my home. There I saw my home was quite weirdly beautiful. My house was made around a giant tree that seemed to be hollowed from the inside. Most of the rooms were inside the trunk while more extended rooms were separately made. This house looked quite lovely except for those creepy weird dolls and masks hanging around. My dad really needs to get rid of his habit of collecting creepy stuff and decorating our house with it. Right now my mom seemed in a good mood as humming some tune, no clue what the song was she singing, but I was surely loving it. We walked for about 15 minutes through the woods and then came across a wide area which covered the fields. The lush green field was spread across till the horizon. There were many people diligently working on the field under the hot scorching sun. Our dirt road ran through the center of this field. People working nearby saw us and even greeted my mom. Some of the female workers ran up to mom to greet her. My mom also greeted them pretty enthusiastically. They seemed to know each other. Soon the female workers' curious eyes fell on me. They showered a lot of praises to both me and my mom. They chatted briefly before returning back to their fields. We once again marched onwards following the dirt trail. It was not long when we entered a town. The town itself was quite small and it looked quite plain. The most important thing that I noticed was the town had 2 different languages on the wooden boards. One was a language that I learned when I visited the mortal realm called Harem, the most spoken language. Meanwhile the other language I wasn't familiar with, it must be the regional language. Similar billboard I saw at the entrance saying "Welcome to Marion Town" with a funny looking cow monster holding a bucket filled with crops. Is that cow monster the town mascot or something? It was surrounded by a wooden fencing wall that gave little to no assurance about one's security. Even a 4th-tier monster beast would easily penetrate the defense and raid this town in mere minutes. Also, there didn't seem to be any guards patrolling the area around here. This town might be situated in a protected area, no wonder everyone seemed so laid back. There were a lot of old wooden buildings and houses whose wooden texture had faded from the passing of time. The road pavements in the town were rather made of stones and designed quite thoughtfully. Wherever I could see there were civilians dressed rather modestly roaming around the city. Some of them had installed their market stalls which had a variety of things to sell, from crops and fruits to monster beast parts. There was even a shop that was selling weaponry. I was in awe seeing so many people after so long. My mom's stroll around the town went from store to get groceries and other basic necessities. She was like a warrior fighting with shopkeepers in a battle of words. She seemed to be arguing with almost every shopkeeper before purchasing stuff. This happened with every shopkeeper that she went to. And all the time my mom won the argument and come out of the shop with a satisfied smirk as she won some important battle or something. I can't understand what she was arguing about, but I could roughly estimate she was haggling the prices. My mom was an undefeated bargaining warrior. After we were done with the shopping, we visited yet another shop. But this time we went to a shop which was situated in the corner of the town. As soon as I went near the shop I got some creepy vibes. When my eyes fell on that shop I started to feel nostalgic and creepy at the same time. There was an old gloomy looking shop that almost seemed to be falling apart. There were a lot of newly nailed reinforced wooden planks patched up to keep the old shop in place. The shop's roof had a hole that was patched up by a long blanket. Some or almost every window glasses were cracked. Also outside the shops were a lot of creepy masks placed on the wall that looked like monster faces, and wow! Some even looked like demons. There were also spooky looking dolls hanging upside down from the roof's ledge. My eyes soon fell on the withered wooden plank hanging outside the shop store that read New Benji Antique Shop. From the looks of it, the wooden plank was recently modified. The word Benji was written on a cloth piece and just nailed it on the plank. The rest of the names were engraved on the wooden plank and only the name Benji felt out of the place. Behind the cloth piece, there used to be another name that was now hidden underneath my name. Ah, this must be my old man's shop. Who renames their shop after their son, not to mention it's my pet name. My mom glanced at me. This your papa's workplace? He even renamed his shop's name after you. Isn't Papa just the sweetest? She said with a cheerful smile. Could I raise this shop to the ground? I asked her. Bagugu, I snorted angrily with my baby sounds. My mom smiled. We can't meet Papa right now. He looks busy currently, dealing with customers. So it's better we go before he notices us. She then started to walk away from the shop. If he sees us, he will definitely get distracted and even go so far as abandoning the customers. My mom's smile turned a bit solemn. His business isn't going too well here. If we accumulate enough money to help your dad move his shop to a bigger city, then his business will surely go smoothly and we will also become filthy rich. A pleasant smile resurfaced on her face. Then once we become rich, we'll get new clothes, nice food, and maybe even a mansion with a fountain at the entrance. I will also enroll you in the most prestigious school that our country has to offer. Hee hee. I don't know what she was talking about, but her eyes were shining and her tone pretty melodious. She looked happy once as some excited young teenage girl. I got a sudden strong urge to protect her smile. We later returned back home. I didn't even notice when I had fallen asleep during our journey back on our way home. Before I noticed, I was back in the cradle without any nappy. The cold breeze cooled my lower bottom as my tiny mighty shaft enjoyed the freedom from the shackles of my ever-restraining nappy. For fuck's sake, did I soil my nappy again? Later at night when my dad returned home, my mom told him about our adventures. Although Dad got disheartened and started pouting when he heard that we came to his shop but left without visiting him. My mom just ignored my dad, who was throwing a fit all night. Mom should take me outside more often. Seeing the outside world was a nice change of pace. Ch4, Floor Crawler. It's been 7 months since my birth. Right now I'm wearing a shirt with a cloud type pattern that my mom designed herself. Also, I am wearing brown pants. Yeah, finally I am old enough to wear pants. I always had only my nappy to cover my rump, but now I have grown enough to wear pants. Although I still have to wear my nappy underneath them anyways. I am in my room with my mother. My room was a square-shaped chamber and the walls were actually the hollowed trunk of the giant tree. The room was quite nicely cleaned and tidied thanks to my mother's effort. My cradle was placed in the corner near the only window in my room. There was also a bed and table with a couple of chairs in my room. There were dozen plushy dolls made of cotton and wool around my room. Some dolls looked like a horse, monkey, and there was even a doll that looked dragon but much simple and adorable. Everything was hand-sewn by mother. There was also a doll with wings on it. Yes, a doll representing the angel race. I bit off that angel's face and then tore open its stomach and scrambled its insides as I made a big mess with a lot of feathers scattered across my room. Yes, I have already grown 2 front teeth, then placed my soiled nappy on that wretched doll's face to give it a finishing touch. My mom then had no choice but to throw the miserable doll's remains out of the house. My mom was quite surprised to see such aggressive behavior and she even scolded me for doing so. That incident happened 2 weeks ago and all is water under the bridge now. She had long forgiven me. Right now at this moment, I was sitting on my mom's lap while she was sitting on the floor. She had this wide smile, almost fanatical, as she stared at the doorway. My dad was in the bath after he had returned home from work. She was eagerly waiting for him. My mom had wrapped her arms around me, restraining me from moving freely. I also didn't resist. I already knew what she was so excited for, so even I waited along with her. It wasn't long before Dad came out of the bathroom and headed straight towards my room. "Beth, what is that you wanted me to show?" asked my dad nonchalantly as he walked through the hallway heading to my room. My mom picked me and placed me on the floor. "Benji, go get your papa," she said excitedly. I just sat there on the floor, stared back at her. She looked like an excited little girl and even I started to wonder who was the grown-up here. Not to mention she was even using her tone as if she was bossing me around. I was once an overlord to the demonic realm, and no one had the audacity to boss me around except for Gloxinia, my master, and maybe few other people. I wasn't easy to boss around. So I just sat there and ignored her. My dad's footsteps started closing in. My mom became dejected and glanced at me with her puppy eyes. "Please, Benji. Do the thing you showed me today to Papa. Please." Hey. Resorting to emotional blackmail, such underhand tactics won't work on a former demon overlord. But after seeing her saddened expression and the huge puppy eyes, I had to give in. Damn it. With a sigh, I turned around and placed my forelimbs on the floor as I lifted my head. And then, I raised my rump and spread out my weight on my knees. Yes, I can now stand all my forelimbs, but that's not all. After carefully standing on my forelimbs, I looked forward towards the doorway. I placed one of my hands in the front and then pushed my body with my leg on the opposite side. I again then placed my other hand and then pushed my other leg forward and repeated it henceforth. Then I marched onwards. Yes, I can now crawl. Pretty big achievement. It was a little hard at first, but I can now finally able to uplift my body with help of my limbs. I then crawled out of the doorway to greet my father. My mom tiptoed and followed behind me with a bit of worry that I wouldn't trip and hurt myself. My mom also wanted to surprise Dad about my big progress. Just when I walked out of the doorway, I saw my old man, who stopped right in front of me. I tilted my head upwards to glance at my old man. He still had the towel over his head to dry his wet, unkempt hair. His eyes were hidden behind the foggy glasses that he always wears. But seeing me, his jaw was wide open. I could definitely tell that our big surprise did hit its mark. My mother stood at the doorway entrance with a wide grin on her face as she stared at my dad. Her 2 hands were placed around her hips and puffed her chest as she stood proudly. You know, I was the one who managed to crawl on my legs, so shouldn't I be the one who should act all proud instead? Never mind. "Oh, my Benji!" exclaimed Dad as he rushed towards me like a maniac. I was a bit startled and turned around, quickly tried to crawl back towards my mom. But my father quickly overtook me and caught me. He then lifted me in his arms like I was some divine prized possession handed to him by gods themselves. "My son has grown up in such a short time. Dad is really proud of you," exclaimed Dad as beads of tears started to flow from underneath his thick foggy glasses. He then continued to praise me with more words, followed by the constant barrage of kisses all over my face. My human father was the first ever male to kiss me. I was never ever let any dudes kiss me in my previous life. His kisses were filled with a lot of fatherly affections and even a little bit of his drool. Gross. I used my arms to push his head away and defend myself. My mom was soon standing next to us. I flailed my arms towards my mom and she quickly rescued me from my dad's grasp. My dad then affectionately placed a kiss on my mom's lips and hugged us. He then praised my mom for raising me with such love and care. Later Dad decided to have dinner in a restaurant to celebrate this moment. My mom hesitated a bit but Dad insisted and she eventually gives in. Then the three of us went to a luxurious restaurant in the town and had a grand feast. I didn't get to eat anything from there though, the two of them had a hearty feast. My dinner was once again breast milk once we came back home. It's been about 2 weeks since I first started crawling. I have already mastered crawling but standing on my hind legs still isn't possible. I already hit my head twice trying to do that. In this past week, I was roaming around the home trying to hone my crawling skill while also scouting out the layout of my home. My mom doesn't allow me to roam around the home freely. Whenever she catches me she would put me back in my cradle with the long fencing followed by long lectures. Henceforth I always on the lookout for an opening, for example when my mom gets busy in the kitchen or when she's tending the garden, to use that opportunity to explore our home. So far I could tell that our house was huge. We had a wide living room in the center and the kitchen was side by side. There was a hallway that connected the living room to my parents' bedroom and my room. The bathroom and toilet were also placed between rooms adjacent to the hallway. All these rooms were placed on the same floor of a hollow giant tree. I knew the tree was big but after scouting the rooms, I couldn't help but be more surprised. Not to mention there was also a stairway that led to the upper floor. The upper floor had rooms which were basically storerooms filled with my father's creepy antique stuff. Except for one neatly tidied room. Today my mom once again came to check on me as she peeped through my doorway. After seeing me asleep in the cradle she went back to the kitchen to start working on our dinner as usual. Of course, I was just pretending to be asleep. I quickly checked with my one eye to see if she had left and continued to lay in my cradle. Soon I heard the noises of metallic utensils clanking noises coming from the kitchen. After making sure she was in the kitchen, I quickly got up and pulled the thick blanket underneath from me. Then I used all my power to overthrow this blanket from the cradle onto the ground. After doing so, I quickly started to climb up the fencing and used the plush dolls in my cradle as a ladder. I reached and climbed over the edge and then dove straight down on the blanket that I placed beforehand. I landed on my butt safely thanks to the blanket and my thick nappy that I was always forced to wear. Never had I thought that I would come to appreciate wearing this nappy before. After that, I quickly used my baby crawl to race towards the door, which was slightly open like always. I peeped out of my room making sure that no one else was in the hallway. I heard Mom humming a song as she worked in the kitchen preparing dinner. This was my chance. I quickly raced towards the stairways that lead me to the upper floor. I crawled through the hallway going where the stairways were situated. The stairways were placed in between the hallway that connected the living room with my and my parents' bedroom. So it was really not easy to go upstairs without getting caught. Right now my father was at the shop and my mother was busy preparing dinner. My mother had already checked on me, so she thinks I am asleep and that's why she has let her guard down. I quickly reached the stairways and then glanced at the kitchen. My mother's back was facing me and she was humming a melodic tune as she was preparing dinner. Then I glanced back at the stairways ahead of me. I gulped down my saliva as I saw the mountainous looking terrain of stairs ahead of me. The stairway was narrow for two adult people to walk side by side. But the stairs themselves were tall in height, almost half my size. There was no time to waste. I was sitting duck in the hallway. If my mom turned around, she would spot me in a second. I quickly rushed towards the stairs and flailed my arms to climb them. After hugging the stair with both my hands, I had to use my leg to climb over and then repeat the step all over. Today I had to reach the upper floor in any way possible. I didn't stop and dragged my infant body up the stairs. There were about a dozen stairs that lead upwards to a landing, followed by another dozen of stairs to the right that finally leads to the upper floor. It took about 10 minutes to finally go all the way to reach the next floor. As soon as I entered the upper floor, I was greeted with a hallway with a lot of rooms. Most of the room doors were locked, but I was heading to this particular room. When I reached this room, the door looked the same as every other room, but it wasn't locked. I quickly rushed to the door and pushed it open using the strength of both my baby arms and the use of my knees. The door wasn't locked and it quickly opened that I was almost about to fall on my face. I quickly regained my balance and stood on my baby limbs. Then I lifted my head to gaze around the room and a joyful smile appeared on my face. The decomposing smell of paper lingered in the room. The dusk light entered through the windows and lit the room in yellow and orange, portraying as if this room was set on fire. There was a wide desk table in the center of the room. On the table, there were a couple of books, unlit candles placed on the stand, an ink bottle, and a quill. But what I was interested in was not the desk but the things around them. There were long wooden shelves that reached the ceiling. And every one of the shelves was racked with various books in a variety of sizes. My smile reached the corner of my eyes and couldn't help smiling. This room was a miniature library, ch5, the library. I had been caught roaming around the house all the time, and each time I was caught and put back in my room, but that didn't stop me from exploring. I already did visit the library when I was exploring the upper floor, but to my surprise, my father was also in the library and caught me red-handed when I entered. They didn't imagine I can start climbing stairs, so they were quite startled. They couldn't help get frustrated over my antics. They finally started to be more vigilant and started keeping out an eye on me. So it was really hard to come back into this library. But today I had successfully infiltrated the library. My mom's busy in the kitchen and my dad's at the shop. So right now no one can stop me. It's been more than 6 months since I was born into this world. The only information that I currently know is that the place where I live was located on the human race domain. I am about 80% sure that this was the human race domain. There are places where other races coexist, but I haven't seen any other race while visiting the town with my mom and dad. Although other races are welcomed in the human race domain, but it's said that humans have a tendency to look down on them. I don't know if it's true or not. I just heard tidbits when I entered the mortal realm from other people. But now I am reborn as a human myself. Darn it. At this moment I am powerless as a human infant. So I have to wait to grow up until I could at least stand on my 2 feet before starting to work on getting stronger. I still haven't forgotten the time I was killed or the way my beloved wife and child died in the hands of the demon generals. Every time I think about it I start to get upset and irritated. I already mourned enough inside the void, but that doesn't mean I don't want to get back on those traitors. I am very much anxious to know about my current circumstances. About how much time has passed since those events? Are my enemies even alive? What happened to the demonic realm after my fall? And many more such endless questions were buzzing in my mind. So right at this moment, I wanted information more than anything. If I could only talk, I would directly ask my parents about the information about this world and its current affairs. Although they might get spooked if I just start questioning them about the demonic realm out of the blue. So instead of waiting for my vocal cords to mature, it's better to get information without talking for the time being. And the only best way to procure information is via books. So I have been scouting inside the house in search of any books to get any information. I have been roaming around the house in search of books, all this time. I had no luck downstairs, but what surprised me that we had a library here. Now after so many hardships and getting caught many times, I finally am here. After glancing around the library making sure I was alone, I hurriedly crawled towards the shelves with my baby limbs. There were tons of books to choose from and I had no clue where to start. I first sat on the floor in front of the shelves. I swept my gaze around the shelves and saw hordes of neatly stacked books in an orderly fashion. There were all types and sizes of books, from giant thick books to small handy diaries. There was even a pile of scrolls scattered across the shelves. Still, I would only be able to browse books from the lower shelves. How can this infant body go pick books on the top shelves? Not to mention I could merely get crushed if any of those books fell on me. former demon overlord dies because of being crushed by a couple of books. That would be so lame. But just when I was sweeping my gaze across the shelves, my eye caught on a certain book. This book was placed on the lower shelves, looked like an average book but thick. What actually caught attention was the crest carved on the spine of this book. The crest had 4 dragons intertwined by their tail, each facing in a different direction in a symmetrical pattern. There was a text written below the crest, but I couldn't read it, thanks to the language barrier. I barely got used to understanding some of the spoken words, let alone start reading texts. But I already had a guess what this book was about. I quickly crawled right below the book and glanced above. The book was on the 3rd shelf from below. It was still too tall for me to reach. I scratched my head, glanced around, and spotted a chair nearby. If I could climb that chair, I might be able to reach the book with ease, but climbing onto the chair was another thing. Just when I was pondering around what to do, my eyes fell on a low stool in the corner near one of the bookshelves. I quickly wriggled my way and dragged the stool under the bookshelf. I then slowly pushed the chair towards where the book was. The wooden chair was old and skimpy, so I was able to push it despite my infant body. I had to be careful while pushing it so that I don't topple it over and I won't be able to put the chair back in the standing position. Not to mention the noise of the chair falling would alert Mom. The last thing I want was to incur her wrath. After gently arranging the chair and the low stool-like stairs, I quickly climbed onto the stool and then from there onto the chair. It took more effort to climb on the chair compared to the stairs, but I managed it somehow. After climbing onto the chair, I quickly reached out to the book with the 4-dragon crest mark and pulled it with my baby fingers. I had to worry of the gap between the chair and shelf, or I could just fall on my face. After getting a firm grip on the book's spine, I started to pull it with all my strength. I had to put my back into pulling just a mere book. It wasn't soon when I finally managed to bring that son of the bitch down. But while pulling, the book came out of the shelf rack, but it quickly fell onto the floor from the gap between the chair and the shelf itself. I fell on my rump and balanced myself to not fall off the chair. The book fell onto the floor with a dull thud. Fuck, I shrieked. Bah, the sound of the book falling was not too loud, but I couldn't help but get frightened. I was worried if my mom heard the noise and would come rushing here, any second. I waited for a few minutes, but thankfully Mom was nowhere there. I then went down on the floor and pushed away from the chair and the stool to make room so I could open the book. The book looked like an average size book but thick. On the front of the cover, there was only the title of the book engraved on it, which seemed to have faded. The book had a leather cover which was quite worn out. It looked quite old. I didn't bother to read the title, not that I could read, to begin with. I opened the book and the nostalgic smell of rotting pages trickled under my nostrils. When I opened the book, I was once again met with a 4-dragon crest. I recognized this book because of this particular crest on its spine. This particular crest with 4 dragons belonged to an ancient dragon clan who once said to live on the mortal realm a long time ago. The folks of the dragon clan were said to be actual dragons who lived among the people of the mortal realm. It is said that those dragons actually bestowed the ability and techniques to manipulate mana to the dwellers of the mortal realm. So in a way, anyone who can use mana in the mortal realm is in fact an indirect disciple of the dragons. The dragon clans are now only known as legends. The only things left behind are only the crest and some old doctrines that are said to be the teachings of the dragon clan. Although, no one can prove the dragon clan actually existed. Because nobody has seen an actual dragon ever. I had previously researched a little about the dragon clan in my previous life but failed to find any useful information. Although I did meet a dragon who lived in the demon realm, but that's a tale for another time. The crest with 4 dragons actually represent the 4 primary elements: fire, water, wind, and earth elements. This dragon crest was now plagiarized by other mages who wrote down their own techniques and methods to use mana, each saying their own methods were the authentic techniques handed by the dragon clan themselves. There were hundreds of such books with the same crest and no one can prove they were actually the techniques given by the dragon clan. Still, the books were pretty popular to learn basic methods to use mana. So after seeing the dragon clan crest on this book should contain information on how to use mana. I started rummaging through the pages of the book even though I couldn't read. There was a lot of detailed information about mana manipulation. There were drawings depicting methods to use certain techniques to manipulate mana. Even methods of using rune patterns and techniques to create barriers and arrays. It also had detailed information about monster beasts and pictures of precious herbs. This book of course doesn't have the original techniques of the Dragon Clan either, those methods and techniques are long lost. But this book had every basic information a person needs to travel around the mortal realm. I browsed through the pages but failed to learn anything important. I could read few basic techniques by referring to the pictures that shows the movements of the hands and legs of the man in the picture. The blue hazy light around the man was the flow of mana through his mana core into his meridians and then outwards. So the first thing before starting to learn how to manipulate mana, I need to learn how to read and write the language of the mortal realm, first. The methods to manipulate mana are different from how we demons and angels race used. The dwellers of the mortal realms draw mana from their mana core to manipulate elements and then make a contract with a celestial spirit to further strengthen their techniques and usage of mana. Not everyone can manifest mana core, it's quite rare. But those who do will surely become powerful. Meanwhile, demons and angels don't have mana cores. They already are more powerful without the need of getting a spirit contract. We demons were bestowed with the mighty ability to manifest mana within our body at will. Mana itself was pumping through hearts and body itself all the time. This was more efficient and powerful than the methods used by the dwellers of the mortal realm. Meanwhile, angels themselves were actually manifestations of pure mana itself. Compared to that, the mortal realm dwellers' mana manipulation methods were a joke. But thankfully our three people's realm rests in another dimension, otherwise, we would have already conquered the mortal realm. It was not long before I went through every page of this book. The book was quite good and it will be quite helpful in the future, but at this moment it was useless. What I was looking for were some popular storybooks that have a lot of pictures depicting epic battles of the popular heavenly virtues. Books that contained information about the history and the heroic deeds of those 12 heroes. The 12 heavenly virtues are revered as heroes among the people of the mortal realm, some even go so far as worshipping them as gods. So there should be some books containing information about those heroes. I am 90% sure that these heavenly virtues were also involved in my assassination plot. So after slaying me they should be boasting around the mortal realm, how heroically they killed me. There must be some heroic tales spread among the mortal realm, how bravely they defeated the demon overlord. Of course, their tales would be full of bullshit. So I started looking around for such storybooks. I glanced around for other eye-catching books that could give me some information about past events. A picture book would be much better than just a wordy book. Just when I was looking for what book I should pick, I heard a creaking noise from behind. I was startled and quickly looked back in panic. To my horror, a woman was standing behind dressed in a messy apron. Her sharp eyes glaring at me while her eyebrows twitched. Her arms were on her hips and she was armed with a spatula in one hand, standing in an imposing manner. Like she was the epitome of doom itself. This woman was none other than my mom. Cold sweat condensed on my forehead as I glanced at her. I gulped down my saliva as I said, "Oh oopsie. Baba," I said innocently with my baby charms, but it was futile. This time I was surely done for. Ch6, commotion. I am currently climbing a hillock. It's a small rocky hill with no trees or bushes. This hill was situated at the edge of the forest, away from the town. But the good thing is that this hill was a source of stream water that runs down from the hill to a lake near the town. This stream was relatively smaller compared to other streams and rivers around our town. Hence no one visited this place very often. Since this place was secluded, I made this place my training area. I am 7 years old now and had already started training my body a year ago. The one thing I learned is that the body of humans is quite fragile. I already broke a few bones when I first started training, and that's when I figured what my limits were. I had a general idea that humans were weaker compared to demons, but never knew they had such a pathetic physique. After I learned my limits when I was just a 6-year-old human kid, I changed and made a training regimen accordingly. Today I am doing my daily training like any other day. The first thing I had to do was drag a log tied to my back with a rope all the way to the top of the hill. The log was actually a bit heavy. It was about double my size. It was still quite a struggle to drag this log up the hill. This was an excellent weightlifting exercise for my body. It's been 1 year since I started this training. The first phase was climbing on top of this hill, dragging this log all the way to the top. It took some effort, but I completed it. It took about 18 minutes to reach the top of the hill. When I first started, it used to take me more than 90 minutes. So I could tell I progressed a lot in a year. After I was done carrying the log on the top of the hill, I dragged it to where the source of the stream of water was. The source was near a big boulder on the top of the hill. The water gushed out of the cracks from the boulder and flowed down the hill. I quickly removed my shirt and placed it on the side on top of one of the rocks there. When I removed my shirt, there was another pair of pouches strapped on my waist. The 2 pouches were made with the help of dried weeds tied together by yours truly. In both the pouches, there were 5 pockets each, stuffed with wooden sticks. Actually, these wooden sticks were throwing knives, also handcrafted by me. I used the chipped flat stones as a blade and tied them to the sticks. When I was just an infant, I couldn't even wipe my own ass, but now that I am 7 years old, I can do almost everything. But I am still quite weak compared to an adult human. Even normal adult humans who can't even use mana can easily pulverize me with their sheer strength. Thankfully, I not only have my memories of my previous self but also have hundreds of years of battle experience as the Overlord. So it wouldn't be easy to kill me. But I still need some offensive means to defend myself. Hence I started making throwing knives. However strong your opponent be, one good strike at the vitals with my throwing knives would be fatal. There were also a few drawbacks. These knives were only good for a sneak attack. Once the enemy raises their guard, it will be difficult to hit their vitals. Not to mention the stone knives weren't as sharp as the actual iron knives, so if your enemy wore protective armor, these knives would be as good as useless. A limited number of knives I could carry in hand. Anyway, I will be using these stone throwing knives for the time being. It's not like someone gonna target a 7-year-old kid. Right? After I checked my throwing knives were fully stacked, I was ready for the next phase of training. I pushed the log into the stream of the water and jumped on top of it. I stuck one of my feet underneath the rope tied around the log to get a firm foothold. After making a good balance, both me and the log started drifting downhill following the stream. The slope where the stream flowed downhill wasn't too steep, but it wasn't easy to rafting through this stream. It took me about 6 months to just get used to maintaining balance on top of the log. Today I have already mastered my balance while I can enjoy whitewater surfing. The journey was wacky, and once again my log hit several rocks while going downstream, but I didn't fall off the log. We continued to go downwards and the speed of the stream also increased. After noticing the area around me, I quickly took out 2 knives and held them firmly. Just when 2 wooden planks placed on the rocks appeared on both sides of the stream, I quickly threw the knives at the 2 planks, hitting perfectly at the dead center. Bullseye! I cried out to myself, rejoicing. The happiness didn't last for long. More wooden planks were popping at the sides of the banks when I went further. I took out another knife and aimed at these planks. These planks were placed beforehand so that I could train my aiming skills. The first 5 planks were easy targets and I managed to hit most of them dead center. We soon had left the hill and already were inside the woods. The stream of water was getting more and more fierce. Right now I had already entered a river adjoining multiple streams. Water erupted around me like a fierce beast. My feet have tightly gripped the rope around a log so I wouldn't lose my foothold. There was no time to waste, my targets soon approached. The wooden planks were placed around the trees near the river banks. I quickly took out my knives and aimed at those planks. I barely managed to hit the plank. But there was no time to think, I aimed at the other plank. Although this time I missed by a hair's breadth. Agitated, I quickly took out the rest of the knives. The log took a lot of beatings from the rocks while drifting down the wild river. It was really hard to maintain balance while the log jerked around. I steadied my breathing and quickly aimed at the remaining planks. Out of the 5 planks placed in the woods, I missed 2 plank targets and barely managed to hit the other 3. Further ahead the river started to calm down and we drifted peacefully in the woods. I stood on top of the log patiently waiting. Soon a long vine hanging in the middle of the river came into view. The vine was tied to a branch of the tree that bent over the river. I quickly caught the vine and started tying its end to the rope tied around the log. Then I quickly got off the river and pulled the log with the help of the vine onto the land. This was my docking area for my log. The woods here were still just the outskirts of the main forest, so there were no wild animals here. But soon I heard voices nearby. I quickly jumped into the river and hid my presence. The voice seemed to be coming from ahead. It seems there were people near the riverbank. I swam underwater so as not to be discovered by the people. After quickly reaching the riverbank, I hid near the grasses growing nearby to watch the commotion. I already had some guesses about who this voice belonged to. Soon I reached the area where the commotion was occurring. There was one little girl surrounded by 3 boys. The girl was about 6 years old and wore a frilly frock whose color seemed quite faded. She wasn't wearing any shoes, just barefoot. The girl was missing an arm. With her only hand, she clutched a weird-looking doll tightly as if it was some kind of treasure. The doll looked horrendous and looked like a rotten mushroom, gave a spooky vibe. This girl is none other than Heather. She was the girl that lived in my neighborhood and we both knew each other. Heather, despite being surrounded by 3 boys, she had a fierce look in her eyes as she glared at them. The 3 boys also glared back at her fiercely. The boy in the center was 7 years old, the same age as me. But he was wearing some nice set of clothes giving off the stench of rich people. The boy looked quite arrogant as he glared at Heather as if he saw something insignificant. This boy was none other than Moses, the son of the chief of the Marian town. The 2 other boys standing beside Moses were his bodyguards armed with a wooden staff. Both the boys looked about 11-12 years old, dressed in plain white clothes. Seeing this scene I already started to get mild headaches. Moses stepped forward. "You crippled girl, dare to defy me. Do you think that just because you are disabled, I will turn a blind eye to your, fuck off?" Heather replied loudly while sticking out a tongue teasingly. Listening to Heather's insult, Moses got angry. "You foul-mouthed cripple. I had enough." He turned his head to the bodyguards, "Grab that hideous doll and dispose of it at once." Hearing Moses's commands, the 2 boys quickly marched towards Heather. Heather tried to run but was backed to a corner as the 2 boys blocked both sides. There was nowhere to run and her back was against the river. She tightly gripped her doll with her hands and then waving her other disabled arm at the boys, "Back off. I would tell Big Brother Ben you are bullying me. If Big Brother Ben knows this, you'll die a death like a swine pig." Hey! Tilde give back Peppy. The 2 boys snatched the ugly-looking doll from Heather forcefully. The doll was named Peppy by Heather. Just when the boy who had the doll in his hand was about to take the doll towards Moses, Heather quickly grabbed her doll and bit the boy's hand. "Ah!" The boy screamed in pain but still didn't let go of his grip on the doll. He became angry and shoved Heather back with full force. Heather was pushed with full force and tumbled on the ground and fell on the muddy riverbank. Her clothes were all stained with mud and some of them were even splashed on her face. I was a bit startled because Heather fell just a few steps away from me. Although she didn't notice me and quickly got on her feet and looked at the boys angrily. She clenched her knuckles tightly and a few tears rolled down her face. Moses just sneered as he enjoyed her reaction. He patted the bodyguard that just shoved Heather into the mud, praising him. The bodyguard also smiled back and thanked him. Moses then threw the ugly doll onto the ground. And then crushed it under his feet. The doll soon started to disfigure and started to look just like a ball of squashed wool and dirt. The bodyguards also jumped in and trampled the doll with their feet. Heather sniffed angrily as she looked at her doll. "You piece of shit. Your mother is a whore. Your father is just a pig. Your grandma is a bitch." Soon Heather started cursing Moses and bodyguard and her ancestors. She cursed left and right. She yelled every vulgar word that ever existed in the dictionary. I was also taken back by Heather's behavior. I knew Heather, despite being just a 6-year-old girl, had a very foul mouth. But never had I imagined she could use such vulgar words to such an extent. Moses was also shocked and angry hearing such curses. "You crippled bitch." He turned his head around his guards, stopped gawking, beat her up until she could never ever spew such nonsense. The two boys swiftly marched towards Heather armed with a wooden staff. The two boys, despite being just 10 years old, had the eyes of the killer as they charged to attack Heather. Heather was shocked and took a few steps back, seeing the two boys charge at her so fiercely. Just when I suddenly stood up behind Heather, I was covered with mud and dirt. On top of my head were riverweed plants and my face was covered with their roots. There was long grass wrapped around both my arms. I looked like some kind of river beast. The two boys approaching Heather were startled and stopped midway. They fell on their ass and their eyeballs popped out in horror as they saw me. "Monster!" Both the guards screamed simultaneously. Even Moses, who was standing behind, lost his composure and his face turned pale. "A river monster!" I glared at the boys menacingly and spread my arms threateningly. "I am the spirit of Peppy, the doll, you brats just destroyed. And I am here back to take revenge," I screamed in a hoarse tone. The boys were all scared shitless. The rancid smell of urine polluted the air. It was Moses who soiled his pants as he watched me terrifyingly. The two boys were also scared out of their life as they ran away. Despite being scared, they didn't forget to carry their master away. They dragged Moses and ran away out of the woods. They didn't even care about Heather. Soon my gaze fell on Heather, but instead of being terrified of me, she was looking at me with bright twinkling eyes. "Peppy, you're really back." She stretched her arms and hugged me. The hell is wrong with this girl? How come she wasn't terrified as I looked like a river beast while being covered with mud and weeds? I didn't plan on making trouble with the town chief's son, but I couldn't turn a blind eye towards Heather. She lived in my neighborhood and even often visited my home to play with me. She even called me Big Brother, so how could I ignore her plea? So I immersed myself in the mud and weeds to scare away the boys bullying Heather. My plan worked without a hitch, but never expected Heather to be scared of my appearance. This girl was quite eccentric. Heather lost one of her arms as an infant due to an accident. Her father was quite abusive and an alcoholic addict. She learned those vulgar words from her abusive father. Because of her harsh upbringing, Heather was different from other children. Other parents didn't allow their children to play with Heather because of her foul mouth. The other kids in the village also made fun of her disability. Hence, she had no friends. Meanwhile, I on the other hand had no friends either. First thing, I was training and studying day and night, so I had no interest in making friends. The second thing, no kids wanted to be my friend anyway. The kids in my town were afraid of my house where I lived. The creepy masks and dolls hanging around my house gave a spooky vibe. There was even a rumor among the kids that this was a witch's house and I was some evil offspring. Hence no kid wanted to befriend me anyway. Hence Heather started coming to my home to play with me. My parents were well informed about Heather's background, so they would happily welcome her into my home whenever she came to hang out. Heather's older sister was Martha, who used to babysit me when I was an infant. So my parents were well acquainted with Martha and her mother. My parents were also worried that I had no friends, so they were quite happy Heather came to hang out with me. Meanwhile, I just find Heather bothersome. It's weird. She didn't creep out by the spooky relics around my house like other kids. Instead was a bit clingy to me and even called me a big brother without my permission. "Hey! Your dress is stained with mud," I said as I pushed Heather away from me. Heather was startled and looked at me. This voice. "Big brother?" "Yeah, it's me." I cleared the weeds on top of my head. Soon wiped off the mud from my face. Seeing my face, Heather's big eyes widened and sparkled even more dazzlingly. "Big brother Ben. You were actually the spirit of Peppy?" she asked childishly. My face twisted hearing this. This girl had nuts for a brain or what? No, silly girl. That was just a joke to scare off Moses and his lackey. Now get up and clean yourself in the river." Saying so, I once again dove back into the river and cleaned myself. Heather joined me and washed away herself too. Once we were all cleaned up, we carefully got out of the river. I had already kept a spare set of clothes hidden in a tree nearby. Today I wanted to go back to the hill to fetch my clothes, but because of the commotion today, I won't be able to go and come back here. This commotion would surely alert the village elders to scout the area. Moses and his lackey mistook me for a monster, so I am pretty sure he would ask his father to do a thorough search to hunt that monster. We must get away before they bring the rest of the villagers. After getting dressed in the new set of clothes, I took Heather and left for our home. Heather was drenched wet as she didn't have spare clothes like me. So I lent her my shirt that she wore on top of her wet clothes. We both quickly took a different trail so that we won't get caught by other villagers. I held Heather's wrist and dragged along, hurrying back home. This commotion is surely gonna alert everyone in the village. I won't be able to practice here until this situation dies down. Big brother. What about Peppy? You should kick that brat's ass for me. He killed Peppy. Heather said solemnly with a teary eye. I can kick Moses and his lackey ass with ease, but doing so would surely rise to more problems. The last thing I want is Heather dragging me along with this mess. Moses is already frightened enough. He shouldn't be going to trouble you for the time being. As for the doll, I will get you a new one. Hearing this, Heather's eyes shone brightly. I turned my head forward, hurrying our speed. Anyway, let's go home first. Also, keep what happened today a secret. It was not long before we reached home. There I had to explain to Heather's mother how we were drenched in water. I made some excuses and told her we fell in the river while playing. Heather's mother was a very kind person, she believed me and didn't question any further. But my mother responded very differently. She was not as kind as Heather's mother. Ch7, Bad Mutt. The appearance of the river beast gave rise to panic, but it also died down quickly. Our town was situated at the border of a wild forest, but there was a strong barricade array separating the two lands. This array was laid down by powerful mages at the border, preventing any wild mana beast from the forest to invade the human domain. Hence no wild mana beast has ever infiltrated our town for decades now. Suddenly the appearance of the river beast in the woods of Marion Town stirred quite a panic. The town elders reported this news to the guild masters, who then sent a team of experts to re-examine the border, to check if the array had been compromised. But they didn't find any defects in the protective array. Later the guild master gave a stern talking to the town elders when they heard that a couple of brats were the ones who spotted a river beast. They immediately declared the kids were just delusional and henceforth shouldn't trouble the guild if they don't have any concrete evidence. They left a warning to the town elders this one time. It's been about 5 months since that incident. Right now I'm lying in my room exhausted. I had just finished doing the homework that my mom had given me. After that incident, I hardly got to go to the woods to train. Most of the time goes on studying. I am not against studying mana manipulation, but I don't like reading pointless subjects like language and maths. I already am fluent in the human language and can also read and write. But what the hell is the abomination called grammar? Why the hell does it even exist? I mean, we can talk, convey our message to one another. So why do small things like grammar be given so much importance? It was the same with people with nobility. When I was the overlord and had to deal with those noblemen, they always talked with such a pompous tone and used complicated words. They just loved talking to themselves. I could never make sense of most of the conversation we had. I had to hire a personal assistant to deal with their random bullshit. It was so frustrating. One thing I noticed was that the nobility of every race loves to practice ethics and mannerism. These nobles look at other people who speak crudely with disdain. As if they are looking at a piece of rotting poop who happens to have a mouth. Gloxinia force. I mean, she made me learn about the way a royalty should behave. I was just an orphan street urchin, so I never learned manners or ethics. This subject called grammar was the same thing here. Grammar was just made by a presumptuous perfectionist who had a lot of time in hand to waste. But anyway, I had no choice but to learn it, thanks to my strict teacher. My mother. The next subject I hated was mathematics. I came to know that in maths, there were more things than just addition and subtraction. Dad taught me mathematics so that I could take over our family business and help him in the near future. Whenever I got bored while Dad taught me mathematics, I would distract him by asking questions about antique wares. He would quickly forget about teaching and instead immerse himself talking about his antique wares and their origins. But later Mom would frequently catch us red-handed idling by, and then the both of us were scolded. Hence these past months, I was only able to study and train very little. I am really itching to go training in the woods. I just completed my homework and came back to my room. My mom, after checking my homework, went outside to tend the gardens. She really loved her garden. You could say after me and my dad, the garden was the next thing she loved the most. Just when I was lying on my bed gazing at the sky through my window, I heard Heather shouting, "Big brother!" I spotted a big doggy near the woods. "Let's go pet him, big brother, you there?" Tilde big bro? Tilde big brother Ben. She kept pestering me and I had no intention of moving from my bed. "I am fast asleep after studying." "You go ahead." I replied back. "Oh, you're asleep. I see, well that can't be helped then, I will go myself." Saying so, Heather went away. How can such an innocent and dumb girl exist? I know how easy it is to fool this girl, but her stupidity always tends to surprise me. After saying so, Heather already skipped her way to play around. I gasped an air of relief. "Benji, stop moping around on the bed and go outside. Little Heather came all the way to invite you and you just lied to that sweet, poor girl." My mom yelled at me from the garden. Dang it, I almost forgot Mom was also outside. I rolled on my bed lazily. "I am really tired, Mom. Good night." "It's still noon, how can you be so lazy? What happened to your enthusiasm when you were saying you wanted to go training, huh?" My mom said with a sneer. I am laying on the bed but I can clearly imagine the teasing expression in her tone. I got up from my bed and peeked out of the window. "Mom, can I go to the woods to train?" My mom, standing in the garden, glared at me. She was wearing gloves and her clothes were stained with mud from the garden. "Huh? Young man, if you want to train you can do it here. You know there was an appearance of the river beast in the woods. Whether it's true or not, poor Moses and the other kids are terrified. No kids are allowed to wander in there. Poor Moses? That pathetic arrogant brat should be fed to Mana Beast for all I care. Humph." She then stretched her arm. "You can train in our backyard, Mom will give you pointers herself," she said while puffing her chest proudly while holding our garden hoe on her shoulder. I just sighed and went back to my bed. Never mind then. "Hey, Benji, what's with that reaction? Come back." My mom scowled. I am touched by her sentiments, but she doesn't have any idea how rigorously I train. I did tell my parents I go to train, but they think that I just go to loiter around the woods. So I kept everything about my training a secret. If my mom sees me training, she would have a heart attack. She will surely ground me at home, never allow me to take a step outside again. Just when I was idling in my bed. "Big brother, this doggy followed me. See how big this dog is," Heather said loudly outside. "This girl came back again?" I just told her I was asleep and she quickly agreed not to bother me. Did she already forget? Heather. Just when my mom screamed. I quickly jumped out of my bed and peeked out the window. To my surprise, there was a big beast standing behind Heather, about the size of a human adult. This white beast was a gray wolf, a Mana beast. From the manner of the way it was limping, it looked injured. It followed Heather with its limping leg as it glared at Heather like a tasty piece of meat morsel. My mom quickly rushed towards Heather. "Get away from that thing!" she screamed from the top of her lungs. Heather was startled by her and instead took a few steps backward. The gray wolf saw this and quickly opened its wide jaw to attack Heather. But my mother was quick on her toes. She quickly reached beside Heather and pushed her aside. The beast missed Heather but caught my mom. Her upper arm was now inside the jaws of that gray wolf. Fresh blood started dripping from his mouth and the breaking of bones clearly echoed. My mother gritted her teeth with agony. "Mom!" I screamed in shock. Heather, who fell a few feet away, was shocked seeing this scene. Her eyes were wide open staring at the bloody mess. "Auntie!" she yelled in horror. My mom turned her head towards Heather. "Get away from here. Now!" Despite her arm being in the jaws of the gray wolf, she still was worried about Heather. Heather started bawling her eyes but quickly got up and fled away from the beast. "Fuck!" I yelled. I quickly got down from my bed and picked the mattress. Underneath the mattress, was my pouch stacked with my throwing blades. I quickly picked the two pouches and jumped out from the window. I sprinted through the vegetable garden and didn't even bat an eye while stepping on the newly planted plants. There was no time to think about small things. My eyes were fixated on the gray wolf and my mom. Currently, her upper arm was in the jaw of the wolf. The wolf was glaring at my mom and wasn't ready to let go. My mom desperately tried to free herself but it was in vain. Her face was twisted in the pain, she seemed to be in agony. I quickly stuck one of the knife pouches between the elastic of pants and the other knife pouch. I held it in my mouth. Without wasting any second, I sheathed out two knives and held them in my two hands. This gray wolf was a low-tier mana beast but it had strong jaws and was quite agile on its feet. This beast appeared near my home out of nowhere and it also seemed to be injured before coming here. If I have any chance to kill it, I should aim for his head. I took the knife ready to aim and throw but I stopped. My mom's arm was stuck in the jaws of that wolf and she was struggling to free herself. Hence the wolf's head was obstructed behind my mom. I couldn't get a clean shot. I clenched my teeth and looked at the other vital area to aim. The gray wolf had a thick fur so my stone knives would not even be able to touch its skin. But near the folds of the wolf's limbs, the fur was thin. I quickly threw my knives with all my strength, aimed at the back of the wolf's limbs. I didn't even wait, I aimed the second knife at the other leg. The knives flew like an arrow slicing the air and penetrated right at the joints of the two back legs. In the next seconds, I took out all the remaining knives and threw them, aiming at the areas where the fur was thin. The knives flew as raindrops penetrated the wolf's flesh. His big furry ass fell on the ground. The wolf let out a whimpering tone and his eyes shifted and fixed on me. I glared back at the wolf fiercely. I picked a shovel laying near the garden and rushed at the wolf. This scene reminded me of the day when I was assassinated. The scene where Gloxinia was impaled by that wretched demon general flashed in my mind. I was powerless and couldn't save her. I wouldn't let the same thing happen again in this life. How dare some rotten mud dare attack my mother in front of me? If only I had the ability to use mana, I would have incinerated this mud down to ashes. But to use mana I have to wait for at least about 5 more years. Right now, I am just a hairless, 7-year-old brat. But past these years, I had trained my body. "Benjamin! Don't come here!" My mother shouted as she saw me rushing towards her. Her face was pale, and she was drenched with blood from her wound. "Mom! Close your eyes," I shouted back. My mom gritted her teeth. I said, "Back off, Benjamin." I didn't stop and rushed towards her just armed with a shovel in my hand. "Just this once, listen to your mother. Take Heather and get away from here," she ordered me. The wolf moved his head and gnawed at my mother's arm. My mother groaned with pain. "Mom! Close your darn eyes for fuck's sake!" I screamed. My mom was shocked to see me using vulgar language. I guess Heather's foul-mouthed personality rubbed on me. While sprinting towards the wolf, I dug the shovel in the ground and took a handful of dirt on its blade. When I got close enough I flung the dirt on the wolf's face. The wolf was blinded and even my mom was blinded. My mother seemed to have panicked and didn't heed my words. Damn it, never mind. What's done is done. Without wasting any second I jumped on top of the wolf's head. I grabbed hold of his ears to grip his head and stabbed my shovel right on his jaw. The shovel easily pierced the beast's jaw and red blood gushed from the wound. The wolf tried to shake his head to throw me off from his head but I had a tight grip on his ears and my legs tightly held his head. There was no way for this mutt to overthrow me. All the shaking hurt my mom as she screamed in agony. There was no time to waste. I quickly ducked and started slicing the wolf's jaw to force open his mouth and free my mom. The wolf's skin was thick and a normal kid wouldn't be able to even scratch his skin. But I have been working out all this year and my strength was not like any normal kid. Armed with a shovel, I quickly slashed on its jaw, cutting and widening the wound. My face was covered with blood but I didn't even blink. It wasn't soon I forcefully opened its jaw and freed my mom's arm. The wolf was furious and pushed my mom away and then focused his attention on me. My mother fell a few feet away and was covered in blood and her arm was a mess. But I had no time to check her condition. The wolf was now shaking his head, jumping up and down to shake me away. Even though his back legs were out of order, his agility wasn't anything to laugh off. Suddenly it jumped and used his front leg to attack me. I was quick to move my head and I barely managed to avoid its claw. "You fucking mutt! Dare to attack my mom!" I screamed furiously and stabbed the shovel right in its eye with all my strength. The wolf wailed in pain and jumped up, falling on its back. I had no choice but to get off the wolf, otherwise I would be stuck under him. I jumped away to the ground and tried to get some distance from the wolf. The wolf tried using his front feet to shake away the shovel stuck in his eyeball. Crap! I am out of knives, I need to get some kind of weapon to kill this mutt in one shot. I can't run away from this wolf. If I was alone here, running wouldn't be a problem, but there was my injured mother and Heather too. So killing this gray wolf was my only option. It wasn't soon the wolf shook away the shovel stuck in his eye and again turned his attention to me. He was very furious, glaring at me. I panicked and looked for a weapon nearby, and my eyes fell on the shovel that the wolf just got rid of. I quickly dashed, but the wolf seemed to know what I was about to do, so he attacked me with its claw. I had no way to avoid its claw, so I used my arms to block its attack. With a loud crash, I fell a few meters away before rolling onto the ground a few times. The whole world just turned upside down and my arms seemed to go numb. It wasn't soon the pain in my arms started kicking in and my arms were drenched with blood. There was a deep wound on my arms and even my bones seemed to have shattered. Fuck. So much training and my more than hundreds of years of battle experience as Overlord counted for nothing? With just one attack of a low-tier mana beast, my arms are in shambles. Will I die in the hands of some lowly mutt? And on top of that, the gray wolf was already injured when it came here. If the wolf was in top condition, it would have already killed everyone here 10 times already. The wolf fiercely dragged its lower body towards me as it glared fiercely. His bloody jaws were wide open thanks to my wound. There was a weird sound like a growl. I tried to get away but he pounced on top of me. I tried to kick him and get away but it was in vain. He opened his wide jaw and tried to bite me. Thankfully the injury that I gave to his jaw didn't have much bite force. I struggled to get some distance but everything was in vain. Just when I was thinking about my next move, I saw my mom drenched in blood standing beside me. I have no clue when she even arrived here. Her frock that once was stained with dirt while gardening was now drenched in blood from her wounds. She glared fiercely at the wolf-like predator looking at its prey. Her injured arm was hanging by just a flesh which was barely attached, and in her other arm, she was carrying a sickle. She usually used to look like my sweet strict mother, pouting angry or happy like a little girl. But right now she looked like a goddess of death. I can't help but shiver when I see my mother in such a state. "You insolent dog! Dare attack my son!" She screamed and swung her sickle on top of the wolf's head. The wolf didn't even have time to react. There was the tender sound of flesh piercing and in an instant, the wolf's severed head rolled down on the ground. The wolf was beheaded in a single strike and the whole wolf's body instantly went limp. I couldn't help but stare at Mom in shock. "Benjamin, are you okay?" she asked me. "I am all right, but what about?" Before I could even finish talking, Mom fell to the ground. As soon as she heard me say, "I am all right," she took a breath of relief and fell unconscious. I quickly hurried towards her. To my horror, her arm was in a rather bad shape. She lost quite a lot of blood and her left arm was barely attached just by the skin. Her broken bone was shattered and she will never be able to use her arm if we don't get to a powerful healer magician. My arms were also a mess, so I used my mouth to tear a piece of my shirt. I need to at least stop her bleeding for the time being. What the? It's already dead? A voice echoed from behind. The tone seemed to belong to a mature man. I turned my head to see two people standing near the wolf and staring at it. One man and woman, both dressed weirdly. The man was huge in size and he had a bald head. His skin tone was tanned and his muscles were bulging as if it was carved by the chisel itself. He wasn't wearing any shirt but only light armor that covered his arms and shoulder blades. On his shoulder, he carried a hammer that was as big as himself. His eyes were rather small, can't even tell if it was open or shut close. The man stroked his beard and glanced at the situation around him. Beside him is his female companion. She had frilly green hair and beautiful blue eyes staring at the dead wolf. She had a slender body and her skin was rather fair and beautiful. She was wearing a black frock and matching her black heels. She was also armed with a staff that had a weird blue gem in its end. From her expression, she seemed to be in a daze. Who are these two weird people and where did they come from? Ch8, the two mages. These two people, the way they were dressed and armed gave off a powerful aura for some reason. After I took a good look at the bald guy with a hammer, his body was covered with little stains of blood. The concentration of blood was a lot more on the hammerhead of his hammer that he carried. It was almost drenched with thick blood. Meanwhile, the girl dressed in black didn't have any blood stains like that. She looked quite clean and fresh, unlike her partner. But the staff she was holding with a mysterious blue gem gave off a powerful aura. This power comes from that gem definitely emitting the power of mana. I still haven't manifested mana core, but I can still feel the power from that stone. These two people are definitely powerful people. They must be the so-called Matrina. There are some people who are in need of healing. Suddenly the bald guy spoke while he was glancing at us. Hearing the bald guy, the girl named Matrina followed the baldy's gaze. Her eyes widened after seeing us and rushed in our direction. I instinctively stood in front of my mother to protect her. I still have no clue who these two people are and what's their motive. But did I just hear Baldy saying something about healing? Matrina stopped right in front of me a few steps away. I glared at her vigilantly, but she didn't seem to show any malice. Instead, she stared at my broken arms and her eye had this sympathetic look. Little guy, don't worry. I am a healer and I will help you heal your arms. Healer? Did she just say, healer? I glared at her and she didn't seem to be lying to me. My mom was in a much worse condition than me. She also lost a lot of blood and if nothing's done, she might die. I don't need healing but my mother. I replied and stepped aside. Matrina quickly approached where my mom was and took a glance at her condition. Her face stiffened and she seemed to be in thinking. Her arm is ruptured, bones are shattered and the flesh is badly torn apart. She has also lost a lot of blood. Her situation doesn't look good. I fell on my knees and bowed my head. Please. Please save my mom. This was the first time I ever begged for help, and not to mention to some stranger who I just met. I once was the overlord who never submitted or lowered my head against anyone before. But this feeling of helplessness and this feeling of losing your loved ones once again. I can't bear it anymore. If lowering myself before someone else helps me save her, then so be it. Matrina just smiled and raised me up from the ground. Don't worry, I'll try to save your mom. I am a proud healer after all. She said, winking one of her eyes playfully. Now move away and leave her to me. She stood in front of my mom and held her staff horizontally in the air. Suddenly the blue gem in her staff started to glow. I quickly backed away a few meters away from her. Matrina closed her eyes and started muttering some words out loud. The bizarre words she spoke were in a weird tongue that I never have heard before. While she chanted those words, a mysterious glowing magic circle appeared above my mom. There were lots of runes and patterns inscribed within the circle as it hovered above her. The glowing intensity of the magic circle started to get brighter and brighter by the passing seconds. She opened her eyes, which were glowing. Divine cradle of Goddess Eva. The magic circle started spinning and tiny fragments emitted from the circle. The small particles of light were the size of snowflakes that fell on top of my injured mother. The fragments of light were focused more on the place where my mom's injured arm was. Just as the glowing light touched my mother's arm, it instantly absorbed in her skin and started the healing process. The battered and torn flesh started repairing itself and started stitching back together. The shattered parts of bone fragments disappeared and new bones started regrowing in their place. This is the power of regeneration healing, one of the top-class healing techniques. She must be a top-tier healer mage. At this rate, my mom's injury will definitely be healed in no time. Just when I was mesmerized by the healing process, someone yanked my arm. Suddenly I saw a little girl pulling my arm while bawling out her eyes and a big snot leaking from her nose. Her frock was dirty and stained with the mucus leaking from her nose. It was none other than Heather. Big bro exclamation mark tilde hiccups and a hiccups. Will she be okay? Heather asked with her moist big eyes. Well, I hope so. Listening to my not so optimistic reply, she started even crying more loudly. She grabbed my shirt. I am really sorry hiccups, it's my fault I brought that hiccup doggy to play. I didn't know it was a bad doggy. I let out a sigh. It wasn't Heather's fault that this happened. Either way, the wolf would eventually come to our home anyway. They do happen to have a strong sense of smell. It was a miracle that Heather wasn't attacked already. Also, my mom jumped in the wolf's jaw to save Heather. This was a decision she made herself. I patted her head. Stop crying, you're spilling your snot all over my shirt. Anyway, see that big sister over there? I pointed to Marina. She's now trying to fix mom. So stop worrying, she'll be fine. Finally Heather stopped crying. You brats, suddenly a deep voice echoed just behind me. I quickly turned around to see the baldy standing behind me. He was quite tall like a beast and that big hammer lugged on his shoulder was like a mountain blocking the sky. He was glaring right at me. So you guys fought and killed this gray wolf? Heather hid behind my back and was quite wary of the big guy. Yes, but my mom dealt the finishing blow, I replied truthfully. Oh, is that so? He replied while shaking his head. Just when he took out something holding in his hand, this thing. Did you make it? The thing the bald guy was holding was one of my stone knives, yes. He took a closer look at the knife. Not bad, kid. After saying so, he handed me the knife back. In the near future, if you ever become an adventurer, you should try joining our party, the Crimson Velvet. That is, if you ever become a mage. I'll think about it. That's good to hear. Ha, the bald guy patted my shoulder. His patting like I was being patted by a boulder. Can't he see I am injured here? Suddenly the guy stopped laughing and looked serious. She's about done. I quickly glanced at the healer and it seemed she was done healing. I quickly rushed to check my mom. Little Heather followed suit. To my surprise, my mom's arm seemed to regrow a new one. There was not even a scar left from her previous injury. If it wasn't for her tattered clothes, no one would even guess if she was even attacked in the first place. But for some reason, she wasn't waking up. I curiously glanced and met Darina. Meanwhile, Matrina seemed quite pale while gasping for breath. The big bald guy was standing beside her and helped her get on her feet. It seemed this healing technique must have taken a lot out of her. Soon her gaze met mine. She gave me a warm smile. Don't worry. Your mom's just unconscious and she should wake up in few days. Few days? I had checked my mom's pulse and she seemed to be fine and just seemed to be in a deep state of sleep. I took a breath of relief and sat on the ground. Heather also sat beside me, clinging to me like a parasite. Just when Matrina reached out her pocket and took out a vial bottle and drank its content. After drinking from that bottle, there was a mysterious glow enveloped her body for a few seconds before it dissipated. Suddenly her complexion was restored and she looked a lot better. She then took a sigh and then turned her sights on me. Well, now your mom's all fixed up. It's your turn next. Saying so, she started healing me with the same ritual. Meanwhile, Heather wasn't letting go of my shirt and was adamant to stick with me. Matrina told me it was fine for Heather to stick around. My injuries weren't as severe as my mom's. so there was no need to separate Heather from me. She used the same technique to fix my arms like before. In a couple of minutes, my arms were fixed anew. This time Matrina didn't look as pale as before, but she still appeared to be out of breath. After she got on her feet, she glanced at Baldy. "Hey, Halberd. Get to work already. We don't want more stray grey wolves attacking this village," she said while pouting. More grey wolves. Hearing this brought out a cold sweat on my brows. Just one injured grey wolf was so much trouble if a whole group were to show up. Just thinking about it sent shivers down my spine. If I had my demonic powers, just one swing of my hand was enough to wipe out a big army of wolves. Right now, I am a powerless kid who still hasn't manifested a monocore. If such a pack of grey wolves attacked, our town will surely be wiped out. "Oh dang. It almost slipped my mind," replied the bald guy named Halberd as he scratched his head. Saying so, Halberd started walking towards the woods. That was the same direction where this grey wolf had appeared from. He reached the edge of the river, then started glancing around. The river separated our village from the woods. I was quite curious about what he was about to do. "Hey Heather, stay with Mom here." Heather still held on to my edge of the shirt more tightly, but. "It's alright now. I need you to look after Mom. You are a good girl, right?" I asked with a smile. Heather instantly nodded and finally let go of my shirt. I was quite curious about what Halberd was about to do, so I followed him, but I still maintained some distance. "This place should be fine," he said while glancing left and right. He then placed his hammer down on the ground and started stretching his arms. His arms were covered with metallic armor till her shoulder blade. That armor seemed to have some magical runes engraved on it. After he was done stretching, he then suddenly stood quietly in his place and closed his eyes. He stood for a couple of minutes and then suddenly opened his eyes wide open. He then clapped his hand and got on his knees and slapped both his palms onto the ground, Bezos earth wall. Suddenly the earth started shaking. There was a loud rumbling. The rumbling echoed throughout the surroundings and even the birds scattered away from the woods. Suddenly the ground in front of Halberd started moving. A tall slab of the earth in front of Halberd started to rise towards the sky. The whole slabs of earth walls started rising from both sides. In a few minutes, there were tall towering walls of rocks blocking the village from the woods. The earth wall was as tall as 15 meters and it stretched almost a kilometer or so and protected till the edge of the village. That's when I came to know that Halberd is an earth mage and a powerful one at that. He just created such a big barricade of walls in such a short time. The loud rumbling lasted for a couple of minutes until the walls stabilized. Halberd soon got up on his feet and swept the sweat from his brows. Phew. That should do it. I thought he would go pale like Matrina, who used high-tier healing, but that wasn't the case here. This guy just created a blockade of an earth wall and still seemed to be more than fine. He should be at least an elite or even a silver class mage. Ch9, the woods. Halberd clapped his hand and dusted off the dirt from his hands. "Hey, we should get going now." Matrina, hearing this, hurriedly followed Halberd. Both the pair then stood in front of the rocky wall. She then gripped her staff tightly and looked a bit nervous for some reason. She let out a sigh and then glanced at Halberd and nodded. Halberd just smiled and then turned his head and glanced at me. "Hey kid, alert the town authorities and inform them what happened here. I will return to take down the stone wall. Until I return, no one should approach the woods." After saying so, he turned back and picked his hammer and lugged it on his shoulder. He then stretched out one of his hands and waved it in the air. Suddenly a portion of the rocky wall opened like a door and the two walked outside. After the two people entered the woods, the stone door quickly closed back as if the doorway never even existed. Matrina mentioned there was more than one grey wolf. So did they somehow break through the protecting array and found a way inside the woods? Usually, grey wolves are social creatures. They tend to live in a pack. The way Matrina and Halberd seem to be in a hurry must be because they plan to hunt down the other wolves. Halberd had mentioned he was in a party. Maybe the other party members are currently engaged with wolves as we speak. That must be it. I've heard a lot of tales and even read a lot of books about how brave adventurers travel around the world in their quest to seek treasure, defeat various strong monsters, etc. I already had my fill of adventure in my previous life, but what I am curious about was the way the human adventurers fight. The way mana is used by humans is different from what I could use as a demon. So if I get to see these adventurers in action, I might be able to get some insight. There was no time to waste. I quickly made up my mind. This loud rumbling and the sudden appearance of the rocky walls might have already alerted the townsfolk. They must be on their way as we speak. I ran back to Heather and told her to stay with Mom. I also told her to warn other villagers to not approach the woods. She nodded like a good girl but asked me where I was going. I didn't answer, just patted her head and told her, "I'll be back soon." After saying so, I rushed back towards where the rocky wall stood. These walls had a quite rough surface and I could tell that Halberd just made this in a hurry. Still, it's not something your ordinary mage can make. Although the walls were tall and long, they can still be easily scaled. I quickly found a suitable wall that allowed me to get some grip to climb. I have been training for so long, of course climbing the wall was a cinch. After I reached the top of the wall, I glanced back at our town. I could certainly see some commotion rising in our town. There were many people on the streets and from the looks of it, they were approaching in our direction. I then turned back my head towards the woods. In the woods, I could see Halberd and Matarina heading deep inside woods. They seemed to be in a hurry but also were on guard. I quickly ducked so that I won't attract their attention. After a few minutes, the pair disappeared completely out of sight. I then glanced down and saw the river. This river actually separated our village from the woods, but the wall now gave much more security. Near the river, I saw a makeshift stone bridge that never existed before. This must be created by Halberd to cross the river. The river wasn't too deep here, they could just cross the river by walking. Never mind. Just when I heard loud noises coming from deep within the woods. There was a lot of howling and growling sounds accompanied by loud explosions. Without wasting any time, I ran on top of the wall looking for a certain area. The rocky wall was about 2 meters thick and it was easy to run around. After reaching a certain area, I quickly dived into the river. I knew this river like the back of my hand. The area in this river was a little deep and just about right to dive in. After diving in, I crossed the river. I glanced around. From the direction I heard noises, I had little guess where this battle was taking place. The gray wolves usually live in packs. A single wolf will be easy to kill, but a pack operating like a team would give even a veteran adventurer a hard time. The woods here create a decent cover for wolves to hide, giving adventurers a hard time to hunt these wolves. The trees here would certainly obstruct the adventurer's vision. On the other hand, the wolves have a great sense of smell and easily track other adventurers. So the only way to hunt wolves down is by luring them out to open space. But even if you lure them to open space, the adventurers should also have to be strong enough to kill them. This task also needs a good number of adventurers working together as a team. Right now, the most suitable place to lure the wolves would be the place near the rocky cliff waterfall. That area is quite spacious and wide enough for this task. The area around that place is a rocky formation and there are very few trees. From the direction of the explosions and growls, it was certainly coming from the same place. After determining the place, I didn't immediately start heading in that direction. The wolves have a strong sense of smell, and if they sense me, I will be good as dead. I went and ran around the woods in a certain path and then stopped in front of a particular tree. The tree wasn't anything special. It looked like any other tree, but there were a lot of red small cherry-like fruits hanging. I quickly climbed up and plucked a handful of these fruits. These cherry-like fruits weren't edible for direct human consumption. They weren't poisonous but too sour for anyone to eat. They were used to create pickles and sometimes dried to create condiments to be used in various dishes. These fruits were commoner out in the world and in abundant quantity in our woods, nothing special. After collecting a lot of fruits, I squashed them in my hands and then started to rub the juices on my body. I applied them all over my body, my head, armpits, my hair, legs, etc. Once I neatly applied the paste of the fruits, I jumped back on the ground and took fresh soil, and then rubbed it to my body the same way as before. I did this to hide my stench from getting detected by the wolves. Once I thoroughly applied mud and the fruit paste, I was ready to head to the cliff waterfall. In the woods, there were a lot of scattered rocky hills all over the place. These hills were actually the source of stream water which all connected to create the river near our town. The place where Halberd and Metrina are heading is also the waterfall cliff, but to go there directly, there was a huge rocky hill obstructing their path. This particular rocky hill was the largest hill in the area, and it's not easy to climb over this thing. The rocky walls of this hill were quite steep and climbing it would be too much of a hassle. So I am pretty sure, Halberd and Metrina will go around the hill to reach the waterfall cliff. But I just directly went to where the rocky hill was. After I reached the big rocky hill, I then headed to a cave. This cave was particularly small and a kid like myself could easily enter it. Others might not aware of it, but this cave is actually a natural passageway that could help anyone cross over and reach the other end of this hill. I didn't waste any time and went inside the small tunnel. It was a little dark inside, but I had traversed many times in this tunnel, so even in the dark, it was easy to travel. It took me about 15 minutes to cross this hill to reach the other end of this hill. Before exiting, I checked the area around me to make sure there were no wolves in the vicinity. After making sure the area was safe, I quickly rushed and climbed on top of a tree. From this point on, it's better to use trees to travel around. Running around the ground would be too dangerous, and I won't know when I run into a stray wolf. I jumped by grabbing onto tree branches and leapt to other trees heading to the waterfall cliff. My reflexes were like a monkey as I leapt from tree to tree. I had also trained my hand grip in the woods so that I could be as agile as a monkey. I was also on my guard on the lookout to see if there were any wolves nearby. If I ever spot a wolf, it's best to hide in the trees until it passes away. Thankfully, I didn't see any wolves on my way. As I started to get closer to the water cliff, the noise also started to increase as well. There was a lot of howling and growling of wolves, and then there would be a sound of a loud explosion that shook the land. There would be at least 1 or 2 explosions every minute. While standing on the top of the trees, I could see smoke coming and flashes of light in midst of faraway trees. The place where smoke was coming was just around the corner. That place is the cliff waterfall. CH10, the cliff waterfall. I was now alert about my surroundings. I stopped jumping around like a crazy monkey as before. Instead, now I was quite sneaky. I had to check my surroundings before leaping onto another tree without making any noise. A few moments ago 2 to 3 wolves just went past by, in a hurry towards the rocky waterfall cliff. Thankfully it didn't notice me. This fruit paste and soil rubbed over my body worked wonders. Although, it's a bit itchy but still bearable. I must be just a dozen of meters away until I reach the edge of the waterfall riverbank. The loud sounds of the aggressive wolves howling and screaming, accompanied by explosions of various spells being used, can be heard loud and clearly. With the battle screams of wolves and mages, there was also the sound of a waterfall down from the cliff, but this sound again would be suppressed by the sounds of the fierce battle. It wasn't until few minutes of sneaky and cautious approach that I reached near the edge of the riverbank and hid amidst the lush green leaves of a tree. It was then the scene of the intense battlefield came into view. The vast riverbank had vast rocky floors spread long and wide. There were just small patches of bushes, no trees around the 200-meter radius of around the stream was flowing. Behind, in the background, there were wide walls of tall rocky cliffs dividing the two grounds. In the center of the cliff, there was a fierce stream of water gushing down like a serpent and crashing down on a wide pool created from the natural erosion from the waterfall. Boom, just when a bright flash appeared in the corner of my eyes. I glanced in the direction to find a young boy about 12-13 years old with red fiery spiky hair standing all alone near the riverbank. From the palm of his hand smoke was rising and didn't seem to bother him much. He was dressed, wore a bright red jacket and a pair of black shorts. To my surprise, he was surrounded by an army of wolves in a circle. Everyone glaring at him and growling fiercely as if they had long enmity since birth. There should be at least hundreds of wolves surrounding him from everywhere. Many of them looked injured and some had burned skins, yet they looked more ferocious. There were a lot of charred corpses of wolves laying on the sidelines. Some corpses missing bodies and guts laying everywhere. There were also corpses burned to cinders. No wonder the air smells so repugnant. Although more wolves would appear from the forest and join the encirclement to kill the red-haired brat. Despite such a horrendous situation, the red-haired brat still had a brazen smile reaching the corner of his eyes. Hee hee. Is that all you got? You are no wolves, just a bunch of incompetent mutts. He then slammed his fist in his palms. As soon as his fist met his palm, there were sparks of fire. Come on, I can do this all day long, he screamed. The wolves, despite not understanding human language, the taunts from red-hair brat irked them. Soon some of the wolves, first in line, charged fiercely. These wolves were the injured ones among the pack. The red-haired brat was also quite skilled and his eyes scanned the approaching wolves. He quickly stretched his both arms and suddenly there were bright flames appearing on the top of his hands. He then waved his arms in a circular manner, creating a ring of fire blasting towards the approaching wolves, some roast wolves coming up. The fire blast was quite fierce that even I could feel the heat standing here so far away. The wolves that attacked the red-haired brat were burned to a crisp. No one survived his flames. This guy must be the so-called wizard, I said to myself. In the books I read about mana, there were people called wizards. They are said to be the best mages in manipulating mana than your average mages. Normally when a mage who has to use mana needs to rely on a magic circle embedded with runes. Mages would inscribe these circles beforehand on their weapons or other stuff as a medium. A veteran mage can draw a magic circle in the air and then cast spells. For example, how Matrina had cast that healing spell. But there are some people who can manifest mana at will. They can draw mana just from their bare skin. They don't need to rely on magic circles to cast spells. They are the ones entitled with the title of wizards. Wizards are quite powerful and even revered as people blessed by mana, but the existence of such people is very rare. Most of the existing wizards are nobility coming from big backgrounds. The red-haired brat clearly wasn't wearing any types of equipment on his hands, nor there was any magic circle when he used to create flames. I clearly saw bright red flames appearing on the palm of his bare hands. If this guy isn't wizard, then I don't know what he is. He was so young, about a 13-year-old wizard who had manifested mana core not too long ago. Still able to show such firepower and skills as a veteran mage. No wonder he was so brave in front of the army of the Grey Wolves. Although the other wolves who had encircled the brat were unharmed. They maintained enough distance to not get attacked by the red-haired brat's flames. They only kept growling and barking at him. Some wolves would try to attack from time to time but would get burned down to cinders. He still kept on taunting the wolves with a lunatic smile. I kept watching in distance without moving. More wolves poured in from the forest, joining the encirclement. There don't seem the wolves would stop coming anytime soon. Some time passed and the red-haired wizard stood his ground, burning wolves to a crisp. This time he used his flames as usual, but his feet suddenly started to become wobbly. His eyes flickered as if he felt dizzy. That fool must have depleted his mana reserves. Fighting such a big army of wolves all alone. Even if he's a wizard, that doesn't mean he can fight all the wolves till the last one of them. What was that fool even thinking? Seeing this, wolves quickly sensed something was off, and this time they all attacked at the same time. The red-haired brat's eyes were closed and his legs were wobbly. It looked as if he was sleepwalking. He wasn't even aware of the approaching wolves. Matrina and Halberd would still take some time to come to his aid. He won't be able to survive until then. Just when? Oi brat, wakey wakey, suddenly a female voice echoed. Out of nowhere, shards of ice-long icicles rained on the approaching wolves. The icicle shards were long and thin as a normal arrow, but more deadly. These icicle shards pierced through the wolves' vital points like pincushions. But after getting impaled with these ice arrows, there was a chilling effect that would freeze nearby flesh of the wolves. Most of the wolves died on spot, and many who were injured wolves' speed and mobility greatly reduced. Hearing the female voice, The red-haired brat finally came to his senses. He first glanced at his situation and saw the wolves impaled with ice arrows. His smile disappeared and looked quite upset. "You lowly dogs, I will blast you all to hell." Suddenly his body burst into big flames, burning any wolves approaching him. The remaining wolves had no choice to back off. The body on his flames lasted for few seconds and disappeared. Red-haired brat glared at the wolves angrily. He stretched his hand, his palm facing toward the wolves horizontally. Suddenly there was a fire floating in front of his palm which started to shrink to a size of a small orb. Even if the red orb looked small, it was glowing brightly and getting brighter by the second. With other free hands, he creates a fist engulfed in a fire. "Eat this." He then punched his flame fist on the back of his hand which had the orb, Larian's flame gun. As soon as his fiery fist came in contact with his other hand, the flames from his fist transferred to the orb and shot towards the wolves. The orb was shot like lightning and hit in the middle of the wolves. In an instant, the orb grew in size and impact and exploded. All the wolves in the center were blasted to tiny meat fragments and the other wolves were blasted away like rag sacks. Everyone caught in the explosion died or fatally wounded. Suddenly there was a wide hole in the encirclement. The remaining wolves backed away in fear. The red-haired brat grinned, then disappeared and then turned his head in a certain direction. "Hey, Artisha! Could you stop calling me brat already? The name's Belle Mitherinthgrade. If the name's too long you can just call me Belle. I will allow you to call me so." He then folded his arms. "I don't owe you any thanks. I could easily handle these mutts." So the red-haired brat called himself Belle. From the arrogant tone he's using, he's definitely one of those nobles, no doubt. "Nah, brat will do fine." The female voice responded. That's when I saw a girl in a distance sitting on a tree leisurely holding a bow. She had beautiful long white hair and enchanting emerald blue eyes. She was dressed in a beautiful green top and shorts which made almost camouflaged between the trees. Just when I spot something, her ears. She had long pointy ears poking out of her long white hair. She's from the elf race. According to Belle, the elf girl's name was Artisha. From the way she was holding onto the bow, she must be the one who launched those icicle arrows. She sat back on the tree branch leisurely and let her long legs just hanging around. It looked like she was here to just enjoy the breeze. "Well, being a noble fire wizard and you can't even climb a tree? Are you sure you're up to becoming an adventurer?" she asked with a sneer. Belle's face turned red with embarrassment. "Hey! I can climb a mere tree with ease. I just happen to be in a mood to hunt some wolves, that's all." From the way his face turned red, it seems the girl was speaking the truth. What the hell? A fierce noble fire wizard and can't climb a mere tree? Anyone who hears this can laugh it off. No wonder his pride wouldn't allow him to admit it. "I can help you climb up a tree if you want," said Artisha with an innocent smile. Belle gritted his teeth and launched a flame spell at a nearby wolf that tried to attack. Rada's family never take favors from others. "I am fine, you needn't worry about me." Saying so, Belle took out a vial of potion from his pocket and drank its contents in a gulp. Suddenly there was a glow in his body and his tired complexion turned rosy. That must be some kind of mana potion. Potions are quite rare and expensive, brewed by witches. They come in very handy during dire situations like this and give mages the explosive power to overcome hard situations. Such potions have saved a lot of mages countless times. Belle seems to come from nobility, so he should definitely have some potions on him. It's so nice to have such strong background. Although heavily relying on magic potions and magic capsules would also weaken the foundation of a mage. Hence mages must restrain the usage of such things only if necessary. "Suit yourself," Artisha replied. After saying so, she just lied her back on the tree trunk. She hugged her bow and closed her eyes as if she was taking a nap. Belle again focused his attention on the wolves and attacked them fiercely. After killing more dozens of the wolves, he started sweating a lot. "Hey, where's Razor? How long are we gonna sit here?" Artisha just shrugged her shoulder and didn't even bother to open her eyes. For some reason, the wolves weren't approaching her. It was as if she was invisible to the gray wolves. The leader's here. Suddenly another voice echoed, "Get ready." That's when I turned my head to look in the direction of the sound. There was another guy on a nearby tree. He was sitting on the tallest tree around the area and had climbed all the way to the top. From the looks of it, he must be another one of their comrades. If hadn't shouted I wouldn't even notice. This new comrade was wearing a weird bandana on his head and wore a purple pair of pants and a shirt. Sitting on the top of a tall tree's topmost branch. I couldn't see his face sadly. And the way he was facing, he was looking in a certain direction. After hearing the man, Artisha opened her eyes and held her bow. In an instant, a nice arrow appeared on top of the bowstring in thin air. Finally some real action. He took his sweet time to get here. I was almost about to fall asleep from boredom, said Belle arrogantly with a wide smile. Or from mana exhaustion, added Artisha with a mocking expression. Huh. Stop talking nonsense. I have more than enough mana for the likes of these little pups. Suddenly loud rumbling came from the direction the man was looking. A loud howling thundered from the direction the man was looking at. The sound was so loud that even my eardrums started to go numb. I had to block my ears with my hands to ease the pain. Just when there was white light flying in the sky like a meteor heading towards the cliff waterfall. As soon as it reached the battlefield it changed its trajectory and crash-landed in the army of the wolves. The white light dissipated and a man was revealed standing there. He looked like a middle-aged man, in his 30s with long gray hair reaching to his shoulders. He was wearing light metallic armor covering his torso and legs. There was a long green cape hanging on his back fluttering in the air. In his hand, he held a thin sword with a beautiful curved handle. The wolves were dumbfounded looking at the guy vigilantly. For some reason, they didn't attack and backed away shivering in fear. Oh, what a group little Belle has gathered to welcome my return. I am flattered, he said and then gently swung his sword in an arc. In an instant, the wolves in the vicinity were cut in half, and blood splattered all over the place. Blood and guts of the wolves stained the riverbank. Not even I could see how his attack struck the wolves in the first place. Belle rushed to this man and patted his shoulder. Razor. It's good to see you back in one piece. So did your so-called plan work? Asked with a bright smile. Razor let out a sigh. Don't worry, a woo-oo-oo, a loud deafening wolf howl again echoed throughout the woods. This time it was louder and closer than before. Cold sweat appeared on my brows. There was strong bloodlust coming from that scream. That gray wolf must be the leader of this group of gray wolves. Razor glanced in the direction. Well, I nearly died confronting the thing. Hope you guys are ready. Wait, he glanced around. Where's Halberd and Matarina? Belle just scratched his head. They are on their way here. Don't worry. Hearing this, Razor frowned. We will need big guy's earth support magic to take down that ruler-class dire wolf. He then swung his sword and butchered more wolves. Hope we survive until he returns. Ch11, dire wolf. As soon as the other wolves heard their leader's howl, they fell in a daze. All the wolves stood like a statue for a few seconds and then an instant glared at the adventuring party in front of them. This time they looked more angry and ferocious and their eyes rolled and their eye whites were revealed as if they went insane. It seemed the wolves just received some instructions from their leader. The gray wolves, without wasting any time, quickly launched a fierce assault. This time they didn't even care about their safety and just charged blindly. Razor and Belle replied to the assault with kind. Razor kept swinging his sword graciously in the air and all of the wolves that came across his blade were butchered in meatballs. His blade created a gust of wind-shaped blade aimed at the wolves, cutting them in half. Meanwhile, Belle attacked fiercely with his fire spells and explosions as he waved his hands. The rotten smell of burning wolves polluted the air. Artisha, hidden in the trees, provided cover and fired ice arrows, striking her target with quiet precision. Every arrow she shot would hit the wolves on their head, killing them in an instant. The trio's assault was working and the number of wolves started declining at a rapid pace. All of a sudden I heard loud noises of footsteps approaching near the waterfall. The noise came from the same direction as from where the leader of the wolf was. It sounded like the footsteps of hundreds of wolves marching to the battlefield. I stood motionless hugging the tree and gazed at the woods in the direction of the noise. The woods in the distance started shaking and it was soon a huge army of gray wolves charged fiercely. The numbers were in hundreds or even thousands. The huge army of wolves poured out from the woods like an ant army when their colony was under attack. Each and every wolf looked strong and healthy. Even their eyes had rolled and only eye whites were visible. They all reinforced the encirclement to kill Razor and Belle. The outcome suddenly changed. Belle and Razor pushed back against each other's back. Where the fuck did such number of wolves get here? Is this the entirety of wolf species gathered here together or what? It wasn't long when the other wolves sensed Artesia's presence. The remaining wolves attacked the tree where she was hiding. They attacked with their jaws and claws trying to pull down the tree. The tree started to shake when faced with such a fierce assault. Artesia's nonchalant demeanor had long vanished, her brows wrinkled and attacked all the nearby attacking wolves. She started chanting and a magic circle appeared in front of her bow and then she shot the arrow. As soon as the arrow left the bowstring it cloned itself into hundreds of arrows and rained down killing all the wolves in the vicinity. But it wasn't long other wolves would take their place and attacked the tree instead. They were trying to tumble the tree to drag out Artesia on the ground. If the wolf sensed my presence I would fall in the same situation as her. Thankfully I was very far away and the paste and mud on my body helped me hide my presence to some extent. Guys, mind lending me some hand? Artesia shouted while firing ice arrows non-stop. The tree trunk was fiercely damaged by the claws and jaws. The tree won't be able to hold on for much longer. Hearing Artesia's call, Razor glanced at her situation. Alright Belle, let's regroup first. Belle nodded in reply while still casting spells on the wolves. Razor then grabbed his sword close to his face and seemed to be muttering some spell. In an instant, the sword he was holding, a gust of wind started revolving around it. It wasn't long the wind breeze revolved more fiercely like a mini tornado in his hands enveloping the entire blade. It was then Razor opened his eyes, Aramis whirlwind blade. He then dashed with his blade facing towards Artesia like a charging ram. Any wolf that came in contact with the blade was sliced by the fierce tornado like a meat grinder. The blood and meat splashed all around, paving a bloody path and breaking the encirclement. Belle stuck close to Razor, keeping up with his pace and protecting the rear guard. It wasn't soon the two came to where Artesia was and thwarted the siege of the wolves to take down the tree. The three worked together to kill the nearby wolves. Belle looked Artesia had grinned. You don't need to say thanks. We two are equal now, said Belle while gasping for breath. Artesia frowned. Huh? It was Razor that actually helped me. You just happened to tag along, what an ungrateful elf. No wonder you were exiled from your tribe, replied Belle angrily. Suddenly an ice arrow went past Belle's face and landed near the ground. There was a scar on his cheeks that was frozen, formed ice crystals on his face. A cold sweat ran on Belle's brow. Artesia looked terrifying as she coldly glared at Belle. Watch your mouth breath. Just cause you are nobility and happen to be the guild master's brother, don't think I will just sit here and take it. Right now you are in the woods in the outskirts of your kingdom and no one would even come to know how you lost your petty life. Belle was startled and frowned. You. He pointed his finger in shock. Did you just threaten me? Did you just threaten the Prince of Zephania? Artesia just glanced away and shot ice arrows at nearby wolves. Belle turned his head to Razor. Razor. Did you just hear what she said? She just threatened me. Razor swung his blade, killing dozens of wolves, and glanced back at Belle and then at Artesia. He then let out a sigh. Stop bickering, you two. Otherwise, all of us will die together. Razor once again fiercely swung his blade and a gust of arc-shaped wind swept across the wolves. The arc-shaped wind blade cut down dozens of wolves. He then turned his head facing towards a certain direction. Barry. What's the situation? Barry? There was no immediate response. After a few minutes, the guy in purple sitting on the tallest tree jumped down. He flexibly grabbed onto tree branches and came down quickly like a monkey. His arms and legs were quite long, giving him nice mobility to go around trees. He jumped from tree to tree and stood on the edge of the woods. He then reached out to his pocket and a small bag appeared in his hands. using his hands as if rummaging in the bag looking for something. Under the tree, the wolf spotted the man in purple named Barry. They attacked the tree trying to drag Barry down. After a while, Perry took out a mysterious bottle filled with a green potion. He quickly put the bag aside and then picked the bottle and hurled it to where the trio had gathered. The bottle flew and landed in the crowd between the encircled wolves. As soon as the bottle hit the ground it broke and the shattering of glass resounded. In an instant, there was a green mist that appeared and shrouded the nearby wolves. The wolves coming in contact with the green mist fell limp and fell to the ground. They even foamed from their mouth and died on the spot. The green mist was definitely a formidable poison mist. Perry didn't stop there, he quickly did some hand signs and muttered something. In an instant, the poison mist started changing form and moving as if it was alive. The mist quickly changed and swirled around the trio and killed nearby wolves. In a short time, there was a poison mist barrier protecting the trio. The wolves kept charging in the poison barrier like mindless zombies and dying like flies. So this guy must be a poison mage, a very rare breed of mages. Perry jumped from tree to tree and the wolves chased him from below. He lured the wolves in a certain spot and landed between the wolf pack. In an instant performed some hand signs and muttered some incantations. The wolves charged at him like mindless beasts. Perry looked at the wolves and his jaws opened wide, stretching like rubber. It looked like a python opening its mouth to swallow a big prey in one gulp. Suddenly Perry unleashed a green mist of poison from his mouth. All the wolves that came in contact with the poison started to melt like candle wax. The poison was too strong that the wolves only left behind bare bones. The poison mist stayed there, killing the remaining wolves. Barry quickly backed off and climbed onto a tree and sat on a tall branch. His face looked quite pale. That move must have consumed a lot of mana. Good work, Barry. Razor praised him. The trio, now protected within the poison barriers, started to unleash long-range attacks on the wolves, further dwindling their numbers. Belle threw flame balls, Artesia sent ice arrows and Razor slashed gust of wind-shaped blades. The wolves that madly tried to close distance to attack but would perish when they went inside the poison mist. Oh shit! Suddenly Perry blurted. I turned my head to where Perry was. To my horror, there was a huge beast who appeared in front of Perry. The beast was the size of a tree, covered in beautiful dark blue and white fur, thick covering all over its body. The long thick furry tail swayed like a giant snake. The huge beast's azure eyes were set on Perry as it snarled with ferocious killing intent, showing its wide jaws. Perry was sitting on a tall tree, but at this moment he was just a few meters away from the beast at its eye level. That definitely is Dire Wolf, the ruler class mana beast. Perry had just consumed a lot of mana in his previous attack. So he was a little pale and didn't even notice the approaching Dire Wolf. He quickly got on his feet and leapt away in the air. Using one of his fingers to cut a wound on his palm and fresh blood oozed. He then started muttering incantation in the air and the mana started getting absorbed from the environment into his body. This method of using one's own blood to create a spell is quite powerful and mages only use it as a last resort. The blood used here acts as a catalyst and burns the mage's blood essence. This blood essence works as a mage's mana reserve and is even more powerful than the average mana. Although losing one's blood essence is equal to losing one's life essence. Hence blood essence is only used in the most dire time as a last resort. Perry had already used a big spell and now he had no choice but to rely on sacrificing his blood essence to cast a spell. The spell won't be powerful to kill this ruler class dire wolf, but it certainly would harm him to a certain extent. Perry in midair formed magical hand signs, muttering incantation spells. A magic circle appeared in front of Perry's hands and absorbed the blood and the mana in the environment like a vacuum. The dire wolf eyes flashed a glint. He raised his giant paw and smashed it towards the tree. The tree which Perry was resting was uprooted and hurled towards Perry. The dire wolf casually uprooted and hurled the tree like it wasn't a tree but some twigs. Perry's face lost its composure and was quite shocked by the wolf's behavior. Instead of attacking himself, he launched a tree on him. He stopped his hand seals and the magic circle immediately disappeared. With a loud thud, Perry crashed with the tree and swept across the battlefield. The big log of trees fell on the ground, rolling on the ground, crushing all the wolves like red berries. The log rolled and rolled towards where the Razor and his group had gathered. Razor's face was ashen looking at the scene. Artisha and Belle turned pale. The big tree rolled in the ground and marched fiercely towards them. Razor walked in the front and stood at the barrier's edge. Perry should be fine. That bastard can't be killed by a mere tree. It would take more than that to kill that foul breath monster. Razor said with a smile on his face. Razor raised his blade in the air and suddenly a gust of turbulent wind appeared on his blade. As soon as the log reached near, he released his blade, slicing the mere air. The log was quickly cut in half and the two halves rolled by the side, leaving the trio unharmed. The poison barrier and even the ground were split in half from Razor's fierce attack. Artisha got down on the ground and stood with Belle behind Razor. Both the mages ready their spells to engage in combat any second. The rolling log just killed hundreds of wolves in mere seconds. Meanwhile, Perry was nowhere to be seen. There were only just a lot of squashed organs and wolf corpses all over the place. It wasn't soon the dire wolf came in the battlefield, snarling and glaring angrily at the trio, especially at Razor. Razor stared back at the dire wolf. Hey! Dogs are supposed to fetch sticks and not throw them back on their master's face. Then aimed his sword at the dire wolf. Ch-12, The Last Stand. The battlefield was stained red with blood and guts all over the place. The incomplete corpses of dead wolves laid all around the riverbank. The air smelled so repugnant that I could just vomit any second. The stream water running down from the waterfall now was turned red. It was contaminated by all the dead grey wolf's flesh, meat and organs. Now the battle has taken its final form. It's either the Crimson Velvet Party or the dire wolf, only one of the two can walk away. The trio, Artisha, and Belle facing left and right, guarding against the other remaining grey wolves. Meanwhile, Razor standing in the front, glaring straight ahead at the colossal beast, the ruler-class dire wolf. I looked around and I didn't find Perry anywhere. He might already be. Artisha, go back on the tree. Be on the lookout for Perry while also providing cover fire. Razor commanded without turning his head, maintaining his gaze at the dire wolf. Artisha quickly turned around, swiftly climbed the tree she was hiding in before. He continued, Belle, you stand your ground and defend Artisha. Belle nodded in response and stood below Artisha's tree. Two flames appeared in his hands, ready to deploy his spells. Stand your ground until Halberd and Metrina return. Razor started walking towards the dire wolf. Meanwhile, I shall try to tame this bib pup here. The dire wolf barked and the remaining other wolves, hearing it, started attacking Belle and Artisha. The two mages also replied with their fire spells and ice arrows, and the battle fell in a stalemate. Razor also sprinted towards the dire wolf and slashed his sword left and right, killing nearby grey wolves. He had a sneer on his face while mocking the dire wolf. The dire wolf stayed his guard and smashed his giant claw towards Razor. The claw, size bigger than a grown-up man which could easily uproot a tree, fell on Razor like a meteor. Razor didn't mind and easily parried the claw like as if it weighed nothing. The big claw smashed the rocky ground and forming large cracks like cobwebs. He didn't stop and closed in and sliced towards the dire wolf's neck with full force. Razor was directly trying to put an end to this battle with one deadly strike. Although, dire wolf sensed this deadly strike shouldn't be trifled with and quickly moved his neck, protecting its vital area. Razor's strike missed, wounded it beside its neck and in the front limbs. The big dire wolf leapt backward, trying to create distance between him and Razor. He now knew that Razor wasn't some easy foe. Nearby troops uprooted as the dire wolf jumped around the woods. He was limping while he ran around. Razor's strike didn't kill him but surely wounded it. The dire wolf glared even more ferociously, snarling and growling at Razor, releasing its bloodlust. Razor just walked towards the wolf and flicked his sword. The blood on the sword splashed on the ground. Meanwhile, Belle and Artisha worked together, hunting the rest of the grey wolves. Belle and Artisha's fire spells and ice arrows constantly barraged on the wolves. The spell combo of fire and ice created steam. Sometimes the air would be hot and sometimes cold. The two mages looked exhausted and may run out of mana anytime soon. Razor and the dire wolf battled tooth and nail. The big claws followed by its fierce jaws attacked Razor with his full might. He evaded Wolf's jaws and parried the claw attacks and counter-attacking with his own sword skills paired with the wind mana skills, enduring the dire wolf slowly and steadily. Razor also couldn't come out unscathed when he parried the claw attacks and had a lot of wounds despite wearing armor. Both Razor and Wolf were inflicted with wounds all over their body. Especially the dire wolf, who was severely wounded and his mobility was reduced a lot. While Razor's attacks got more fierce and deadly. Everything was going well, but then suddenly something changed. The dire wolf backed away from Razor and then opened his jaws. The mana started gathering in front of his jaws. A ball of mana appeared, then turned into a dark blue ball of lightning which started to grow in size. Razor was a little startled, but he regained his calm demeanor. "Oh, you are going all out? Then I should as well put everything in the line." He suddenly held his sword in his front and closed his eyes, chanting some incantation. The man and beast both simultaneously prepared to attack each other with their final attack. Both of them had the confidence to take the other down with this one last move. The dire wolf possessed the lightning element attribute, which is a very rare element attribute. This element was more deadly and difficult to master than any other element. There are mages who mastered lightning attributes too, but such mages are very rare. On the other hand, mages with this attribute have a lot of deadly offensive skills. The blue ball of lightning grew a size of a small house. It was unstable. Some stray lightning from the ball would sometimes strike nearby trees. It gave a strong feeling of despair and destruction. Meanwhile, Razor, who was standing idle, had now enveloped himself with a powerful gust of wind. The wind mana around the environment was channeling and getting absorbed into his body. Razor suddenly opened his eyes, which were glowing, Aramis celestial spirit possession. Suddenly a glowing translucent after image appeared hovering above Razor's head. It was an ethereal after image of an ancient knight covered in metallic full-plated armor with a beautiful sword in its hand. The ancient knight gave a powerful aura as it floated over Razor's head. Although the afterimage of the knight had an incomplete body. The knight was missing one arm as well as his lower body. Even some parts of his head were missing. It was an incomplete celestial spirit. That must be his contracted celestial spirit's ethereal body, I muttered to myself. I read it in the books of magic and mana manipulation. Mages after reaching the intermediate class are eligible to summon and make a contract with a celestial spirit. Once the contract has been established, the celestial spirit will merge with the respective mage's mana core. The intermediate mage who successfully created a contract will then advances to a high-class mage. This celestial spirit can come in any form, as a former warrior, powerful mana beast, and even mythical plants. The contracted spirit then gives their respected mages powerful skills and techniques once used by those spirits. After the contract was formed, the mage has to then work hard to grow and develop its mana core as well as its celestial spirit's ethereal body. At first, the contracted mage only possesses a fragment of the celestial spirit. Most mages usually start with having a finger or toe of their contracted celestial spirit. As the mage grows, the celestial spirit's ethereal body also grows side by side. The finger will transform into a hand and then into an arm, and so on. As the ethereal body of celestial spirit grows, the more techniques and skills the mage unlocks. Razor's celestial spirit already had a full-grown arm and torso and an almost complete head. He must be a very high-tier mage. The incomplete ethereal afterimage of the ancient knight floated over Razor for a few seconds and then turned into a flowing light rushed inside his body. Razor's body was enveloped in a glowing light giving off a powerful aura. The dire wolf held the lightning ball in its jaws facing a Razor. Soon a deadly stream of lightning poured from the ball aiming at Razor. There was a loud explosion and a big pit hole appeared. Although Razor had already moved away and appeared behind the dire wolf and slashed his sword in reply. A strong arc-shaped wind blade slicing the ground and the air slammed behind the colossal beast. With one strike, Razor cut off the dire wolf's tail. The big furry tail fell on the ground with a loud thud. Meanwhile, the severed part of the dire wolf's tail spurted blood like a faucet. The dire wolf was furious and turned around its head to attack Razor with the lightning ball. Once again a stream of lightning struck towards Razor and then there was a loud explosion. But Razor once again disappeared and reappeared beside the dire wolf slashed its sword. He once again cut off one of its paws on the front legs. Blood once again spurted from the wound tainting all around. The dire wolf could only back away fearing Razor. Razor was totally playing with the dire wolf now. The celestial spirit possession skill of Razor was too powerful, overwhelming the dire wolf. Instead of directly killing the dire wolf he was just taunting and messing around. The dire wolf was wounded with injuries all over its body. It kept on creating lightning balls to attack but couldn't even scratch Razor. The wounds around the dire wolf's neck had greatly reduced its mobility to aim at Razor. It also noticed that it was on the end of its rope. "Well, you should just obediently give up and let me strap a leash on your neck. Become my pet, it's better than dying, right?" Razor said with a mocking sneer. The dire wolf was agitated but once again created the lightning ball to attack. Pointless struggle. "You should just when Razor's words stuck in his throat, you wouldn't dare." The dire wolf this time aimed the lightning at where Belle and Artisha were making their stand. What a bloody villain. This dire wolf's intellect was pretty good, not like its companions, the brainless grey wolves. The lightning-charged attack was fiercely aimed at Belle and Artisha. The two mages were still engaged in defending the assault of the grey wolves who had encircled them. They didn't even realize that the dire wolf was targeting them. Razor engulfed him and his blade with a gust of wind rushed to where Belle and Artisha were. Like a lightning cutting all the grey wolves breaking the encirclement, he came in front of his two comrades in a matter of seconds. The dire wolf had already released the lightning strike. Razor without stopping used his blade, slashing the lightning charge attack with all his might in a point-blank range. There was a loud collision between the lightning attack and his wind-slashed attack resulting in a blast. The ground and dirt along with the nearby grey wolves had blasted away. Razor flew back like a ragsack crashing into the tree where Artisha was standing. The big tree fell with a loud thud. Artisha and Belle also had to back away from the strong blast waves. They don't even know what just happened. Soon the smoke and dirt subsided and they saw Razor lying on his back in the stump of the fallen tree. "Aw darn it. You conniving little shit. Trying to target my juniors. You okay, Razor?" asked Belle, who rushed at the scene, followed by Artisha. "I think I just broke a couple of ribs, nothing much to worry about. I just need a little help getting up," replied Razor leisurely. "Hello, I don't want to startle but that dire wolf readying another charge blast," said Artisha as she fired a couple of ice arrows at the dire wolf. The ice arrows hit their mark but the dire wolf didn't even flinch and just shot the lightning blast at the trio. The strong charge blast was more powerful, unlike its other attacks. Belle created a firewall to protect but it was very thin. He was also running out of mana reserves. The situation was very grim. Just when huge dozen slabs of earth walls stood in front of the trio. The charge blasted through, destroying half of the walls and vanished. The strong blast had to destroy almost half of the dozen earth walls before disappearing. "Big guy. It's about time you show up," welcomed Razor. Halberd and Metrina had finally arrived. Even Perry was walking with the support of Metrina. He looked injured but still not very serious. Metrina must have patched him. Halberd lent a hand helping Razor to get on his feet. "Ha ha, so it seemed a little stray pup whooped your ass pretty bad. Do you need a hand?" "Huh. I just sprained my back, nothing to worry about. You just protect the kids. Leave that dire pup to me." Now the entire party was assembled and there will be no match against it. This battle is over. The dire wolf also senses the arrival of reinforcements and notices it was in knee-deep shit. It was already badly wounded and escaping Razor and his party was not an option. It's not like they will even allow the dire wolf to escape. Just then a sudden anomaly occurred. The dire wolf looked at the sky and howled out loudly. The roar was loud and deafening. It was the howl of a trapped beast standing at the death's door who had nothing to lose. The other grey wolves hearing the howl suddenly went crazy and started attacking each other. The grey wolves bit and clawed on their fellow canine brothers and sisters, tearing flesh and limbs. Every and each wolf was now killing their own for no reason. All the gray wolves started dying like flies. Soon I noticed something. The blood of the dead wolves started gathering under the dire wolf's feet. All the blood from the corpses was pulled at the same location and a mysterious glow appeared in that place. The glowing dot rose from the blood that looked like a blue door pulling, absorbing the blood all around. This is blood sacrifice. Razor exclaimed, "We must not let him intake that orb." Matrina raised her staff and suddenly a glowing light showered over its party members, reinforcement magic. Without waiting, Halberd went ahead and smashed his hammer in the ground. Suddenly a big spike-shaped rock appeared underneath the dire wolf and pierced its guts, almost uplifting him from the ground. Blood and guts rolled down and made a bloody mess. Despite the deadly strike, the dire wolf snarled at the adventuring party. The dire wolf's eyes had rolled and only white was visible as if it had become a zombie. It then turned and looked towards the blood orb and opened its jaws to swallow it. "Stop ignoring us," Bell exclaimed and took out a fan-like artifact from his jacket. Then using some incantation he swung the fan towards the wolf, raging inferno. Suddenly a tall fire tornado engulfed the wolf, burning its fur and flesh to crisp. Artesia used hand signs and incantation and created a long ice lance the size of a tree, skewering the wolf through its chest. Perry took out a small cylinder and held it in his mouth and shot a poison liquid, melting the dire wolf's half of its face that only the skull was visible. Despite being injured so severely, the gray wolf didn't stop and lowered his head, slowly opened its wide jaw to gnaw the red orb. Razor, who I don't know when he had appeared in front of the dire wolf, holding his sword, muttering serious incantation, and then glared at the wolf. The wolf ignored Razor as if he didn't even exist there. Suddenly the sword's blade and Razor's hand shriveled and took the shape of a spring. He bent on his knees and arched his arm like a bowstring. The ground under his feet plowed into the ground. "Aramis Retroschneiser," Razor exclaimed. In an instant Razor's whole body turned into a white glowing light shot towards the dire wolf's head. There was a loud explosion and the dire wolf's head exploded into bits. There was yet another explosion near the cliff beside the waterfall. I looked there and saw a big meteor shaped on the cliff wall. Between the impact crater, there was Razor sitting with his sword. His sword was stuck in the cliff wall and only his handle was out. Meanwhile, Razor himself seemed to have passed out. I turned my head towards the dire wolf. Now there was only a headless corpse of the dire wolf, which fell to the ground with a loud thud. The red orb was still there, floating around, absorbing the blood from the battlefield like a vacuum. Matrina and the others gathered around the orb and then took the orb with them into a bag. Halberd moved the crater along with Razor downwards with his earth magic skills. It was about time I should get moving as well. I quickly retraced my steps, heading back to my village. "Oh, we have an audience here." Just when a voice echoed behind me. I turned my head and saw a man hanging upside down looking at me. He was wearing a purple bandana and purple shirt and pants. His face was all gloomy and he had dark circles under his eyes. It was none other than Perry, who I don't know when he noticed me. "Hello there. I am just passing by." He. I replied meekly. He grabbed me by the collar and dragged me to his party. Later there was a big lecture by the guild members telling me how dangerous it was following them around. They later sent me back to my village with Halberd and Matrina. Halberd removed the long wall of barricades and bid farewell. My mom woke up after 3 days of rest. There was yet another lecture once she got to know of my little adventure. Ch13, preparing for a journey. Today I will be setting out on a long journey with my parents. Our destination is the Delvenport city, one of the biggest cities in the kingdom. This journey is the most important to my almond family because it might change my life depending on how it ends. What's so important about this journey, you may ask? Well, 2 weeks from now, the city will be hosting the Mage Ascension classification ceremony. This ceremony is to look for new young children who might have an aptitude to become a mage. Children once past age 12 will be eligible to take part in this ceremony to see if they have successfully manifested a mana core. Once children have manifested a mana core with a particular element attribute, They are then given a chance to join various famous mage academies. A lot of famous mage academies send their people to watch this ceremony just so they can recruit potential young mages. A lot of young kids who have turned 12 years of age arrive at the ceremony from all over the kingdom. Poor, rich, common folks, nobility, every kid attends this ceremony on equal footing. Almost every big city in the kingdom holds this ceremony every year. Many people bring their young kids to take part in this ceremony. This year the ceremony will be held again in 2 weeks' time. The nearest city where the ceremony is taking place is Devonport City. You must have surmised now why we are heading to Devon City now. You guessed it right. I am already 12 years old and I am headed to Devon City to participate in that ceremony. It's been 3 months since my birthday. We had a grand celebration at our house. Although the only people to attend my birthday parties were Heather and her elder sister, Martha. The rest of the guests were Mother's fellow girlfriends living in the town. My dad also invited some of his work colleagues. I didn't make many friends nor did I care about such trivial things. Instead of a kid's birthday, it looked like a grown-up gathering. Although a kid's 12th birthday is meant to be celebrated grandly, it's a way to collect blessings for the child so that he or she could become a mage. Hence I also got a lot of presents like wooden battle practice equipment, books about mana manipulation, amulets and charms to bring good luck, etc. These were a lot better present than any other birthdays where they gave me stupid stuffed dolls and wooden figurines of the 12 heavenly virtue heroes. I won't even give such stupid toys to even my children if they were to born. Although, the dolls and figurines did come in handy for target practice. Never mind. Right at this moment, I am looking at myself in front of the mirror. My crimson red hair and my green iris eyes were inherited by my mother. Although my hair is a bit thick and unruly, unlike my mother's beautiful bright red silky hair. I guess this is thanks to my father's unkempt hair that I inherited along with a bit of his facial appearance. I stretched my arms to check out my clothes. I am wearing a long-sleeved brown iron shirt along with a pair of shorts that reach till the knees. A pair of long white socks and brand new black shoes that father recently bought for this journey. To complete my attire, on my head I wore a beret hat. A present from my mother. I look like such a goofball. Can't even believe I was once the overlord of the underworld. The new life seemed to have eroded my hatred to some extent that now my past life just felt like just a bad nightmare. Benji, Beth. Let's get moving. The horse carriage is already here. My dad shouted from the outside. On my way, I replied. I tidied my collar and glanced once again in the mirror, front and back to make sure again. After that, I quickly hurried out to greet my father outside. My father standing outside the doorway with a sleek shirt and coat paired with neat matching pants. Shoes are polished neatly so that you can see sparkles. He was glaring inside our house through his signature oval-rimmed glasses and his hands on his hip. He was staring fiercely through the walls to where the bedroom, where mother was still dressing up. Behind my father was our horse carriage waiting for us to head to the train station. The Devonport city was far away and it might even take us months to safely reach the city on a horse carriage. Thankfully there is a railway line that connects the major cities to the capital. Usually, common folks like us would never be able to afford the train tickets. Only rich people and high-ranking mages travel using these railways. Commoners like us people have to go through roads along route avoiding dangerous areas with mana-bee-stridden forests and other desolate unstable mana zones. But when the Mage Ascension classification ceremony is held, the kingdom runs a special train that takes kids from all over the kingdom to hitch a ride to the nearest major city for the Mage Ascension classification ceremony. Of course, the kingdom can't look after these kids themselves, so they allow 2 adults to accompany them on the train. This time it's my almond's family to hitch a ride on the train. My mom and dad had also traveled once on that train when they had turned 12. They don't have many memories about the train ride, but they were certain that the ride was quite memorable. Sadly my father didn't have any aptitude to be a mage, but my mother actually was a fire mage. Yeah, even I was quite shocked to know that. My mother was just a low-tier mage doing adventuring, roaming around the kingdom as an adventurer. But during my mother's ascension ritual to get promoted to a higher class mage, an accident occurred. This resulted in a backlash and my mother lost her mage abilities and almost lost her life. After losing her mage abilities she left her family and even quit being an adventurer. She had met my father while traveling as an adventurer and later the two got married and settled here. This information was told to me by Dad last week when both father and son were having a man-to-man talk. I don't know what got into Dad to tell me such stuff, maybe because the ceremony was getting so close. My mother, despite being loving and so caring, she never talks about her past. Why did she leave her family? Why did she never reveal to me that she was a former mage? Did she think I would be disappointed in her if I knew that she lost her mage abilities? Of course, I won't be disappointed in her. So why did she lose her abilities? She's better than an average non-mage woman, thanks to her battle experience. She shouldn't feel shy about losing her abilities. I said the same to my dad and he even agreed with me, but still insisted that I keep our talk a secret. He told me to act as he has never revealed my mother's past. I should wait until she actually opens up herself. I had no choice but to agree to it. If she doesn't want to tell, then that's that. I also have a past that I don't want to reveal for the time being. Telling them straight that I am actually the former demonic overlord would be quite shocking. It's better that I keep it a secret. Hey, Beth. We should get moving. Do you want us to miss the train? My dad asked out loud. Just give me 5 minutes. My mom replied from the bedroom. Dear, you have been dressing for 30 minutes now. It's not our betrothal ceremony, it's our Benji's mage classification ceremony. Let our Benji shine for once or you might outshine him from your beauty. You stay quiet. I have told you to cut your unkempt hair so many times. You look like an alcoholic vagabond, that doesn't mean I should also look the same. It's my son's big day, of course, I should look my best. She shouted angrily through the bedroom. What's the point of dressing up if we miss the train? There's still time. Stop yelling and help me wear this pendant. This pendant lock is really tricky. Help me out. My dad let out a sigh and he went inside. Even the carriage driver was looking at us awkwardly. I just smiled back and greeted him with a nod while helping him put our luggage inside the carriage. I took a sigh. This will be a long journey. It will be a long journey. Ch14, one last glance. Mother and father were taking their sweet time, so I was helping out the driver to store the luggage in the carriage. It was a bit awkward for the driver and he seemed to avoid looking me in the eye. My mom and dad were squabbling out loud and it was very loud and clear. Even I felt a little embarrassed. Just when I was in the midst of helping, Ben, I heard a girl's voice. Turning my head, I saw a young girl almost the same age as me who was dressed in a blue frock. She had bob-cut black hair with a blue lily flower just above her ear. One of her arms was made of a wooden prosthetic arm. Meanwhile, her other arm was behind her, as if she was hiding something. She wasn't wearing any shoes, again barefoot. But her beautiful brown eyes were round and moist, staring at me as if she will cry any second now. It was none other than Heather. I leapt down from the carriage and went to meet her. Good morning, I never thought you would wake up soon, I said with a sneer. You're such an asshole. You told me you will wake me up first thing in the morning, she replied angrily. Oh yes, I did promise her something like that. It almost slipped my mind. Heather isn't a morning girl, she always tends to wake up late almost at noon. She was pampered a lot by her mother and daughter. But her father is a downright alcoholic jerk, sadly. She learned all the foul language from the time when her father used to abuse her mother. 2 years ago the domestic abuse escalated to such an extent that the town elders had to get involved. Later the townsfolk helped put her father into a rehabilitation center with the help of using a guild request. From then on her upbringing has been a lot better ever since. But sadly she had already been infected with a foul-mouthed personality, thanks to her abusive father. I lightly hit Heather with a chop on her head. Language. She suddenly burst into tears, sobbing like a child all of a sudden. She knitted her eyes and wailed out as if someone had died or something. Hey, I know I have been strength training and my physique is better than an average kid. Not bragging or anything. But I know that chop hardly hurts her. It was just light pat. Even the driver now started giving me this weird look. I grabbed her shoulder. Oi, that was just a light chop. What's with all the crying and drama? Heather didn't respond, just wailed and sobbing loudly. This went for a minute. Alright. I am sorry. Now stop crying. I apologized and rubbed her head. Did it hurt here? I glanced and even the driver was staring daggers as if I was someone who committed a heinous crime in public view. I had no choice but to apologize. Heather shook her head. She was still crying but at least she was quite down. She looked at me with teary eyes. Do you have to go? She asked me. Of course I have to go. I had told you yesterday. I replied. I hope you don't become a mage. Heather. I exclaimed angrily, you know how important this is for me. I have been training for so long. Now I finally have a chance to see if I can be a mage and exact my revenge. Heather knows better than anyone how hard I trained. She's the last person that I would want to say such a thing. I have been working so hard to become a mage so I can exact my revenge. She really ticked me off this time. I stopped midway and turned around. If you just want to say such a thing, you shouldn't have bothered coming here. I turned around and walked towards the carriage. Meanwhile, the driver was glaring at me and shaking his head as if trying to reconcile with her. Most of the adults see Heather with her prosthetic arm, they feel a lot of pity and sympathy for her until she opens her foul mouth. This driver will react the same way if he knew Heather. I ignored the driver and just walked towards my carriage. Ben. Heather grabbed my shirt sleeves. I am sorry. Heather had stopped calling me Big Brother and started calling me by my nickname Ben since last year, for some reason. There was only 1 year difference between me and Heather, so I didn't mind. I stopped on my feet and just glanced at her, frowning at her. She lowers her head. I didn't mean like that. It's just if you become a mage then who would hang out and play with me? Also, you don't know how to make friends. So isn't it better that you just stick around and train here like you used to? That way I will continue to help you train you by placing practice targets, collecting stray daggers, and I let out a sigh and turned around, patted her head. You silly girl. If you feel lonely, you should just try curbing your foul mouth and make more friends instead. The previous anger dissipated. I know she didn't mean any harm and I shouldn't lose my temper for such a silly thing. Heather's eyes glared at me angrily. I don't want any other friends. I am just fine with you. If you stay, I will. I will promise to not say any more foul words from now on, I swear, for real this time. So please. She looked at me hoping that I would agree. There's no way that I can stay here anyway. Children after their 12th birthday must participate in the ceremony. This is actually mandatory for every citizen living in the kingdom. They even go so far as running a special train just so every common folk can participate. People who don't participate in this event have been charged with a capital offense. It's because every kingdom sees every potential mage as the nation's assets. If I become a mage, I will have to pledge fealty to the nation and work like a dog for this kingdom's welfare. If only I could promote to a high-tier mage class, then I might break from these shackles and be free to roam around to some extent. But that's a long way to go. I must just focus on what's in front of me now. Right now in front of me is a sniffling little girl begging me to stay here. I took a sigh, pondered for some time to adjust my words. Listen, Heather. Next year it will be your turn to take part in the ceremony. When the time comes, you train hard and become a mage as well. Once you become a strong mage, we will make a party and go around adventuring. Heather looked at me with puppy eyes. You think I can become a mage too? She then frowned and became gloomy and glanced at her wooden prosthetic arm. Heather's prosthetic arm was just a namesake, it was just a wooden arm attached to her amputated arm. The only thing that prosthetic arm was to slap someone. It actually looked quite hideous, to be honest. But her family can't afford a real prosthetic arm. I thought for right words. Of course. You can become a mage. If this time I could successfully become a mage, Then why can't you? After all, you were watching me train close by, so you must have also gained some insights to become a mage as well. Of course, everything I just said is horse shit. Becoming a mage depends on luck if you can manifest demonic core or not. I am just trying to say sweet words just so she won't feel bad. It's not like this is the first time I fooled this girl. She quickly cheered up in an instant. All right, if you say so it must be true, then I can also become a mage too. We will form a party and go on an adventure together, that's a promise, right? Sure, why not? She finally cheered up, chuckling happily. I looked at the driver and he was also smiling, nodding his head as if telling me that I did the right thing. I glared at him fiercely and the driver quickly averted his eyes. Ben. Suddenly Heather spoke again. Here, have this. I looked in the front and finally Heather holding a wooden disc with creepy carvings on it. She was hiding this thing behind her back all this time. This is? It's a good luck charm talisman that I made myself. This will bring you 100% luck and guaranteed to be able to become a mage in that ceremony, she said proudly, holding her arms on her hips. I just smiled wryly. Sure, a strange voodoo talisman is just what I need. Well, I also have another similar talisman that is connected with your talisman, so that I can always send my good luck blessing directly to you through the charm. I see, I guess, thank you, I replied and patted her head. What kind of witchcraft stuff is she into nowadays? Stop treating me like a kid, she said while shoving my hand away embarrassingly. I have been patting her head for some time already, it's just now that she realized that. Oh, what we have here. Suddenly a female voice came from behind. If it isn't Heather here so early in the morning. It was none other than my mom. She finally was here. She was wearing a lovely red frock matching her beautiful with frillians with matching high heel boots. Her beautiful red hair was up tied like a ball with a lovely butterfly hair clip. She even put on bright red lipstick, giving which increased her beauty overall. In her hand, she was wearing gloves holding an umbrella. She looked like a goddess dressed all in red. Meanwhile, my dad looked. It's hard to say, but he looked like a hobo who stole clothes from some rich guy and imitating them to be one. The two people, if I had not known, wouldn't even guess they were a couple. Someone would just mistake my father to be just her servant tagging along. I agree with Mom, Dad should cut his unkempt hair. My father noticed my gaze and started smiling. Love my new suit? Ha ha, I picked this myself. When you grow up, you will get a chance to wear it too. I just sighed and shook my head. Dear Heather, you woke up early to see us off or just to see off Ben? You also dressed up so charmingly for this occasion, said Mother as she embraced Heather while winking at me with derogatory innuendos. I also want to have a daughter, just like you. I rolled my eyes. My mother has always been teasing me like ever since. If she knew that I was at least 900 plus years old demonic overlord, I don't know how she would react then. I never had a sibling, so I was a bit happy having Heather as a little sister. But adults have to shove down some romantic meaning behind every little thing. Of course not, I am also here to see Uncle and Aunt. Responded blushingly while glancing at me a few times. Who wants to see this smelly jerk? She really changes color like a chameleon. Well, I hope you will look after our home until we return. She held her prosthetic arm on her hip and patted her chest with the other hand. Leave it to me. I already noted down what fertilizer and quantity to put each plant in the garden as well. When you return, your garden will be full of lots of vegetables and fruits that you won't even recognize. My mom patted her head. Well, you sure have grown up, Heather. You can pluck and share these vegetables with your mom. It will rot away until we can return. Just taking care of my garden is enough. Leaving her garden is like abandoning her child. But she wanted to escort me into the ceremony with my dad. It was once a lifetime opportunity to ride on the train. She had to depend on Heather and Martha for tending the garden. Soon enough we met with Heather's mother and sister. They exchanged a few words. Elder sister Martha also wished me luck and I thanked her in return. Finally, the driver hustled the carriage and went on the road heading to the train stop. Heather and her family stood at the road waving at the carriage. I peeked out of the carriage and waved my hand in return. I then glanced at our house, which was built inside a giant old tree. It was a beautiful and lovely house. If only you could remove those creepy dolls and masks hanging all around it. It would be a perfect sweet home. I looked at it thoroughly to preserve it in the memory. Maybe I might not be able to see this again for a long time. Ch 15, the train stop. Once our horse carriage left the town, we left on a route on a particular road heading towards the wild forest of Meal. The forest was like a shawl covering the town almost in a 360-degree. Thankfully the town was located at the edge of the forest, protected by a protective mana array. But the destination we are heading to, we need to cut through the forest to reach our destination. The wild forest is riddled with powerful mana beasts and strange mana anomaly zones that no human dares to tread. Only some group of brave adventurers can tread inside this forest and survive. They usually go looking to hunt for various mana beasts or to procure rare herbs or spirit fruits. So common folks like us have a hard time passing through the forest without the danger of getting attacked by stray mana beasts. Thankfully the kingdom had created a safe route and installed some professional forest rangers to guard and ensure safe travels. Although this route leads to a bit of a detour, it's better than travelers losing their lives. The road was broad, cutting through the forest like a giant serpent in a zigzag manner. The horse driver was also vigilant in the lookout while maintaining a good speed. Although it's a safe route, there were stories of people losing their lives while traveling this route. We came across a few guard posts at some intervals near the roadside. There were few archers glancing at our carriage and looking around the forest. They were dressed in a particular uniform, should be the forest ranger uniform. We only saw 1 or 2 carriages while traveling for an hour. Most of the time we were alone on the road. Meanwhile, my parents didn't seem to be worried at all. They seemed to be trusting our driver full-heartedly while gossiping about their experience in the steam mana train ride. Although their memories are a bit jumbled up, but still told me anything they remembered. My mom had a lot to tell. She even gave me tips and tricks on how to participate in the ceremony. She also gave advanced tips if I become a mage on what academies I should enroll in and what academies I shouldn't. She also gave deep bifurcation on what magic academy is good according to what element attribute I might awaken. It was a very long lecture and her advice seemed to have no end. She was like an encyclopedia of a beginner mage advisor. My dad has been silent all the time, looking outside the window, glancing at me from time to time. I was so exasperated with so much advice that I just interrupted her and asked how she knows so much stuff about magic and academies. To my surprise, she just dodged the topic and changed the subject while totally shunning my question. She still didn't want to reveal to me about her past as a mage. I didn't force it and let her continue to do so. She was later retelling me the experience of a close friend who is a mage. She told me how her friend was a fire mage and told me all about her adventures and her idea about how mana works. Somehow the experience of her friend totally aligned with the story that my dad told me about mother's experience as a mage. But I was pretty keen on getting to know her experience. I mean her close friend's experience. Our journey was quite smooth without any hurdles. We had to camp at night. Thankfully there was a resting camp area inside the forest for passing travelers. This area was specially protected by rangers to let travelers sleep and rest with a peace of mind. We also met a few travelers camping at night, followed by singing and dancing around the bonfire. My mom and dad also joined in the fun and quickly befriended other travelers like they were some lost siblings. Once dancing all was done, my dad creeped out most of the people after he started advertising his creepy antique collection catalog he brought along. Telling people to come and stop by his shop to buy his antique wares and even promising them a discount. Soon the other travelers started avoiding him. Meanwhile, my mom mixed well with others thanks to her beauty and charming personality. She quickly got along with other traveling ladies. Even some young men were flocking around her just to be disappointed when they came to know she was actually married. Later they came to know she was actually married to my dad, the guy who was advertising creepy antiques. Suddenly there was an animosity gaze glaring at my father full of jealousy and hatred. My dad saw these few young men glaring at him instead. He innocently smiled back and thought these people were actually interested in his creepy antique. He started rushing towards the very same crowd of jealous young men to show his antiqueware catalogs instead. Why the hell did he bring along his antique catalog with him? Sometimes even I wonder why Mom fell for this man. The camp night was quite lovely, everyone singing and drinking. The traveler all I met were good people. I just stayed in my cabin looking around the lively atmosphere. There were no kids of my age, and I think that's a good thing. Most of the travelers here are merchants traveling from town to town. They all had their own personal carriage with lots of different goods to sell. The journey was pretty smooth. It took us 2 days to cross the forest. After crossing the forest we again went through a wide land of plain grasslands. Wherever I could look there was only flat fertile land, no human or animal in view. The horse carriage runs through the rough road cutting through the flat plains. We have been running through these plains for a few hours. I was getting bored and just sat near the window letting the breeze hit my face while I lazily put my head on the carriage's windowsill. It wasn't soon a line of long pillars standing in the ground in the flat plains came into view. Soon the horse carriage came closer and I got a good view. The pillars were made of steel about 300 meters tall and almost a kilometer apart from each other. There was an iron track coming from one distant end of the horizon going on top of each of the pillars and going all the way till the other end of the horizon. This must be the so-called railway track used by the famous steam monnet train that I heard so much about. My parents later confirmed that this was indeed the legendary railway track. Our horse carriage ran alongside the railway path. It took about a few more hours until we reached the town. Calling it a town would be an understatement. There were few buildings but most of them were temporary built tents and stalls. People had made makeshift stalls on their cart itself selling foods and goods. There were also few people playing music and performing in the street in the open area attracting hordes of people. A lot of people were flooding into the town like moths attracted to the flames. I guess everyone was pumped up to see the famous steam monnet train. It was quite lively. We got off our horse carriage and went to roam around the town. It was quite lively and busy as if there was a festival or something. Many people had crowded in the street and I also saw a lot of children the same age as me, dressed up neatly roaming with their parents. This time there seemed to be a lot of young participants for the ceremony. We booked an inn to keep our luggage. There was still some time for the steam monnet train to arrive. The inns around the area were quite costly because a lot of people had flooded the town to see the steam monnet train. Thankfully there were special rooms for people who were boarding the special train. The rooms were nothing special, just a normal apartment. We just wanted to keep our luggage for the time being and roam around the town until the train arrives. Usually, peasants like us can only see the colossal iron beast from afar as it pulls the carriages while running at a high speed like the wind. The common folks don't usually see the train halt in place except when only the special train runs. Usually, people who visited the major cities have gotten a glimpse of the steam monnet locomotive halting at the train station. Only a glimpse because only high-ranking mages and noblemen are allowed to enter the train station. The normal steam monnet trains don't stop here. This train stop is specially made for the special train so that common folks can board it to participate in the ceremony. Of course, they won't let commoners enter their posh train station. A lot of people come only to take a look at the steam monnet locomotive and some to bid farewell to people boarding the train. It's a once-in-a-year event and people come from afar to see it while cherishing their own memories when they had boarded the train. It seems to be a wonderful experience for them as they reminisce about the past. I roamed with my parents. We went to a lot of food stalls to taste a variety of foods and drinks. Also saw a lot of street performers who were performing monnet skills like igniting flames from their mouth and creating flowers made of ice. Most of them actually were low-class mages who were not cut out for adventuring like other mages. They usually do small chores or end up like them as traveling street performers. Time soon went by quickly and before I knew it was already evening. I was enjoying eating this thing called grape, a local delicacy. My mom was also sitting beside me on the bench enjoying the crepe but strawberry flavor. Meanwhile, Dad was dealing with the stall owner paying the crepe owner. I must say he spent a lot of money during this journey. Just when a loud bell echoed throughout the town. Everyone in the town stopped what they were doing looking toward where the noise was coming from. Even my mom's crepe chewing stopped midway as she glanced towards the same direction. The bell sounded thrice before stopping. There was pin-drop silence, but soon the people riled up and broke into an uproar. Even Mom dropped the crepe and held my hands tightly. I saw Mom looking at Dad while nodding her head. She pulled my hands and we rushed towards where Anne was to get our luggage. I guess that must be the signal the special steam train will be arriving shortly. CH16, the long queue. We rushed back into the inn to fetch our luggage. My mom carried one bag, meanwhile, Dad and I carried 2 luggage bags each. I have no clue what these guys were thinking packing so many things. No point in complaining now. The bell was an alarm, warning people that the train will be arriving shortly and the ticket holders should be ready to board anytime soon. After getting out of the inn we saw a long queue of people hurrying in one direction, the place where the railway track was located. This town was actually built at the edge of the railway line and there was also a tall wooden stairway structure leading up to the track above. I had seen the tall stairway from afar even before I came to this town and right now we are heading there. Like a flock of sheep, my mom and Dad grabbed my hands and joined along with the queue towards the train stop platform. There were other people but they stood sideways in a distance while waving their arms at us bidding us goodbyes. There was also a lot of cheering and wishing all the kids good luck and giving their blessings. After a few minutes of walking along with the queue, I saw a few people dressed in black long coats followed by black caps. They were all armed with swords hanging by their hip as they stood beside the queue. Some were standing with their arms crossed while others standing up straight and looking vigilantly at the crowd. All the people were avoiding their gaze from those guys dressed in black. I asked my mom and she just hushed me and told me to keep quiet and keep on walking. If my guess is right, they must be guards overseeing this event. But why were my parents so paranoid about these guards? Aren't they here to protect people? It wasn't soon I saw the wooden stairway leading up to the railway platform above came into view. The stairways were quite wide and there were 2 different queues climbing up the stairs side by side. More guards were standing at the entrance and few guards were standing on the sidelines of the stairs overseeing the queue. I also noticed that each and every one of the guards looked at us with a cold gaze. It's like they didn't see us as humans but like mere bugs. People in the queue were quiet and even the noisy kids were hushed by their parents. There were some muffled noises of kids whose parents shut their mouths forcefully. What's with this atmosphere turning so serious all of a sudden? Just when I was looking around I saw another queue of people coming from the other side heading in the same direction as us. But these guys were quite different from us. They were dressed very poorly with just rags as clothes. Hair was disheveled, the face was all dirty, and walking barefoot. They all had lowered their heads not daring to raise their eyebrows. But in the arms of those people were kids. They were holding these kids as if they were some precious treasure that anyone might try to steal. The kids seemed to be the same age as I, but they were all wearing tattered clothes. Their bones seemed to be visible and cheeks were caved in. But each kid's eyelids were quite lively and shining as they curiously looked around their surroundings. These must be the people who are at the bottom of the social hierarchy. Each of those people was either slaves, servants, beggars, or homeless people who had nothing to lose. The kingdom even wants kids of such people to participate in the ceremony. If any of those kids become a mage, their life will turn around. Their family would get a new life. Now after seeing this I believe the kingdom was really serious about the ceremony. When I looked back at the people in my queue, they looked at the poor people with disdain and contempt. They didn't open their mouths to say anything but I can just feel how each and every person stared at them with disgust. They didn't look at them as people but as if there was repugnant filth staining the view. I am quite familiar with such a gaze because I had my share of disdain gazes during my life back in the demon realm. Especially when I had my coronation ceremony, many demon nobles gave me the same looks. but all they could do was stand on the side and curse in their hearts. Ah, good old days. On second thought, maybe this and that gays aren't exactly the same, but you get the idea. After a few minutes of walking in the queue, we finally came in front of the stairs. There were two types of stairs used by the two queues. The stairs in front of me were moving staircase heading upwards to the railway platform. The stairs seemed to be empowered with mana. There was a weird glow as the stairs rise above and new stairs would emerge in their place from the ground. We climbed on board the staircase along with my parents and started ascending above. I didn't notice this magic staircase before, only after it came in front of me I noticed it. This staircase is really handy. Climbing the stairs with so much luggage would be a cakewalk for me, but my parents will have a hard time. Thankfully there were these magic stairways. I looked at the other queue. But to my surprise, the poor people's queue didn't have the luxury of such a magic staircase. What they were climbing were ordinary stairs. They slowly climbed the stairs while lowering their heads without complaining. Meanwhile, their kids seemed to be looking at our queue with awe. The mage engineers could have extended our stairs to help the poor people climb up. But, there are many people here who don't like to share the stairs with these people. Discrimination, nothing new. I was used to these things and I've seen them a lot of times. My one goal after becoming the overlord was to abolish this and unify all the demons in the demon realm. You know how that tense up. I am pretty lucky that I was born to a pretty decent family. Even if my parents were just humans, they're kind and caring. Not everyone is so lucky. In my previous life, I was an orphan. I always had to fight and steal to make a living. My whole childhood as a demon, I only remember that I was trying to steal food or running away from chasing soldiers. Just when I was looking around, I saw dozens of people dressed very eloquently standing on a wooden platform a little further away. The platform that they were standing on was floating and rising heading above the railway platform. The people dressed lavishly were looking at our queue with a sneer. They must be also ticket holders, as I can also spot a few arrogant 12-year kids. They were using an elevator unlike our magic staircase to go to the platform above. No wonder I haven't spotted those fat rich arrogant fucks yet. It seems those rich people are using a different queue than ours. And from the looks of it, they have been provided with different treatment than us. Escalators or elevators, both do the same thing. I let out a sigh and glanced at my parents. My mom was all smiles looking around while my dad maintained a gentlemanly demeanor looking around. Not only them, everyone was doing the same. It was like a big group of curious kids on a field trip. Few minutes had already passed since we got on the stairs and we had already climbed halfway up the stairs. I looked back and saw the beautiful scenery behind me. The town below looked so small like dollhouses and the people down below looked like ants. The people watching from below were making quite the racket while waving their arms. After glancing at the town I looked at the huge vast plain spread till the horizon. The only thing different that stuck out was the long bridge of iron pillars standing like a rock. After waiting for more minutes we finally came on top of the platform. We stood on a wide stone platform made of stone blocks. There were two such platforms besides the railway track. The track in the center was a long hunk of steel bars nailed on the iron platform. The texture of the iron tracks was quite shiny as it reflected the sun. The train station platform where we were standing was quite simple. Just concrete blocks of rocks spread long and wide. There was also a roof overhead to protect us from the harsh sunlight, thankfully. At the edge of the platforms, there were flags named with alphanumeric names. Suddenly I felt people pushing us from behind. There was no time to gawk around, people were rushing up from the stairs so we had to keep moving further ahead. The two queues separated left and right. The poor people's queue went on one side and ours went the other way. There were more guards redirecting these two queues. There was a clear distinction between the poor folks and the normal citizens. The elevator used by those rich folks was further ahead. They seemed to be further ahead of us. My dad reached out in his pocket and took out the tickets. The tickets were a rectangle piece of paper with the name, Ceremony Train, written in bold words. There were details about the passenger like gender, age, and name inscribed in it. along with wagon numbers allotted to us to board the train. We all three had the same wagon, of course. Our wagon number was B57. There was also a weird stamp mark with a glow. It was a stamp created by the mage to authorize that this ticket was indeed genuine. Looking at the flags, they were all allotted alphanumeric wise. The three of us hurried together with the crowd going further inside the platform to look for the particular flag. The first flags I saw were named B11, B12, B13, till B110. Soon the next flag was named B21, B22. And so on. There was a wide area between each flag area. It should be how wide the wagon was. It took us almost 20 minutes to walk all the way to reach our flag area. We also had to take a break. Mom was a bit tired and she had to fix her makeup. The usual women's problems. When we reached our flag post, there were already a lot of people already waiting to get on the same wagon as us. The people were all segregated into a small group. Each group had 12-year-old kids with them. I also spotted some twins. Many families had already befriended each other and introduced each other. They were already getting along. Dad found an empty area and we kept our luggage together. Mom and Dad were exhausted and sat on our luggage bag in a circle. It was the same as we were camping. "Well, you guys should fix your clothes," my mom said. She took out a makeup kit and came and stood in front of me. "It's time to shine. Straighten your back, you must look your best. You will be representing the Almond family from now on." Saying so, she started ravaging my already handsome looks without my approval. Ch17, Unexpected Reunion. "Alright, now you finally look handsome," my mom said with a satisfied look. It took about a few minutes of struggle combing my unruly hair. I even thought for a second that my mother would just pull apart my whole head from my body. My father tried to rescue me, but my mother threatened he would be the next to get his hair combed. In the end, he ignored me and looked the other way. I cursed my father in my heart for not helping me. This unruly hair was inherited by him after all, he should take some responsibility. My mom pulled my cheeks. "Stop sulking already. You're a man, after all, you can endure a little pain, a small price to pay for looking good." She turned her head and glanced at Dad. "Right, dear?" My father nodded his head like chicken pecking grains. "If so, why not come around and have his hair combed?" Just when I was glaring at Dad, "Oh, what we have here. If it isn't Benjamin." Suddenly a familiar voice echoed behind my ears. I suddenly had a bad feeling when I heard this voice. My mom and Dad looked in the direction of the voice and even they were surprised. I turned my head and hoped that my guess would be wrong. My headache got even more severe when I saw the people standing behind me. Standing behind me were 5 kids, 4 boys, and a girl. Each and every kid was all dressed quite elegantly, not better than me. They looked like a mere happy group of friends. In the center of the group was a boy a bit plump, standing out the most in the group. His clothes were all white, standing out like a sore thumb. Anyone who isn't blind can clearly see that he is the leader of this group. All the 5 kids were staring at me with an innocent, friendly smile. "Young master, you are here as well." My mother slightly bowed her head. Almond family sends their greetings. My father also slightly bowed his head in a similar manner to greet that fat kid. Soon the plump fat kid looked at me exceptionally for me to greet him in the same manner. My brows twitched as I looked at his smug little smile. My mom patted my back. Now, be polite and greet him already." I gritted my teeth and lowered my head. "I've seen the young master." As soon as I said this, he had a very satisfied expression. The rest of the kids standing by his sides had their heads raised as they glanced at me with a snicker. This plump fat meatball in front of me was Moses Bial, the son of the town chief. He acts very kindly and nicely in front of every adult in the village, but all the kids in the village know what a two-faced bitch he is. Moses, just because he is the son of the town chief, he thinks he owns the town. Every kid in the town sucks up to him, and those who don't bend under his feet are bullied by him and his lackeys. And now he popped out of nowhere in front of me. Moses smiled back. "Yes. We also happen to board on the same wagon as you guys. All of us come from the same town, so I hope we get along." replied Moses with a friendly smile as he glanced at me. My father stepped up. If the young master's here, then surely the town chief would be here too. I should go ahead and greet him in person. My mother also nodded, agreeing with him. Moses pointed to a certain group of people in the same area. Yes, mother and father are there too. There we saw the town chief along with many other people gathered around discussing something. I spotted people around the chief were people who also live in Marion town. I wasn't familiar, but I have spotted them in the town on various occasions. They must be the parents of the 4 sidekick lackeys flocking around Moses. I also tried to tag along with my parents to greet Moses' parents. But I was stopped by Moses. Hey, Ben. Let the adults do their greetings. You and I've met after a long time, let's catch up. I glared angrily at Moses, but he acted like he didn't see it. The other kids around him were also giggling while looking at me as if there was something funny going here. It's fine. You stay here. My dad instructed, we'll give greetings in your stead but behave while we are gone. Please get along with our little Benji. He is a bit shy and doesn't know how to get along with kids his age. My mom said to Moses. My face twisted with anger and embarrassment. The hell are you talking about? I am not shy. I just find kids to be annoying, especially kids like Moses. I tend to avoid kids so that I won't lose my temper and beat them up to a bloody pulp. I am not scared or anything, but doing so will also bring problems to my parents. Hence, I just tried to avoid kids as much as I could. Thankfully, kids themselves avoided me in the village because of how creepy our house used to look. There were also rumors spread among the children that the creepy masks and dolls were cursed. So I carried around some creepy masks and dolls just to ward off those snot-nosed brats whenever they tried to talk with me. Moses was one of those kids that I had threatened when he was a mere child. He is still a child. He was so scared out of his mind back then that he never bothered me ever again. Now we met again and he definitely has a grudge against me. Moses came beside me and put his hand on my shoulder. Don't worry, Auntie. We are more than happy to be his friend. He looked at me. We'll get along pretty well, right Ben? I glared back at Moses coldly and didn't bother to say anything. My mom was happy and smiling. Thanks, he finally will have more friends. Hearing her, the kids were giggling more and more. Mother, could you stop embarrassing me as if I was some lonely poor child desperate for friends? I am this way because I chose to be. Back one time when I thought I had friends, I was stabbed in the back. I don't want to repeat the same thing overall again. Of course, I was just arguing within my head. I don't wanna argue with Mom in front of this group of children and give them more reason to laugh. I stayed quiet until my parents left to meet with the town chief and the others from our village. Just when my parents left, Moses finally removed his hands from my shoulder. I just touched something gross. Give me a second to just clean it up. Moses took out a handkerchief and wiped his hand as if a bird pooped in his hand or something. The other sidekicks around him were laughing as if he cracked a hilarious joke. They were touching my nerve. I hate Moses, but the most I hate were these lackeys sucking up to him. Just because Moses has a little high background, they gave up their own pride and sense of self-respect to do his bidding. Even if Moses takes a fart, these guys will treat it as divine blessings. I don't know any of the kids or their names. But I already etched their faces in my memory so that I could get a chance to beat them up in the near future. Moses, after cleaning his hand, threw his handkerchief on the floor. I have to get a new handkerchief now, replied Moses. Just when I said, if the train guards spot that you litter the platform, then, before I knew it, Moses quickly ducked and picked his handkerchief and looked around and put back his handkerchief in his pocket. I was a little taken back by his reaction, and even his 4 lackeys were surprised with his behavior. After taking a sigh of relief, Moses came back to his senses. Huh? What's with the look? It's better not to anger the train guards. Each and every one of them is a genuine mage. He then turned and looked at me. And Benjamin, I am willing to allow to join my group. I showed my palm. I am good. No thanks. Is he still trying to recruit me with his little kid gang? Moses was a little agitated. Think Ben, There will be more kids from other towns and cities. What can you do alone? Isn't better to join me then?" I looked him straight in the eye. "Moses, I did rather jump under the train than join your little gang. I can whoop each of your asses even if you come all together. I need no protection, it's actually you who are feeling insecure." A mocking smile appeared on my face. "Isn't that why you want me to join your little group?" Moses had a little blush on his face. He looked around and saw a lot of people were glancing at our little conversation. I deliberately talked a little too loud. Many children around us were looking at us and mumbling in secret. Some were even chuckling while looking at this scene. Even Moses' lackey was a bit surprised when I told them the reason why Moses wanted to let him join his group. They were hoping Moses would deny this. After a few seconds of silence, he gritted his teeth. "Fine. If you don't want to join us, then suit yourself. I just took a pity that you were a fellow resident of our town and hence why I asked you to join, but you have to act so arrogantly, then so be it. Later when you get cornered, don't come running." I waved my hands and yawned lazily. Yeah, I get it. Go away, stop occupying all the space." Moses was furious and glared at me angrily. "Let's go," he commanded his lackeys. The 4 other sidekicks were also furious and glaring at me. But they obeyed Moses and followed behind like obedient little dogs. I sat back on my luggage and let out a sigh of relief. Climbing hills with a heavy log tied on my back was much easier compared to dealing with people like Moses without relying on violence. I wanted to punch him so badly, but I pushed back my urge somehow. Back in the demon realm when I was just a mere soldier, I wouldn't hold back punching other higher officers if they pissed me off. Nobleman or God himself, I didn't hold back my punches picking up a fight. I had nothing to lose when I was just a mere soldier. But the military needed me because of my abilities, so they would turn a blind eye or give me a little slap on the wrist. I have grown since and I can't behave the same way as I did back then. Now I have a family that I have to care about. So I have been behaving myself so that I won't create trouble for my parents. It's the least I could do for thanking them for taking care of me for so long. Just when I was idling around sitting on the luggage, I heard a loud honk that attracted my attention. When I looked around, it wasn't just me, but everyone else also heard that noise. It's just when I saw on a distant horizon there was big black smoke rising up to the clouds. I squinted my eyes to get a proper view and noticed something approaching at a high speed following on the very tracks we were waiting for. The crowd suddenly got active and everyone started picking up their luggage. Even my parents returned back in a hurry and quickly picked our luggage each. The ceremony train is finally here. CH18, the Ceremony Express. Everyone picked up their luggage and stared in the direction of the approaching train. Everyone was excited, like little kids. Even the adults here had their jaw wide opened, gulping saliva as if they just want to gobble the train in a single bite. My parents weren't any different. The steam monolocomotive was encroaching at high speed while blowing out big clouds of dark smoke. As it gets closer and closer, I could feel the vibration coming from the platform where I was standing. The scene looked like a giant serpent that breathes out smoke from its nostrils, advancing at us at full speed. In a mere minute, the ceremony train arrived at our station. As it came to the platform, a surge of strong wind passed around, almost blowing everyone from their feet. That's when I finally got a closer look at the beauty of the ceremony train. The first thing to come into view was the steam monolocomotive. The locomotive was huge, almost like a walking palace, but only made of dark dull metal. The steam locomotive itself was cylindrical in shape, and it was about as tall as a 3-story building and as wide as a big palace. You could just say it looked like a wide tall tower placed horizontally on the tracks. There were a lot of pipes going crisscross over the engine. I also saw a few gauges and cylindrical pipe opening letting out steam. In the front of the locomotive was a big V-shaped metal frame that was used to clear any obstacle on the way. Just like the combination of charging battering ram and the snowplower. On the top of the locomotive were 8 large chimneys puffing out big dark clouds of smoke. There were about 18 enormous wheels along with even some smaller size wheels to run this thing. I also noticed few mysterious rune patterns in some parts of the locomotive. This locomotive is actually an older model locomotive, as you can tell by how the engine metal had lost its luster. The new and powerful model locomotives are actually used by the regular railways. The one used as the ceremony train was actually the older prototype that they had discarded from service. But beggars can't be choosers, so the common folk like us are more than happy to just board this train. After the locomotive went past by, we spotted the carriage wagons. The first set of wagons were long and broad black boxes. Nothing special about these wagons except for the windows. There was a lot of different shape of windows scattered across without any pattern. There were circular, rectangle, L-shaped, etc. spread across the wagon. We couldn't see inside the wagon through these windows for some reason. In the center of the wagon was a double door, the entrance to the carriage wagon. Just above the door was a board sign telling the alphanumerical name of the wagons. The first carriage wagons were set of A11, A12, and so on. These A-set carriages must belong to those rich class people who had boarded the platform through the elevator. After a set of black carriages went away, finally B-set wagons came along. B carriage wagons were similar to A carriage, just the color was brown instead of black. The rest of the aspects were the same. After waiting for a few more minutes, the train had gradually slowed down and it finally halted. It's when our carriage wagon, B57, finally arrived right in front of our area. Suddenly the adults started hushing their kids. The atmosphere suddenly became tense, and I don't know why everyone acting so tight-lipped. Even my parents told me to keep quiet. I had nothing to do anyway, so I obeyed. After a few minutes of waiting in silence, the double door of our wagons opened. From inside the door, a steady platform came trickling down to our platform. A mini bridge was created in an instant. Kids seeing this became excited and tried to rush, but their parents stopped them. Just when the crowd was becoming noisier, suddenly a figure exited from the same door that just opened. A rail guard appeared in front of us. The rail guard looked like a man in his 40s with long hair reaching till his shoulder. On his head, he wore a black fedora hat and a black long coat like every other guard. He was also wearing circular sunglasses just about the right size to cover his eyes. But unlike every other rail guard who carried a sword on their hip, this man held a strange black wooden cane in his hand. As he came out of the entrance, he glanced at the crowd. Then a smile appeared on his face. "Welcome to the Ceremony Express. I am Burvis Great, the wagon manager of carriage No. B57. I hope everyone can get along with me and my squad mates." I was a bit surprised. It wasn't just me. Everyone looked at him strangely. Every rail guard we had seen had already given us the cold shoulder. They didn't even see us as human beings, but just like a mere bug. Now all of a sudden such a humble and friendly rail guard appeared out of nowhere. It's not just strange but also downright creepy. But unlike me, everyone here had a smile as if they were quite happy with our wagon manager's demeanor. Am I the only person finding it strange? Is something wrong with me? I can't help but feel wary of this man. Why was he acting friendly, unlike his colleagues? Was he actually a good person as he was showing everyone here, or does he have another motive behind it? As a victim of betrayal, I can't easily trust people at their face value. It was actually more easy to trust shrewd and greedy people than those people who act very kind and good to others for no reason at all. The only thing they are doing good for others is if they are either atoning for something or they have a different motive for doing so. People who are actually doing kindness for no reason are people with mental issues or something. I had my experience of meeting a lot of people and everyone was just bags of rotten apples. Almost all of them had some insidious motive. Or maybe it's just me who thinks like this. After hearing the introduction of the wagon manager, everyone was muttering within. They all were quite happy and satisfied to be bestowed with such a friendly rail guard. Even my father was nodding and praising him. Wagon manager, Burvis just glanced at the crowd with a smile for a few seconds. He then reached out to his pocket and took out a metal instrument just the size of a fist. It was a ticket punching instrument. "All right, I hope everyone has brought out their tickets. Form an orderly manner line to board aboard the Ceremony Express." The crowd suddenly riled up and started forming a line. groups of a family stuck together while forming the queue and walked up to the bridge connecting the platform and the entrance of the carriage. Burvis stood at the entrance punching tickets and letting people enter the carriage wagon. We also got into the queue with the rest of the people. My parents were quick to befriend other families standing in the queue. They were quick to get along as if they were friends since childhood. My mother's beautiful and charming, so it's acceptable that she can easily befriend other people. She must be quite a popular girl during her younger days. Scratch that, she is still popular. But it is still surprising that my father was also quite an open and approachable person. It's just his when he turns into an antique salesman that makes people avoid him. Other than that, he is quite normal. My parents and the other kids' parent chatted for a while. Then all of a sudden their attention falls on me. My parents then told me to introduce myself. I just did a one-liner introduction, nothing catchy, unlike my parents. Meanwhile, the kid from the other family was quite a shy boy. Unlike most of the time, his introduction consisted of stuttering and babbling words while hiding behind his mother's thighs. It took almost half of the queue to clear up before he could finish his introductions. My parents praised him for completing his introduction as if he was some god-darn prodigy. My family and his family then chatted most of the time waiting in the queue. The shy boy who introduced himself as Sean was still hiding behind his mom, glancing at me from time to time. I had no interest in chatting or getting to know him. The way he was acting so shy as if he was butt naked. It's hard enough to converse with normal kids, it's more than impossible to actually talk with shy kids. I can understand girls being shy, but what's wrong with this boy? Hence it will take a lot more effort, so I just ignored him. It wasn't soon enough we came in front of the wagon manager. Sean's family was ahead of us, so they went first inside. Next, it was our turn. The wagon manager punched our tickets and let us go inside the carriage. When I got a closer look, I noticed that the Burvis guy was a lot taller and menacing. Even while punching tickets, he kept smiling. It just gave me chills. My parents thanked him and I even had to bow my head as thanks. The wagon manager just chuckled and said it was no big deal. Soon he allowed us to enter the wagon. As soon as we entered the entrance, I had this weird feeling going over my body. The feeling didn't last for long. Before I know it, we entered into a wide hall. The hall itself contained polished wooden walls with intricate designs and patterns. There was quite a lot of furniture, coffee tables, sofas, and couches laid down. A wide carpet to cover the floor, and there was even a fountain in the center. There was a giant chandelier in the middle of the ceiling that lit the room. I spotted a lot of corridors and stairways leading to other places. Few people were resting and chilling on the couches as if it was their own house. They were none other than the people who had just entered this carriage. This looked more like a hotel mansion's lobby than a mere carriage wagon. This carriage was more spacious than its actual size of the wagon from what I had seen earlier. And I here thought that only the steam locomotive was mysterious. I saw most of the people heading in a certain direction. There I saw a lady seated at a wide desk table attending to the passengers who had just boarded. She must be the receptionist assigned to deal with the passengers. Passengers who just arrived like us are instructed to go to the desk lady and exchange their tickets for the room key. While most of the family members would wait in the lobby, as one of the family members would take their tickets to exchange them for the room key. I, along with Sean's family, took an area and waiting for our dads, who went to join the queue at the reception desk. Most of the couches and seating furniture were already occupied, so we just looked for an open area and kept our luggage there, and waited for the room keys. Ch19, the ladies' feud. My little Sean here is an art student. You should sometimes come to our household and see his paintings. With a single glance, you could tell his paintings are such beautiful art pieces that anyone could tell he is a natural-born prodigy," said the plump woman standing beside Sean. "Oh, that's so nice. But do you know my son, little Benji here, he actually started training when he was just a 6-year-old kid. Now he can easily pulverize an adult human being with no problem. Oh, did I mention how good his aiming skills are? He can hit a bird in the eye with a knife on a tall tree with ease. A beautiful woman with red hair beside me with a brazen victory smile. Suddenly it felt like a clash of thunder crackles coming from both women's eyes as they stared at each other. Of course, the thunder is just a personification of how intense the stare down was. The plump woman praising Sean was none other than Sean's mother, Mrs. Frugal. And the red-haired woman standing next to me as she sang my praises was none other than my sweet mother. But my Sean won the town art exhibition contest when he was just 5. The last painting that he made is now in a display of our town mayor's office in the front entrance. Famous art professors came by to the mayor's office, just to take a glance at his painting. Sean did make our family so proud that I can't describe it in mere words," said Mrs. Frugal as she caressed Sean's hair. "Oh, that's cute. But my son actually fought with a gray wolf to save me. A stray gray wolf had once broken into our town after the field protecting array was breached. My son actually confronted the gray wolf when I was under attack by that murderous beast. A son risking his life to rescue his dear mother. Now that isn't wonderful, then I don't know what is," replied my mother as she patted my head looking proud as she smiled. Mrs. Frugal looked at me with wide eyes as if she can't believe what she just heard. I mean, no normal person would actually believe if they heard this. The story itself was right out of some fantasy novel or something. In this day and age, where monobeasts are at the top of the food chain. If it weren't for mages, normal people like us would have already extinguished long ago. Now all of a sudden a small young brat with no mage skill like me killing a monobeast wouldn't be just unbelievable but be treated as some joke. Meanwhile, Sean was staring at me with twinkling eyes showing admiration. Kids are very gullible, so he believed my story within a heartbeat. Mrs. Frugal suddenly frowned. "Now Mrs. Almond, your imagination is getting a little too wild." My mother frowned back. "Huh, I speak the truth. It was actually I who dealt with the finishing blow after Benji managed to injure him. I know you won't believe me, but you can even go to our town and ask the villagers there. Oh right, our town chief is just right over there. If you don't believe me, you can go ask the town chief. My son was awarded and praised for his bravery by everyone in the village." "Oh, then it must be a small gray wolf scub or something. But yes, that is heroic. You know, when Ron, my husband, used to bring some live mana beasts at our house, after all, they make some exquisite dishes. But they need to be cooked right away after they are killed, hence they are brought home alive. So you can say I have some experience killing mana beast myself, like the river rabbit and the 3-clawed rock lobsters which had huge claws like my arms," she replied with a cynical smile. "But what we fought was a full-grown adult gray wolf. And I nearly died by its jaws." "Oh, then you must have some scars left from that attack. Would you be kind enough to show me?" I did, but a nearby top-tier healer healed me with regeneration skill. So sadly I don't have any scars to prove it. Ha ha. Mrs. Almond, your imagination knows no bounds. Why don't you ever try to be a fiction writer? I am pretty sure your books might fetch quite the sales. Huh? Do you think I am lying? I didn't say that you were lying. I am just stating that your imagination is a bit more creative than normal people. What exactly are you trying to say? Am I mad? Come on now, Mrs. Almond. Now you're just putting words in my mouth. Geez. I am tired of their ramblings. It's been half an hour since the two ladies started chatting and don't know how the basic conversation from high suddenly leads them to each other's throat. My mother and Sean's mother were getting along just fine while waiting in the queue at the platform. Even while waiting in this lobby it was going smoothly, that is until they started talking about their kids' talents. The two women were competing while bragging about their kids' talents. Sean, who's an artist, meanwhile I am a bit of a warrior type fighter kid. So of course there is no point in comparing with each other's talent. We two have different skills pursuing different fields. As the two ladies were having an intense argument, Sean, I don't know when he hid behind his box luggage while peeking a glance at his mother, time to time. Even he can tell that his mother's mood wasn't right. He just sat quietly as a rock. I looked around the lobby hall. My father and Sean's father were still in the queue at the receptionist's desk. Sean's father had a bit of an uneasy expression while my father looked excited with his natural oomph. In his hand, there was once again his favorite antique shop catalog. My father once again went in full salesman mode. Darn it. Our mother here is bickering, and on the other side, my father was creeping out Mr. Frugal. After this encounter, the Frugal family won't have anything to do with the Almond family anymore. I just then glanced around the lobby hall. There were a lot of families like us waiting. Most of the couches were occupied. In one of the couches, I spotted Moses and his gang. Of course, he is the town chief's son who has a bit of background. His parents, the town chief, and her wife roomed alongside the rest of the villagers who were acting as bodyguards. They looked like some gang of thugs rather than passengers. I am pretty sure they just snatched the couches by the means of sheer number. I still don't get why my parents didn't stick with the rest of the town folks. I mean, I don't want to associate with them, but I am sure my parents would agree to team up. For some reason, the town chief didn't invite my parents along with his little group. I am pretty sure it was that asshole Moses might have said something. Whatever, we are just fine as it is. I don't want to associate with those dumb kids anyway. Suddenly I turned my attention back to the conversation between Mrs. Frugal and my mother were getting more heated. I had this friend of mine who also likes to get her hair colored. And one day, just before her marriage, she decided to get her hair colored in blood red color, for her marriage ceremony. But before the night of the marriage ceremony, she lost all her hair, and the marriage was called off by the groom's family. She continued, I am sharing this experience not to ridicule you, I am saying because I am concerned as a friend. Coloring hair most of the time leads to a woman's destruction, I am just saying, replied Mrs. Frugal with a friendly smile, but her eyes seemed as if they were mocking. Excuse me, Mrs. Frugal. You should know that my red hair color is actually natural, alright? See, my son here inherited from his mother's genes. So don't just jump to the conclusion, replied my mother while flicking her hair like some fashion diva. If you want to exchange some concern, I got something for you too. You know, I also had a friend who was fat, but she died of a heart attack. Excuse me, Mrs. Almond. Did you just call me fat? In a matter of fact, I did. Pardon? Mrs. Frugal was quite shocked. Oh, didn't hear me the first time? Maybe the fat has grown to such an extent that it started blocking your ears. You poor thing. My mother repeated as calm as ice. Excuse me. I am not fat, I am just a little chubby, that's all. Just like how I buy my pork meat from the supermarket. Now you are going too far, Mrs. Almond. What you gonna do about it? I finally stepped in between. Mom, Mrs. Frugal, please stop it already. People are staring at us. Their lovely conversation was getting louder and started reaching other people's ears. I don't mind letting them bicker to the end, but now it's starting to attract unwanted attention from other people. I like to keep a low profile, so I had to intervene and stop them. I don't want other people to take pleasure in this drama. Both my mom and Mrs. Frugal noticed other people's gazes and stopped immediately. There was a deadly silence in the atmosphere that you can cut the tension with a knife. After a few minutes of waiting, my father finally returned along with Mr. Frugal. My mother welcomed my father's return. Meanwhile, Mrs. Frugal dragged her husband's arm along with their son. She didn't want to stay here for a mere second. They didn't speak with us and already went towards where there was an elevator that led to our rooms. Oh, see you around, Mrs. Frugal. My mother waved while smiling eye to eye. Mrs. Frugal just glared at my mother with animosity and walked away without replying. What's the matter with Mrs. Frugal? Why was she also acting a bit weird? Asked my dad. Oh, it's nothing, dear. I guess I teased her a little, nothing much. Replied mother, giggling. A little tease, right? My mother suddenly turned to me and grabbed my shoulder. Listen, Benji, if you ever get a chance to pulverize her son, don't need to hold back. I gave a thumbs up. If I get a chance, I will turn her son into a painting that they can later hang at their house for his memorial. My mother looked at me weirdly. Hey. You wanna head to the prison so early? I just told you to brush him a bit. Just to give him a little scare. Beth, Did you see that? Benji has been affected by your violent personality. Snorted Dad as he face-palmed. Hey. When did I have a violent personality? Retorted Mom. I interjected, I was just joking. Kids shouldn't be joking about something. Saying so, my mother chopped on my head. Head chopping on a kid is actually a violent personality. Later we also headed to where the elevator was located. Our room was located on the second floor. There were about 5 floors in total in this carriage. There was a working elevator that helped passengers to reach their rooms. Just press a button and it takes us, right to the floor we selected. I gotta say, the mortals in this world have quite useful things that we demons don't possess in the demon realm. But as soon as we reached in front of the elevator, I saw a long queue as the newly arrived passengers was eagerly waiting with their luggage to board the elevator, same as us. Now standing in the queues started to be like the usual norm. We also spotted the frugal family, but they had no intention of talking. My father was trying to spark a conversation but was stopped by my mother. After waiting for some time, we finally got inside the elevator. The elevator itself was spacious as the frugal family also got in the elevator along with some other families. There were 5 buttons for each floor along with help and alarm buttons for emergencies. In the elevator, there was soft music playing from God knows where the sound was coming from. Everyone was really silent in the elevator, like they are marching to war or something. The frugal family went on the first floor without even bothering to say bye. After a few seconds, we also arrived on the second floor. As soon as we left the elevator, we met with long corridors with lots of rooms. The desk lady had assigned us a room key in exchange for all 3 of our tickets. The rooms were also organized in alphanumeric numbers. The lady also instructed us that we will be given bracelets as a means to verify our participation in the ceremony. We have to wear those bracelets all the time until the ceremony was over. I was a bit puzzled and I inquired what the bracelet was about. That's when my father informed me it was a means to let people in the major city distinguish between us and the citizens of the major city. He didn't talk more about it, but I get it. It's just a means of way to tell common folks apart from the high-class citizens living in the major city. Discrimination at its finest. After strolling around and asking some people, we finally arrived at our room. The room key was a bit weird. It looked like a regular key but had a green jewel stone embedded in it. As soon as we inserted the room key into our door, the stone shined and opened the door. Our room was pretty nice. 2 wide windows lit our room. There were 2 double beds with fresh blankets, tidied up. Some little weird art pieces hanging on the wall as decoration. Painting, more like some kids scribble with crayons. There were 2 sofa chairs and a coffee table placed at the side. We also had a spacious bathroom with a big bathtub. As soon as I entered, the first thing I did was to peek a glance outside the window. The window can't be opened as it was sealed tight, but I can see the view of distant fields zooming away at high speed. The train runs on a bridge made up of tall pillars, so you bet we got a good view of the outside. Right now, we were still in the plains, so nothing but a dozen miles of a wide field of plains as the view. I should wait until there is some change of scenery. What's weird is that I couldn't even feel the minuscule amount of jolt coming from this high-speed train. The window looked more like just an illusion. It felt like the window was just a painting that animated the feeling of moving planes while we were actually stable in place. This whole train was a magic engineering marvel. People calling this train a moving palace does justice to the title. The railways of the Zephania kingdom are actually envied by many other kingdoms. After I had my fill of window gazing, I checked on my parents. My mother went to take a shower. Meanwhile, Father, resting on the sofa chair, was sound asleep. These 2 never failed to amaze me. They already started to make themselves feel at home. CH20, the itinerary. We've been instructed to wait inside our rooms until we get our bracelets. Until then, no one is permitted to roam outside their rooms. People found roaming in the carriage without their bracelets will force the rail guards to take strict action. Hence, we have been holed up in our room for half a day now. My father fell asleep like a log on the sofa chair. Being in the ceremony express didn't affect his sleep, whatsoever. Meanwhile, my mother took a shower and got changed into a new set of clothes. After that, she even gave me another quick set of instructions on what happens in the ceremony train, followed by a long lecture on how to behave and mannerisms about how to interact with other kids. After the lecture was over, she also went on to take a little nap. I tucked the blanket over my parents to not let them catch a cold. I had nothing to do, so I just started exploring every nook and corner of our room, looking if there was any secret spying artifact hidden in our room by the authorities of the railways to spy on us. The train is well guarded, so they may have taken such drastic steps, who knows. I searched for half an hour but didn't find anything, thankfully. I was starting to get bored as hell. I wasn't feeling sleepy, unlike my parents. There were books that mother brought along to pass the time, but I had already read all those like a gazillion times. Meanwhile, the scenery outside the windows has since changed from plains into a land filled with trees. Currently, we are passing through some dense forest and it's been an hour since I can only see trees and more trees. I thought maybe some stray mana beast from the forest might launch an attack on our train, forcing the ceremony train to take action. I want to see the train's defense in action. But to my disappointment, the forest was deadly silent. I didn't even see a bird flying over this forest. All I saw was trees spread like a big blanket over these lands. Hence I was getting so bored that I was really itching to go outside my room and explore this carriage to uncover its secrets. But we still haven't been given our bracelets. If I was found loitering around without my bracelet, the rail guards would take strict action against me and they might even punish my parents. Strict action. For all we know, the rail guards will just dispose of us. All the rail guards I've seen are just looking to squash us like bugs. They are just waiting for the signal. The only rail guard that looked a little friendly was our wagon manager, but I still find him quite fishy. For all we know, it's just his facade to let passengers drop their guard. Nowadays, it's not easy to trust people at face value. My parents had already informed me about the events held on the ceremony train. Although they had traveled on this train a long time ago, they still tried to retell me a little something they could remember. According to them, the ceremony train authorities hold a test within the train itself to see if the children have developed a mana core. The child who develops a mana core will be able to participate in the main ceremony. Meanwhile, kids who fail to manifest one cannot participate in the main ceremony, but they can still participate in the smaller ceremony held for such kids. There are more events held on the ceremony train to entertain as well as inform kids about the kingdom and the ways of the mage. The big ceremony held in the major cities is actually a tribute to Goddess Revia, the goddess of children. According to the local citizens, it's said that their goddess Revia actually determines which kids can manifest mana core and which cannot. So basically she's revered as a mother of all mages in the mortal realm. Hence, the kingdom hosts this ceremony to give tribute to Goddess Revia, thanking her for her blessing to the citizens' children, especially for kids who manifested a mana core. The kingdom takes this ceremony a little too seriously. I mean, I get it, more mages mean more military strength for the kingdom. All this goodwill that the kingdom shows by letting commoners and even the slaves and servants join the ceremony is just a big farce, telling how they care about them. But everyone knows that they just want to recruit as many mages for the sake of the kingdom's military strength. They don't want any mage to miss their big nut called the ceremony. With this ceremony, they fish out potential new young mages for their own gains. Our nation, the Zephania Kingdom, is one of the major 9 nations in the mortal realm. The royal family in power is the famous Radiz clan, who houses some of the powerful fire element mages in the entirety of the mortal realm. It's also rumored that the Radiz clan are actually descendants of the legendary phoenix. The phoenix is revered as legendary monster birds, even as powerful as the dragons. In a manner, the phoenix birds are even more mysterious than the dragons. The only information available about the phoenix is that it is an immortal bird and it possesses a powerful fire that can burn down anything to ashes. There are not many records left about those mysterious creatures. The Radiz family bloodline has given birth to a lot of powerful fire mages, hence it's rumored that they're the descendants of that legendary bird. I can't say if it's true or not. I remember 5 years back then I had seen a young fire mage at the waterfall cliff. I don't quite remember his name, as it was a bit flashy, but he did say he was from the Rages family. Young and powerful despite having manifested Monaco not long ago. On top of that, he can create fire without the magic circle, a genuine wizard. The Rages family chugging out mages like it's no big deal. Maybe the rumors have some truth after all. Even I, as the overlord of the demon realm, had never seen a phoenix bird in person. Only read some historical records which didn't have much information, to begin with. I met a lot of scholars who were researching about the legendary bird in pursuit of discovering immortality. I wasn't too fascinated by immortality back then, so I didn't research deep enough. I thought it would be a waste of time. I mean, we demons already have a big lifespan as it is. I was already 800 plus years old, and in terms of a demon's lifespan, I was still counted as one of the younger folks. There were also a few older demons who were about 2000 to 3000 plus years old. Although, such old demons tend to live in seclusions. Thankfully, during my campaign, not all of these old demons opposed my idea of uniting the demonic realm. But there were still a few who did oppose my idea and straight on declared war. Even if they were old, it wasn't easy putting those old fogies back in their graves. I, along with my demon generals, had to fight alongside tooth and nail. I don't know how many times we were almost killed by those old demons. It took almost a decade-long war to put those opposing old demons down in their grave. We had a lot of casualties in our hands, but we still won the war and united the demon realm. But the happiness of victory didn't last long. Anyway, the reason why not many demons live for long like these old fogies are because demons in nature are quite violent beings. The demons usually look for little excuses to fight to prove themselves. This results in many of the demons dying young because of infighting. The weak demons die before they can grow old, and only powerful demons can survive till the end. The demon realm has the jungle law, only the strongest can survive. The weak ones either choose death or obey the strong folks. I learned that rule the hard way myself back when I was just a snot-nosed demon breath. I actually didn't mind living in that ruined city. Every day I would go to steal food from military barracks and then would be chased by those soldiers. I didn't even care if I lived and died in that wretched city. The adrenaline of being in danger was like dopamine that made me feel alive. I lived like a stray animal without any social contact, that is until I met this woman. She was not in a better condition than me, but she still went out of her way to look after me and even taught me how to talk. She was the only first person that was ever gentle to me. The warm feelings that I perceived after meeting her were something very different. I usually have this burning hatred to attack and kill those bastard soldiers camping near our ruined city. But for some reason, she was gentle and kind even after I scratched her arm when she tried to approach me. Today I can clearly tell that warm feeling was in a way similar to how my current human mother shows me. Sadly, she was later murdered by some militants. And that was the turning point in my life. It's when I decided to join the military to seek vengeance and hunt down those bastards. First, it was just for the sake of revenge, but then later I met more people that I cared about, like my wife Gloxinia. With twists and turns, I later ended up as the Supreme Overlord. I know how crazy that sounds. Just when I was in the middle of thinking, there was a knock on her door. I got up from the sofa chair and hurried towards the door. My mom woke up from the noise and quickly got up from the bed. But unlike us, Father was still in deep slumber, snoring loudly. He fell asleep wearing his glasses on. His drool leaked from his mouth. My mother pinched my father's cheeks to wake him up. The two quickly straightened and tidied their clothes. My father wasn't aware of the drool still hanging down from his mouth yet. My mother had to wipe it from her handkerchief. Once we were all ready, I finally opened the door as my parents stood behind me. As I opened the door, I was greeted by a young woman dressed in a maid outfit. "Greetings, Almond family. The ceremony organizers send their regards. Your designated bracelets have arrived and you must wear them at all times until you return back to your home. Before handing out the bracelets, I would like to have your family head's signature in this agreement, please." She then hands a paper with a lot of words. I grabbed it and started to read all the contents thoroughly. It stated that the wearer of the bracelets must follow and adhere to the city's laws. Failing to do so will lead to severe punishment. And many more such clauses were written on it, but before I could read it, my mother snatched it and handed it in my father's hand. Now Benji, Miss Maid here have other things to do. Let your father sign it already so that she can return to her duties. They didn't even bother to read the agreement and just signed it blindly. The maid said nothing but smiled like she was some kind of doll without any other emotions. It was downright creepy. Is everyone working on these railways are oddballs? I have yet to see a normal person. After the agreement was signed and handed back, my father stepped forward and took 3 bracelets like it was a prize award. The maid also handed me another paper leaflet. This is the event itinerary of the Ceremony Express. All the events that are about to take place are written down in this pamphlet. If you have any other questions, please don't hesitate to ask. Thank you for your hard work, replied my mother with a bright smile. After hearing that, the maid gently bowed her head. Then I wish you a wonderful stay. I'll take my leave now. After the maid left, we went back inside our room. My father handed me the bracelet and I glanced at it quite curiously. He even instructed me with a set of instructions on how to wear it. My parents wore the bracelets without any hesitation. It didn't cross their mind to check if the bracelet was rigged or faulty. I let out a sigh. Maybe I am just a little too cautious. I was a little curious about this bracelet, so I first inspected this thing before wearing it. The bracelet was a simple purplish metallic bracelet with some rune text embedded on it. The bracelet itself was quite sturdy and looked like your ordinary bracelet. Nothing that looked out of the ordinary. After examining for some time, I finally wore the bracelet. As soon as I wore it, I felt as if something pricked my wrist. It was just a tiny little feeling like getting stung by a mosquito. It lasted for just a mere second. There weren't any changes on the bracelet or in my own body. Benji. Soon an excited voice of my mother came to my ears. She grabbed my shoulders. You need to suit up because it's your big day. They are about to hold the Mage Ascension ceremony this evening. They will be testing all the kids who manifested a monocore or not. Things might have changed since we last came here, but all you have to do is behave in a good manner. I always am on my best behavior. I replied confidently, but that information. Was it written down on the itinerary? Can I have a look? My mother handed me the itinerary and I started reading it curiously. Listen, Benji, I know you have been working hard ever since you were a kid to become a mage. But I don't want to sound discouraging, but I just want to tell you that even if you don't manifest a monocore, you will still be our dear son. So tilde hey, are you even listening? Huh? Tilde Yes. I am listening. I replied meekly. To be honest, I didn't hear a single word my mother just said. That's because I was busy suppressing my shock after what I just read in the itinerary. I can believe it. I tried to calm down and not let the excitement and shock be revealed in my face. I don't think you listened to a single word that I said just now, huh? What's the matter? Where are you going when we are having such an important conversation? My mother scowled at me as she stopped me while pinching my earlobes. I am very sorry, but I can't ignore nature's call. I replied and freed myself from her clutches. I rushed into the bathroom and locked the door behind me. Hey! At least give back the itinerary, my dad shouted back. I didn't bother to reply. I just went inside and sat on the edge of the bathtub to reread the itinerary. The itinerary was a paper card-like leaflet with Ceremony Express written on the front side in bold letters. Inside the leaflet, there were various events listed that will take place in this train itself to entertain the guests. The events are written quite in an orderly manner. The event name with the details jotted down here, along with the precise date and time of when it's about to take place. So that the passengers can make sure that the children will be prepared to participate in these events without making any delays. The first event is the Mage Ascension test that will be held this evening. They will segregate the children with and without the monocore by this evening. Those without monocore will be instructed to shuffle carriages. The next event will be held tomorrow morning, which will be the present ceremony. In this event, the kids will be handed down presents in a lottery manner. The contents of the present will be a secret. There were more events like mage duel demonstration, memory stone exhibition, historic event lecture, and many more. But what caught my attention is a particular event that is going to be held on the second day. This particular event is named, The Fall of Evil Demon King. This event is going to be held by a puppet mage who's going to demonstrate his puppeteering skills to show how the 12 heavenly virtues managed to slay the Demon King. From the looks of it, the event transpired not much long ago. I mean, slaying the Demon King should be a pretty big event. It should already be spread all around the world. But it's been a decade since I came to this world, yet not a word I had heard about anything of this until now. Are they really talking about me, or is it some other Demon King? I still don't get why the demon generals let the human heroes take credit. What will they benefit from this deal? I still can't wrap my head around it. I have to wait until this event takes place. The only stories about these heavenly virtues are stories and lore praising their heroism. Many of them were just tried out saying the heroes are equal to gods. Whatever the heroes do and think are just. Not interested in one bit of these stories praising these heroes. Most of them are just full of lies. I know this new tale is also just another lie, but I want to see how much they are willing to share with the world. Is the Demon King they are talking about, is me? The more I think about this, the more questions arise. CH21, Corridor Traffic. It wasn't long before the evening of the Ascension test began. I, along with the rest of the children, were instructed to head down to the test hall where the test was about to take place. We formed a big queue as one of the rail guards led us to the hall room. Before heading to the test, we were ordered to wear a white full body suit along with a pair of white socks that were given to us by the maids. Now all of the kids were wearing these white body suits, which made our group look like big flocks of sheep. My parents had no idea that we would be instructed to wear such clothes. There must be recent changes in the method the ceremony organizers take for the examinations. The white full body suit we were given was made of all white fabric. I noticed the dress fabric had elasticity and was quite flexible when I tried stretching it. This bodysuit can fit any child of any size and height with ease. The organizers didn't have to go to such lengths to measure each child's body measurement to make uniforms. Just make one type of bodysuit that can fit everyone. But this clothing material seems to be of superior quality. Clothes are luxury goods, and commoners like us could only afford clothes of poor fabric. Buying even a brand new pair of clothes would be like a yearly event in my family. Meanwhile, clothes with such elasticity and durability can hardly be affordable to us common folks. The ceremony organizers must have spent a lot of money on making so many uniforms. I can't wrap my head around these organizers' mindsets. On one hand, they don't mind spending so much money for commoners like us, and on the other hand, every rail guard I come across just want to spit and stomp on us. We were made to walk down the stairs leading everyone to the ground level. There was quite a tense atmosphere as most of the kids seemed quite nervous. The girls were especially a bit shy wearing these full body suits as they tried covering their precious areas with their hands. After all, we were instructed to not wear anything underneath our bodysuits. I don't know why, maybe the examiner has their own fetishes or something. Gross. But of course, there were some boisterous kids who didn't mind at all the current situation as they talked out loud with their friends. They didn't even have a bit of care in this world. They were brimming with confidence and hanging out with their newly made friends like this was some trip in the garden. Some of them were also girls who didn't feel shy like the rest of the girls. I myself didn't mind wearing this full body suit. I was quite comfortable wearing this, that it almost felt like I was naked. Thankfully the dressmakers had some sense to reinforce the fabric near the important delicate areas for boys and the girls. Otherwise, everyone would have their genitals outlined out on display for everyone to see. I straightened my eyes and followed along with the queue. The line of kids started to grow denser and denser as we reached down the hallway. As we entered the hallway, the queue started losing its shape. The hallway was packed with kids left and right by shoulder to shoulder. We were packed like sardines, As our limbs even lost a little mobility we had. The queue came to a stop in this hallway as the test hall door was still not opened. The rail guard leading us told us to wait, and he went inside the hall before closing back the door. Although the line wasn't moving, more kids were coming down the hallway and trafficking the narrow hallway. It wasn't long when chaos broke when the girls started screaming. There was some incident where the girls were inappropriately touched by some of the mischievous boys in the crowd. This triggered panic among both the girls' groups. The girls soon banded together and attacked the boys who got too close for comfort, accusing them of groping them inappropriately. The group quickly segregated into two groups in a matter of a few minutes. The group of girls was under the leadership of this blonde girl who was the first one to take the charge. She had curly long blonde hair that reached till her back. Meanwhile, her eyes were like turquoise gemstones with angular arrow brows as she sternly stared at us boys fiercely. She had a strong and upright demeanor which made her the girl group's leader in an instant. The blonde girl had just recently met these girls and she already managed to unite all the girls under her leadership. She seriously had godly social skills. She was a social monster who could one day become a prominent figure in the near future. I shrugged my shoulders and squeezed my body from the crowd to get at the edge of the boys' group so I could see the good drama unfold in the front seat. "Hey! What the hell was that kick for?" asked one of the boys who just got a black eyed by the blonde girl. The blonde girl stared at the boy. "That's what you get for groping a girl." A kick to the face was still me being quite lenient. "Huh. I didn't do that, my hand just grazed slightly." Brushing your arm is a different term from what you just did. What you did was caress an innocent girl's butt, and I even clearly caught you red-handed. If that's not enough, I can bring out the confession while beating the lights out of you. If that's what you want. Threatened the blonde girl as she showed open animosity towards the guy. The boy quickly fled to a distance in a hurry. The blonde girl then turned towards us. "From now on, boys are to maintain 2 feet distance from the girls or else bear the full brunt of our wrath." There is literally no space as more kids were rushing down this hallway. And on top of that, these girls demand to keep a minimum of 2 feet distance between boys and girls. To do that, we might have to just send a few kids back, and then only might we be able to do that. To make matters worse, the girls occupied more space than us boys. The girls even had a bit of breathing space. On the other hand, we boys were so close to each other that I could feel the boy breathing next to me. I am sandwiched by all sides with the boys that I can't even feel in my arms. The girls had occupied almost 70% of the entire hallway. Even though there were more boys than girls participants for this test. This was totally unfair, but I certainly don't want to get involved in this drama. I just hope the examiners open the hallway door before this thing escalates, or else. And what if we don't maintain the distance? Suddenly a burly kid asked loudly as he stepped forward. He pushed the rest of the boys sideways as he stepped in front of the blonde girl standing like a towering mountain. The burly kid was so tall that he reached almost double my height. He had messy updyed hair with dark tan skin. While he did look big giant, many of it was just fat. He had a mean look as he glared at her with a wry smile. He would not even believe he was a 12-year-old kid if he wasn't wearing that white full body suit like us. "Barrows. Show that girl what it means to mess with us," cheered one of his friends. "That's right. Trying to hog all the space for themselves. Like we will ever let them do that. Let those girls also feel how it's like to be squished in one place like us boys in place. I would rather be cramped up in this hallway beside girls rather than these sweaty guys. Show that blonde chick a lesson, Barrows. 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 Barrows." And many more such cheers were tossed for Barrows standing up against those blonde girls' demands. Meanwhile, Barrows loved the limelight and his ego was getting more and more bloated as the cheers became louder and louder. The blonde girl was unfazed as she stood in front of the giant kid Barrows. Behind her were the scared girls who were quite nervous and scared by Barrows and the cheering from the boys. I was just standing in the second row to watch the drama with enthusiasm. I didn't want to get involved in this matter, but this will be a good way to see how the rail guards handle such matters. Will the kids be punished? How severely will they be punished? Will they be thrown out of the train or maybe even executed? More such unanswered questions were in my mind. Thankfully some idiots would help me procure these answers. But sadly there were no rail guards in the vicinity. This long corridor had no other passages or rooms. There was only one hallway that led to the big double door of the test hall, which was closed at the moment. We were instructed to wait at the entrance until the hall door was opened. I was already getting bored, but some idiot kid is about to make a ruckus. Finally, something to entertain me after so long being cooped up in my room doing nothing. It would be more enjoyable if I could take a seat, but I just have to manage with this rowdy crowd. The giant boy, Barrows, standing proudly like a mountain thanks to all the cheers he got from the boys. At this moment, he directly was like the leader of the boys' group, as most of the boys supported him for standing up against this blonde girl. Barrows then glared at the blonde. "I will warn you this once, move all the girls so that boys can also have an equal amount of space," he demanded. The boys cheered on with nods and praises for Barrows while they threatened the girls. Although the blonde girl was still unfazed. "Now you listen to me. Some of your boys have already touched some of the girls inappropriately. They are right now in a state of shock and trauma. I even caught one of the pervs in action, red-handed. So I can't just sit back and let those defenseless girls be taken advantage of by vile boys. Just tolerate this situation for a few more minutes until the door opens." Suddenly some voice echoed in, "Hey!" In that manner then I was also groped, shouted a short-statured boy with spiky hair and headband glaring at the blonde girl. "Scratch that, I still feel someone groping my ass right now." To this, the kid behind Shorty Boy was alarmed. "Hey Taker. I am not groping, it's just my knee that might have touched your butt." "It wasn't groping, the Shorty Boy let out a sigh. "Relax Flacket, I know that. I am just trying to make a sound argument that not everything happening here is groping. It's just a little too overcrowded. This is the ceremony organizer's fault for mismanaging this event. So instead of throwing a hissy fit, the girls should blame the ceremony organizers and not us." Yeah, he's got a point. I was also groped and traumatized, so let me join the girls' group. If he was groped, so was I. Give me more space to stand as well. I am also tired of groping only the boys. Wait, who said that? Such a more frivolous statement was uttered by the boys backing the Shorty Boy named Taker. Hearing the stupid arguments of the boys, the blonde girl's eyebrows twitched. Meanwhile, the girls were even more terrified. Barrows also had a hearty laugh. "Did you hear that? Even us boys here are having their share of trouble. So stop being so self-centered and try sympathizing with us boys too." She just looked at us boys with contempt. How could a bunch of uncouth and ill-mannered boys relate to the problems of us, girls? I will say this again, maintain the 2 feet distance or you would force us to use excessive force," replied Blondie in a threatening manner. As soon as this statement, the girls' group shuffled, and those with strong demeanor girls stepped forward glaring at the boys in a threatening manner. These girls were not your regular shy girls and would dare to go toe-to-toe with the boys if push came to shove. Barrows just glared at the blondie. "Oh, I am so scared. Why don't you try demonstrating this excessive force of yours? Stop it." Suddenly one of the boys interrupted. The boy had smooth combed hair and was wearing glasses. He stood at the corner with his arms folded as he relaxed his back against the walls. He was more likely pinned against the wall by the crowd of boys that shoved him behind. He was trying to act smart but looked kinda lame. The smart-ass boy fixed his glasses. "She's Trisha Valencia, one of the night apprentices of Vlaginoble household guards. It's better to not mess with her and her fellow colleagues. That is if you don't want to embarrass yourself." Night apprentice? Even Barrows was a bit shocked. Even the rest of the kids were taken aback. The knights are the people who have pledged their loyalty to certain noble houses or to the Holy Church. Knight apprentices are the next in line knights who are trained since their childhood in the way of the sword to protect their master. In that sense, this girl Trisha Valencia had a strong backing. Not to mention she was an apprentice, so she must also be trained to fight in close combat. No wonder she didn't even flinch when Barrows threatened him. But I still don't get what she was doing in this carriage. Shouldn't she be in one of those high-class carriages? The blonde girl named Trisha didn't accept or deny what the smart-ass kid just stated. It's better if you boys don't make me take any drastic action. Just bear this situation for a few more minutes. I am sure the ceremony organizers will open the door anytime soon. And everything that happened here would be a distant memory," she said. She lowered her brows and took a deep breath in. The hostility towards Barrows and the boys quickly disappeared. The boys also went silent when they came to know Trisha's background. Although Barrows was annoyed and didn't put her in his eyes, what is a knight apprentice doing in the commoner's carriage in the first place? Trying to use lies to threaten us? I will show you what happens to liars. Saying so, Barrows stretched his arm and tried grabbing Trisha's shoulder. But before he could even touch it, Trisha grabbed Barrows by his fingers and then bent it with all her might. His face twisted in agony as he fell on his knees as Trisha folded his fingers as if they were just mere branches of twigs on the verge to be broken. Barrows tried punching her with his free arm, but Trisha quickly twisted one of his fingers and a snap sound echoed throughout the corridor. "Arg!" Barrows wailed like an injured animal. Meanwhile, Trisha contemptuously glared at Barrows, who was kneeling under her feet. "That was just your little finger that I just broke. You can continue your little struggle if you don't want to lose all the rest of your other fingers. It hurts, it really hurts. I am sorry. Please let go of me," wailed Barrows like a crying kid. A tall mountainous giant kid now was a miserable injured puppy under Trisha's feet. All the haughty air was nowhere like his former self. What a pathetic display. "Get out of my sight," said Trisha with disdain and a cold voice. Everyone in the audience was enthralled by the sight they just witnessed. A blonde girl made a boy who was almost double her size cower under her feet. Barrows, who was not long ago the embodiment of manliness representing the boys, turned into such a sorry state in an instant. Even I was disappointed, as I expected a big commotion that would attract the rail guards. That giant brat is just full of hot air and disappointment. Meanwhile, the girls' group broke into an uproar praising Trisha for her bravery and heroic display of her strength. Trisha was still calm like ice, as if it wasn't a big deal, as she stood back in her place guarding the girls' group like a guard dog. I can't help but whistle in a manner to applaud the girls' technique for making that boy submit. Even some of the boys were awestruck by her style, and some even fell in love at first sight. Typical teen boys. Meanwhile, Barrows went to a corner to dig a hole so that he can bury himself for good as the world forgets his existence. It wasn't soon the hallway door opened and a figure walked out of the room. A man dressed in a full formal black suit and a peculiar red flower in his front chest pocket. On his left eye, he wore a monocle lens. What's with all this racket? What is going on here? CH22, exam hall. Before we knew it, the exam hall door had already opened and a man dressed in a black formal suit walked out of it. He was dressed in a formal luxury black suit along with white gloves. In his chest pocket, there was a red flower that looked very strange. I have never seen this flower before. Over his right eye, he wore a monocle lens that was latched to his ear. And right now this man was glaring at us with pure contempt. I just let you folks wait in the hallway for a few minutes and you guys already started making a racket. No decency or manners. What would you expect from the mere plebeians? You guys are here to have an examination, and if you are even a bit literate, then you should know how one should behave," said the man in black. "What do we have here? Another ass of a rail guard." Although he just openly insulted us, unlike those silent, coldly staring rail guards at the station. But this man looked a bit different from the rail guards we came across so far. This guy was wearing that flower and that monocle glasses, which made him stand out from the rest of the guards. Also, this man didn't seem to have the sword like all the rest of the rail guards. Even the wagon manager had a cane, but this guy was not armed in any way. This man certainly must be an important figure in this wagon. The man in the suit looked around the hallway. Everyone in the hall fell silent despite being crowded to the brim. The whole room suddenly fell silent after hearing the man's words. Some lowered their heads while some glared back furiously at the man in black. The guy in the black noticed those angry glares, It seems it would be better if I just fail every one of you in the Mage Ascension test. That would be for the best. Mages don't need people such as yourselves." As soon as these words came out, everyone's expressions changed drastically who were present in this hallway. Those even hateful glares turned into a look of shock. The looks from hatred now turned into guilt and shock. While everyone was silent and dumb, Trisha, the leader of the girls' group, stepped forward. Trisha graciously bowed her head. "I apologize on behalf of every participant here for creating such a nuisance. I agree that our behavior was uncalled for, but the organizers of the ceremony train are equally guilty." The rail guard led all the 458 participants down here in this little cramped hallway, which resulted in starting this big commotion. The girls are quite uncomfortable waiting here. And to make matter worse, some of the mischievous boys started acting like wild perverts. Hence why the big commotion occurred. I suppose the ceremony train organizers in the future would be more careful and prevent such things. The man in black glared at her. "Huh? So you guys are now blaming us ceremony organizers for your uncivilized behavior? You really are getting on my nerves, girl. I think I should just declare every one of you as a failure as a mage, right here and now, and throw everyone overboard from this train at once." Trisha suddenly lifted her head and stared back at him. "I don't think failing us would sit well with the Mage Association. They won't like losing so many potential young mages for the kingdom, just because you feel like it. I hope that you keep that in mind." The man in the black's eyebrows twitched. "Oh, is that a threat? Are you trying to threaten me, young lady?" "That was no threat. I was just pointing it out for your own sake. You got one heck of a mouth for a mere plebeian. What is your name?" As soon as he asked it, the blonde girl straightened up and stood upright. "The name is Trisha Valencia, an apprentice knight of the Vlaja household. I am here to participate in the ceremony like any other participant here and wish it goes smoothly. I apologize if my words came across as rude, but my intention was that the ceremony could go smoothly without tarnishing your good name. I am sorry if I said too much. This Trisha girl has one heck of a mouth." I mumbled to myself. The man in the black suit was a bit taken back. "Oh, we have a knight apprentice among the plebeians? What is a person of your stature doing in this wagon? Wait a minute, the infamous Vlaja household? Now I see." Suddenly a mocking smile appeared on his face. "If my memory serves me correctly, the Valencia Knight clan were the ones who were serving the Vlaja household. It seems the Valencia clan is still serving the Vlaja household even after the Vlaja house was stripped from their title as nobility for their crimes." This time Trisha's brows twitched. "Us Valencia Knights have sworn loyalty to the Vlaja household and we stick to our word. Also, I would advise you to not slander my master's household." "Oh, please don't mind me. I apologize if my words come across as rude, I was just a bit worried. As for the matter of you worrying about tarnishing our reputation is a sweet sentiment. But you Valencia Knights should be the last one to worry about such things," replied the man in the black suit with a smug face. Trisha glared back angrily without saying any words. Meanwhile, the man in black just ignored her gaze and turned to everyone. "Hey! You folks making Miss Trisha do all apologizing. Aren't you ashamed?" Hearing that everyone bowed their head, "We are sorry," said everyone with a synchronized tone and lowered our heads. Of course, I didn't lower my head or say those words. And some of them were of the same opinions as I. This was clearly the ceremony organizers' fault that this commotion happened in the first place. Anyway, most of the kids did apologize, so the man in black was quite satisfied. "I'll overlook your demeanor this one time. Alright, come inside the exam hall and let's begin the test. We are already behind our schedule." Saying so, the man in black went inside. Finally, we were allowed to enter the hall. This time everyone was disciplined and entered the hall in an orderly manner. All of them were on their best behavior. Maybe the man's threat did work on everyone. As I entered the hall, I looked around and I saw this was one big white hall and there was even a stage. It would quite easily hold up about 500 kids like ourselves with ease. Although there was nothing special about this room. Above the ceiling was a candlelit chandelier that lit the entire room. It was too bright as there was no furniture except for 5 pedestals with a purple glowing crystal ball placed on the stage. Those things must be important for the ascension test. We were told to form a long queue and stand in an orderly fashion in front of the stage. The girls and the boys were divided into separate groups. But this time there was more space between us and much more comfortable than before. Waiting for a few minutes to let everyone get settled down, the man in black walked onto the stage. Taking another glance at us, "Well, we are already running out of time, so I shall try to keep this brief. I am Salvador Barnacus, one of the examiners who will be overlooking this test. There was just another test being held just a while ago before you arrived. They were the kids from the wagon B8. As for the reason for the delay, there were some stubborn kids who didn't listen to reason and ended up hurting themselves. So cleaning up the mess took some time, hence the delay." The room's atmosphere suddenly turned heavy as soon as he said this statement. Many people's faces turned white. The examiner noticed it and chuckled, "Ha ha. You needn't worry. They might be hurt, but we have the best healers here. If you don't want to end up like those kids, just listen to your supervisors who will be overlooking your tests." He continued, "There will be a total of 3 tests to determine if you actually have the potential to be a mage. If you fail any one of those tests, you'll deem unworthy of being a mage. But don't lose heart, even if you fail you'll still join the ceremony nevertheless. The tests are rather simple and it's best if you listen to the advice from your supervisors who will be conducting this test. Meet Mr. Hagar and Miss Thaja." Saying so he introduced a man and woman who appeared on the stage. Mr. Hagar had tan skin and neatly combed hair. He looked very fit and was wearing a gray shirt and gray pants which looked like a uniform. He stood in attention with a dead serious face when Examiner Salvador introduced him. Meanwhile, Miss Thaja was pretty and she adorned a charming smile. She had long brown hair and stood proudly with her hands on her hips. She was also wearing the same shirt and pants as Mr. Hagar, but she looked a bit more curvaceous and sexy. These guys are definitely not related to those railway guards. The uniforms worn by the guards are different and these guys were not armed with swords. "Alright, I'll be heading out now. I overlooked the 3rd and the final test. If you are destined to be a mage, we'll meet again. It's already very late, I still have to overlook the B8 participants' final test. Mr. Hagar and Miss Thaja, over to you." In saying so, Examiner Salvador turned around and left through the door on the stage. Mr. Hagar and Miss Thaja bowed their heads respectfully until the examiner left. As soon as he left, the 2 supervisors turned their attention to us. Miss Thaja stepped forward, "All right boys and girls, just sit down on the floor. There are almost 500 participants from B7 and we only have 5 testing mononeuron crystal balls. It will take some time to test everyone. So until then, it's better you sit down and make yourself comfortable until your name is called out. It's better if you guys are relaxed and in your best condition to get the perfect result." She then turned to Mr. Hagar, "Would you like to give some encouraging words, Mr. Hagar?" Mr. Hagar stepped forward and glanced at us with a deep stare. "Good luck," he said and got back to rummaging through pages of a file in his hands. Miss Thaja laughed off, "Well, Mr. Hagar looks a bit serious type but he's just not very good with words. He's still a fun guy to be around. Meanwhile, I myself am laid back and cheerful person unlike most of those douche, Miss Thaja." Mr. Hagar interrupted. "Oops, never mind. What I want to say is that you don't need to be so formal with us, think of us as just a pair of grown-up pals. Anyway, those who clear the test will listen to the next test, meanwhile those who cannot have to go back to their room and wait for further instructions. So before any more delay let's begin the test before the chief decides to cut any more of our paycheck. CH23, the first test." We sat on the floor after our supervisor said to do so. Thankfully the floor was made of wooden furnishing. Otherwise, we might all freeze our ass here because the full body suit fabric was very thin. The full body suit that we were told to wear was quite flexible and fit us perfectly. although it was a bit breezy and some people might find it uncomfortable but not me. When I was just a little brat back in the demon realm, I used to roam around the street almost naked most of my time. Even after I was promoted as the overlord, I still roamed around my castle naked from time to time. Thankfully my wife hammered on the etiquettes and I finally got rid of those habits. This situation just brings back memories. Hence that's why I felt comfortable. It didn't take long for everyone to settle down on the floor. "Alright folks," Miss Thaja shouted, "now listen up. As Sir Salvador said before, you have to go through 3 tests to decide if you have the ability to become a mage. Failing any one of those tests means that you can't become a mage. I know that every one of you here wants to become a mage, but life isn't fair. But keep in mind, even if you fail to become a mage, don't lose heart. There are many more other professions you can pursue besides being a mage. Life is not everything about being a mage. You can also become becoming a merchant or a blacksmith, and many more such professions." Everyone looked a bit disheartened hearing her words. She was trying to motivate everyone, but it was doing the opposite effect. But her words do make sense. It is said that only 1 out of every 20 people has the potential to become a mage. That's the average of people who successfully formed a mana core, the most vital piece to become a mage. Although most mages belonging to the commoner's background end up being low-tier mages. But they still are treated quite fairly compared to your regular citizen without mage abilities. Few mages rose to the top mage tiers despite being born to peasants. Such people are quite popular with the populace and even revered for their ideals. People that become a mage directly promote to higher family status. They are even given true citizenship, which allows them to travel around the cities all over the kingdom without restriction. There are also many more benefits like tax evasion and getting government jobs for the mage's family members even if they are not a mage. Hence why many people wanna be mages. Meanwhile, those with royal blood and nobility have even higher chances to give birth to kids with strong mage abilities. Many powerful mages belong to nobility after all. Hence why there is a hierarchy system in place which tries to keep the bloodline pure. Right now there are about 500 candidates here, and after the end of this test more than half of them would fail this test. Miss Thaja just stated the truth here. Seeing the depressed atmosphere, Miss Thaja scratched her head and let out a sigh. I just wanted to give some encouraging words to motivate everyone, but it just backfired. What I meant to say was just good luck. I am no good with pep talk, so let's just jump straight to the point. Let me explain your test first. She turned around and walked towards one of the mana crystal balls placed on the pedestal. This here is a mana neuron crystal ball. This is a very low and diluted version of a mana replenishing item. Explaining will do no good, so let me just show you. She then waved her hand in front of the crystal ball and suddenly the crystal ball's purple color started turning into pure white color. That was not the only change, I also saw small white glowing threads wiggling from the ball like living worms. These crystal balls were sealed with my mana, and this is exactly how it looks, kinda gross. She continued, as you can see, these small white worm-like things look like they're live, but they're not. These creepy white wiggly things are pure mana condensed in the form of a thread. It looks alive because of the unstable mana trying to escape to the environment. Hence the seal. For the test, all you have to do is touch the crystal ball for about a half a minute and you can pass this test. Let me show you how it works. Saying so, she stretched her arm and slowly moved her hand towards the crystal ball. Everyone watched it carefully without batting their eyes. I had seen mana potions and other items that replenish mana. But I never came across such an item before, so it also piqued my interest. As soon as Miss Thaja's hand reached the crystal ball, the mana threads reacted. They started wrapping her hand like a snake snuggling its prey. The threads were attracted to Miss Thaja's hand like a moth to a flame. She didn't mind the threads and just grabbed the crystal ball. The mana threads wrapped around her hand started glowing. At this point, her hand was covered in those mana threads. Miss Thaja looked at us with a smile. As you can see, the mana thread has wrapped over my hand and I am safe. I am a mage, so I was able to easily touch it. Right now the mana thread is trying to channel the mana from the crystal ball to my own mana reserves. These threads detect your mana pores, which are similar to the sweat gland except for sweat it emits mana through your skin. She took her hand away from the ball and the threads wrapped around her arms separated and returned back on the ball. If I held onto the crystal ball for too long, I might end up absorbing all the mana. Anyway, now that you have seen me do it, you should understand the test now, right? Hearing that everyone was in awe and the room became noisy. Everyone was excited. Hey, this sounds like a piece of a cake. That examiner gave me a scare, but this looks simple enough. Just touching that crystal ball is the test? I hope the rest of the tests are also so easy. But aren't those wiggly threads kinda gross? It sure looks gross to me. How can Miss Thija touch it without getting disgusted? Miss Thija, will this ruin my fingernails? I had applied new nail polish and I don't want it to be ruined. And more such pointless questions were asked by both the boys and girls. At this point, everyone already decided that he or she will pass it. Even the boys sitting around me were excited and began a group discussion. I know I can pass this test. When I was 12 years old I felt something very different. I can't describe this, it's definitely the birth of my mana core, said one of the guys beside me. I know exactly what you felt. I also had that feeling, replied the guy in front of him. Suddenly the rest of the guys chimed in. Yes, me too. Also, my voice has changed. That's just your puberty, nothing to do with mana core. Really? Just when? Quiet down everyone, shouted Mr. Hagar all of a sudden. The voice boomed and echoed in the hall like thunder. Everyone quickly fell silent. Thank you, Hagar, said Miss Thija and turned towards us. I wasn't done talking, so please listen. Being optimistic is a good thing at such a time. But after the end of this test, almost 70% of you will fail this exact simple test. Why? Because those without mana pores will get a strong adverse rejection. It might even harm you if you forcefully try to grab the ball. A smirk appeared on her face. This 3 test is all about your affinity with mana. If you face rejection you'll fail. Now without any delay let's begin the test. She turned to Mr. Hagar. Please read out the first names. Mr. Hagar slightly nodded and flipped the pages of a file. Candidate Armin Gracia, Julie Noor, Simon Penny, Pal Belger and Mason Cook. Please come to the stage. Soon 5 of the people got up from their seats and went on top of the stage. There was about 1 girl and 4 boys who looked a bit nervous. They each stood in front of a pedestal. Miss Thija stood in the center while Mr. Hagar was observing carefully while writing notes from the sidelines. All right, I'll be removing the seal. If you feel rejection and discomfort, withdraw immediately, she instructed. Yes, ma'am, shouted the kids in a harmony. After hearing it, Miss Thija glanced at Mr. Hagar, who gave her a nod in reply. All right, let's begin. Saying so she waved both her arms, and in a second all the purple crystal balls turned back into white. They all had those condensed unstable mana threads. All right, gently try to grab the ball. Don't be afraid of mana threads. Only back away if you feel pain or discomfort, she instructed while carefully observing the candidates. The 5 kids on stage slowly approached the crystal ball at the same time. It was going well for the first few seconds. Ah! There was a loud scream from the girl candidate. She fell on her butt and clutched her hand as if it were in pain. The rest of the 4 candidates stopped in place in fear, looking at the girl. Are you all right, Julie? Asked Madame Thija with concern. I felt the sting like pain in my hand. Said Julie while checking her arm. Although there were no visible injuries. I understand. There will be healers waiting just outside this room. Just get checked just in case. After that head to your room, said Madame Thija as she helped her get up. Does that mean I failed the test? Miss Thija gave a wry smile. Unfortunately, that was a rejection. I am sorry, Julie. Can I give it one more try? Asked perplexed Julie. If you force yourself, you might end up getting hurt. Some kids just lost their limbs because of their stubbornness not long ago. You still wanna do it? The girl was dumbfounded by her response. Is Miss Thaja talking about the kids from B8 who got injured, which resulted in us waiting in the hallway? But the examiner Salvador said it was a minor injury and nothing to worry about. Living an ordinary life is much better than losing your limbs and living as a disabled, don't you think? Said Miss Thaja while patting the girl's head. Also, if you guys are injured, the ceremony organizers will once again cut my already non-existing paycheck. So hurry back to your room. Wait, is Miss Thaja really concerned about the girl's well-being or just worried about her paycheck? I can't understand this woman. She then turned to the other 4 candidates who were standing like statues. Hey, you boys, what are you waiting for? Don't tell me you all got cold feet. Begin the test already, we don't have a whole day. Yes, ma'am, replied the 4 boys while gritting their teeth. At this pace, it will take forever to complete this test. CH24, the rejects of the Mana. It's been about an hour since they started the first test. At first, it looked pretty easy and everyone was optimistic and thought this would be a breeze. But as testing progressed, the reality of the matter started to set in. It's been about half an hour and 40 people have been tested so far. Out of 40, only 9 kids have passed the test and moved to the next phase. The rest of those who failed were sent back to their room. The joyful optimism was now crumbling seeing the threshold for passing. The kids who failed were heartbroken and shocked. Some even wept in disappointment and some even challenged the test itself. The one who did manage to pass the test left without any cheers. It didn't feel right to celebrate in such a gloomy room. But there were some cocky kids out as well who laughed proudly for clearing the first phase of the test. Even going so far as to mock their fellow candidates next to him who failed. Right now the 9th batch of kids just got done with the testing. But there was one kid who was trying to grab the ball desperately and a few minutes had passed but there was no progress. The rest of his 4 candidates participating with him had already done with their test and left the stage. Only he has yet to give up. Finally, Miss Thaja couldn't stand it anymore and decided to intervene. Madam, why did you stop the test? The candidate on the stage shouted, I was so close to grabbing it. Please restart the test. Miss Thaja sealed the candidate's crystal ball. You did good, Peter. But now please step down from the stage and check yourself with the healers, instructed Miss Thaja. But I haven't felt rejection yet. I can still continue, please. I know I can clear this test, argued Peter. I said that's enough. As your supervisor, I order you to go step down and get yourself checked by the healers. Why? Why are you stopping my test? Is it because I come from a lower class, is that it? That's why you are using your authority to fail me, right? Accused Peter. Miss Thaja let out a sigh, you barely managed to stand by sheer adrenaline that you didn't even notice it. Take a look at your chest. It's when he noticed that his white full body suit had red blotches spreading from his chest. It was slowly but surely expanding in size like veins of a leaf. You are bleeding from your chest, you haven't even noticed it. If I let you continue any further, you could have died, added Miss Thaja. Peter reached out and touched his chest and his hands turned blood red. But I don't feel any pain. This is not my blood, argued Peter. Miss Thaja rubbed her forehead. Listen, kid, lying won't get you anywhere. You are clearly feeling the rejection but you won't accept it. Your stubbornness is just making it harder for yourself. I know you wish to be a mage but just face the reality and save yourself the pain. Peter finally fell on his knees with a dreadful look. He had his eyes wide open and tears rolling down from his face. This time in Peter's batch 2 boys managed to pass the test. Sadly Peter's luck wasn't so good. Stop delaying and head back to the medic. We have more kids waiting to do their test, said Miss Thaja. But Peter was motionless on the stage sitting on his knees with his eyes open wide staring at the floor. Miss Thaja finally couldn't take it anymore. Please Peter, move out of the stage. I need to, but suddenly Peter grabbed Miss Thaja's sleeves. Miss Thaja, please. I can't fail this test. If I didn't become a mage then those guys they will turn my family into slaves. They already captured my big sister and if I also turned into a magicless brat then my family is done for. He quickly bowed his head and grabbed Miss Thaja's feet. I am my family's last hope. If I can become a mage, then they might spare us." Everyone who heard that was surprised, and there was a moment of silence. Miss Thaja was also surprised and helped Peter get up. "I see. So your family made a deal with the slave dealers. That is unfortunate." As soon as that statement came, the room erupted in chattering frenzy. "Slave dealers? What's that? They are the talk of the town. I heard they target normal human families and later they turn them into slaves. I also heard about them. Sadly, the city guards do little to nothing to help us. Ha ha. That's what you get for borrowing money from those thugs. You deserve it. Hey. How could you be so heartless? You boys are all the same. If you feel so bad, why not sell yourself instead? That way Peter will be saved. You disgust me. Don't ever talk to me." The whole room was chaotic and noisy. But even I had heard of these slave dealers. Apparently, there are some shady groups who lend money to poor families coming from a peasant background. They especially target parents who recently gave birth to a kid. They offer a sweet deal to their parents to borrow money from them while signing a contract that if their kid ever forms a monocore at the age of 12, he or she will work for them to pay that amount in very low interest. Meanwhile, if their kid fails to form a monocore, then those interests will be multiplied and the family has to pay more money. And if they fail to repay the money, they will enslave the entire family and be sold as slaves. These groups tend to call themselves sponsors for young mages, but all they have been doing is create a big chain market for selling slaves, especially targeting the magicless humans. This boy Peter here must be one of the victims of those sponsor groups. Peter clutching onto Miss Thaja's legs. "Please, Miss Thaja, I am begging you, let me." But before Peter could say anything, Mr. Hagar came behind Peter and hit him with a chop in the back of his neck. The chop instantly put Peter unconscious and he carried him in his arms. "I will take him to the medic team, please continue the test," said Mr. Hagar. Miss Thaja just silently nodded. Mr. Hagar, carrying Peter on his shoulder, walked down the stage and walked out of the room. There was dead silence until Mr. Hagar left the room. People were still shocked at what they just saw. Miss Thaja was the first one to break the silence. "Let that be a reminder to everyone. Maybe you strongly wish to be a mage, whether it's a passion or just desperation. That won't change the fact that it's not up to you whether you can become a mage or not." She walked on the stage grabbing the files left by Mr. Hagar. "We already deal with stubborn kids like Peter here every year. Those who try to pass the test by just gritting their teeth are after the status, the privilege of being a mage. Hence why we made you folks wear this all-white full body suit. If some kid tries to force their way in this test, they will be injured, and the white bodysuit you are wearing is specially made to detect those injuries. That's why we were even instructed to not wear any undergarments so that we won't miss any injuries. None at all. If Peter was wearing regular clothes, he might even pass this test and his injury might have gone unnoticed in the first phase. Sadly, his bodysuit gave him away. Alright, moving on, the next candidates, Jim Barton, Danny Rivers, Kyath Malone, Trisha Valencia, and Margaret Banks. "Please come on to the stage," announced Miss Thaja. The usual routine, 5 students got up from their seats and walked on towards the stage. But among the 5 there was Trisha Valencia, the girl who stirred quite the commotion and even became the leader of all the girls of our wagon. She was also the talk among the people after the closing remarks left by Examiner Salvador. Now, after all the big talks, it would be disappointing if she failed in the first phase of the test. All 5 candidates got up on the stage and stood in front of the pedestal like usual. Everyone was nervous except for the apprentice knight. She was calm and confident, unlike the other candidates before her. Not to mention all the girls were rooting for her and shouting good wishes. This was the first time ever that the crowd was a bit cheerful in a while. "I'll now begin the test." Saying so, Miss Thaja lifted the seal. The purple crystal ball turned back into the white again. The white glowing condensed mana thread poured out from the crystal ball, wiggling outward, desperately trying to flee. The candidates even had a hard time even standing beside the crystal ball. The candidates each desperately stretched their arms to touch the crystal ball, but there was an unseen force that was pushing them back. Some screamed, using their voice to push themselves, while some gritted their teeth bearing the pain. The candidates were all struggling except for Trisha. The knight candidate managed to touch the crystal ball in mere seconds. The knight candidate grabbed the ball and just stood idly with her eyes closed. The mana threads wrapped around her arm like snuggling to her in the same way as Miss Thisha tried to touch that ball. This was surprising because the other candidates who managed to pass this test managed to hold on to the crystal ball for half a minute, but they could at best only attract 3 to 4 mana threads to their arm. But Trisha managed to attract a lot of these threads that her arm was covered all over. This surprised everyone in the room. Although Trisha herself didn't look surprised, as if she expected this result. There were constant ahs erupting from everyone. The knight apprentice must be a prodigy and have a bright future if she becomes a mage. There are still 2 tests to clear before becoming a true mage, but she has had a good start so far. Knight apprentices usually come from a noble family, and that's why many of them are powerful. And here Trisha clearly showcased the gap between us commoners and those who came from nobility. In her batch, she was the only one who passed with flying colors. The rest of the other 4 candidates failed and were sent back to their room. Before leaving, Trisha glanced at the girls' crowd. There were sad goodbyes from the girls' side. As it was fated that most of the girls would fail and never hope to see the knight apprentice ever again. There were even a few boys who were shouting goodbye, but the knight apprentice didn't even glance at the boys' group. She left without saying a word and went out from the stage door, heading to the next phase. "All right, hush down. We don't have all day," shouted Miss Thisha. "All right, the next candidates are Jerry Holt, Andrew Hickman, Anthony Shepard, Sean Delbert, and Benjamin Almond. Please come to the stage. Finally, it's my turn. CH25, a headache." I climbed onto the stage with the rest of the candidates as soon as my name was called out. We got up on the stage and each of us stood in front of a pedestal. I picked the pedestal in the corner which will least interfere with the other candidate's crystal ball. I took a glance at my fellow candidates just to see everyone was nervous. They were on pins and needles and some were even sweating before the test could start. I can't tell if it's nervousness or stage fright, and I didn't have to care. I just need to focus on my test. That's what matters. The test had not yet begun as Miss Thisha was cross-checking our names. I finally looked at the crystal ball that was in front of me. The crystal ball looked like your ordinary glass ball with a tint of darkish purple hue. The purple hue must be something Miss Thisha manipulates with her mana to seal the power of the crystal ball. Currently, it wasn't in its original state, hence why it looks ordinary. I had read a lot about mana in depth. Sadly, there were no good books around my town, but I asked my father to borrow some books. The advanced mana books are very costly. Even books, in general, are not usually affordable by us commoners that often. The common folk usually just go to borrow from the town library. But our town had a very small library and didn't even have anything related to magic or mages. All of it had some agricultural tricks or the laws of the kingdom, etc. But my father traveled out of town often and he gifted me the Advanced Magic Arts book. Although it was a second-hand book and a bit worn out, it was still very useful. That's when I came to learn about the so-called mana of this world. The most basic form of mana is the pure mana that mages produce within their body. The mage's mana core plays a vital role in accumulating, controlling, and converting the mana. The pure form of mana can be converted to any form depending on the specific mage's attribute and spells. To summarize in short, pure mana is the most basic energy utilized by all the mages. Hence, why pure mana is a very good friend to every mage in this world as long as he or she has formed a mana core. Meanwhile, those without a mana core feel an adverse rejection. Pure mana harms those who don't have a mana core. Trying to forcefully assimilate pure mana will result in injuries and loss of organs and sometimes even death. The reason why the pure mana reacts like this is still a mystery that scholars still haven't figured out yet. In this trial, we are basically doing the same thing. Letting mana do the choosing. I would say this is a bit risky, but it's the quickest and the most efficient method. "Alright, I hope everyone's ready," asked Miss Thisha as she stood in the center. "Let's begin then." As soon as she waved her hands, the purplish tint hue disappeared and the crystal ball suddenly turned into a glowing ball of white light. Small threads of mana started wiggling from all over the crystal ball like a pack of live worms. There was yet another kind of force between me and the crystal ball. It was like if there was some unseen force field trying to separate us. For some reason, my blood boiling for some reason. There was an excitement that didn't exist before the activation of the crystal ball. I slowly stepped forward and gently stretched my arm to grab the ball. There was a tingly feeling all over my body, but it wasn't hurting me a bit. As I stretched my hand closer to the ball, the tingly feeling started to intensify. I didn't stop, and that's when I came into contact with the mana threads they started avoiding. They were like trying to dodge my hand. Shouldn't it be attracted to my hand? I felt a bit nervous, but I quickly cleared my thoughts. I didn't stop and used all my strength to grab the ball. My limbs were aching, but I persevered and finally managed to touch the ball. But as soon as I came into contact with the ball, I suddenly blacked out. In the next second, I found myself in a dark room floating. This sudden change of surroundings put me on my guard. I was at this moment floating in a weird place. The exam hall and the candidates, the supervisors, everything just disappeared. It was just me floating in some weird dimension. The only thing I could see was a big golden ragged wall stretching to all directions with no end. It stretched till the sky above, down the abyss, and to the horizons on both left and right sides. Where the hell am I? I mumbled to myself. Did I die again? What the hell? This is a similar situation back when I died. Except there is this gigantic gold-colored wall. Other than that, it was the same. Checking my surroundings for one last time, I saw that I was the only one here. After some time, I finally decided to go check out what that golden wall was about. I just used the will to go near the wall and my body moved. This time I had my body with me and not like I was just a drifting soul like before. I floated gently near the golden wall. I tried touching the wall. It had a rough texture and looked quite rigid. Not to mention it had a golden light glow to it. I caressed my hand over the wall. To my surprise, the wall looked as if it was alive, as if it was breathing. It was a very mild vibration, but I noticed it. Just when the wall started shaking. What the hell? I backed away quickly, trying to get away to a safe distance. But there was nowhere else to go in this weird dimension. All over the place was just a dark, dim, empty space where there was nothing. I didn't want to get too far inside the dark dimension either. I had my fill of floating in a dark, empty abyss back when I was just a mere soul. Don't want to revisit those awful places again. I just stopped a few meters away from the wall, which was shaking and wobbling like crazy. But it didn't take long for the wall in front of me to start rising. There was a loud rumbling that even shook this dimension itself. I was on guard in a combat stance, ready for anything. Although I have no idea what will happen next. It wasn't long before the wall rising halted, unveiling a mysterious gigantic eye staring right at me. The eye was as big as a dozen large palaces combined together. The iris had a big golden mysterious iris and the pupils were shaped like slits. At this moment those eyes were staring right at me. What the fuck is that thing? I asked myself. This enormous creature, I have never heard of before. Even I, as the demon lord, never heard about the existence of such a creature. It was nothing but a gigantic eye. I couldn't even see its entire body to make out what it was. Even my own existence felt minuscule at this moment. My current hand-to-hand combat stance was useless against such a creature. I just let out a sigh and looked back at the creature. I tried to calm myself and rid of all my fear. As a former demon lord, I shouldn't cower before fear. One of the key virtues taught me back in the demon realm. I took a deep breath and with my folded arms, I stood my ground. Although I am actually floating in a weird dimension. Who are you? And where is this place? I asked out loud. The big eye just stared at me with no answer. There was utter silence. Could you even hear me? I said, where am I? But before I could finish speaking, there was a weird change in his eye. Suddenly there was big suction that started pulling towards the eye. I tried to resist but no good. Before I could even understand what was going on, I was sucked within the eye inside his slit-eyed pupils. As I got sucked deep in the eyes, there appeared a bright light that blinded my eyes. "Benjamin, Benjamin, can you hear me?" A foggy voice echoed in my ears. It seemed to be distant but getting closer each passing second. "Benjamin, snap out of it." A feminine voice echoed. I finally woke up. That looked like a distant dream. Miss Thija shook my shoulder. "Are you feeling all right, Benjamin?" "What?" I mumbled confusedly, trying to remember what I was just doing now. That's when I noticed I had already touched the crystal ball and some of the mana threads had already snuggled with my hand. That's when I remembered that I was in the midst of the trial test. Everything finally came back to me. "Benjamin, you already succeeded in the test, a minute ago. But you still are holding on to the ball like your snuggling bed pillow. What's the matter, are you alright?" asked Miss Thija worriedly. I finally let go of the crystal ball and looked around. Just to notice the participants that came along me had long left. I was the only one who was still on the stage. Also, Miss Thija just said that I passed my test. "I am fine. Thank you," I replied, eager to get away from here. There are still a lot of things my brain has to process. I was getting a bit of a headache at this moment. But I don't want to mention or show that in front of Miss Thija. Otherwise, she might deem me as a failure and send me back to my room. "Are you sure?" "Yes, ma'am. I am fine, you don't need to worry." "Well, if you say so. It felt like you were in a deep state of concentration and I thought not to disturb you. But you sure not just dozed off?" "Huh? Of course not. Why would I do that? Ha ha ha." Miss Thija then walked around me. "You don't seem to be injured. Are you sure you're okay?" "I am doing great. See you later, Miss Thija. You have a schedule to maintain, right? Now if you'll excuse me, please," I answered wittily before hurrying to the door onto the next trial. We said our goodbyes and I finally entered the doorway leading to the next trial room. The door leads us to another dimly lit hallway that stretched across the entire room. There was no one present here and I was the only one walking in this hallway. I finally touched my head and the headache seemed to be going away. I still can't tell if that big eye that I just saw was a dream or real. No point in rethinking that for now. All that matters is that I passed the first trial and there are still 2 more to go. CH26, a change of scene. I was still walking through this long hallway that seemed to have no end. There were no windows or any doors in this long passage that seemed to lead to the second trial room. The only thing in here was the dimly lit lamps hanging on the wall that lit this passage. I can't fathom why the 2 trial rooms are placed so far apart. I didn't have any urge to rush to the next trial room anyway. I was walking at my normal pace to conserve all my energy for the next trial that I have to go through. I started to think back to my experience back in the first trial room. The strange thing was that I felt some sort of rejection from the crystal ball at first. Even the mana threads were avoiding my hands. I almost thought I was one of the rejects for a second there. But then I had that strange dream. What was it again? Arg! I screamed, clutching my head. Just when I tried to remember what I had dreamed, the headache kicked in. The severe pain was like something that I never experienced before. It felt like somebody was hitting a nail in my head, piercing through my skull. I almost was about to pass out, but I quickly managed to grab onto the wall and kept myself on my feet. I gritted my teeth and started taking deep breaths. If I pass out now, the authorities will definitely fail me. I still have a lot to do and I can't just fail here on the very first trial. It took a few minutes before the pain disappeared like it never even existed. What the hell is going on? Why am I starting to get these headaches, all of a sudden? I never had this problem ever before, but after coming in contact with that crystal ball. Is this some sort of sign of some diseases? Am I rejected by the mana? Many more such doubts started to rise in my mind. But I shook off all the negative thoughts and just focused on what to do next. I wasted a lot of time. I should hurry, I said to myself while speeding up. After walking for a few more minutes, I finally reached a big double door. This door looked exactly like the entrance of the first trial room. Although unlike before, nobody was standing here to welcome the candidates. I stood in front of the door and gave myself one thorough checkup. I saw there were no visible injuries or even patches of blood on my full body suit. The only thing I did suffer was a bit of headache which didn't last long. It's best if I don't mention it to my supervisors. I finally grabbed onto the door handles and pushed the door open. Just as I opened the door, I was greeted by a bright light that almost managed to blind me. I walked inside the room taking a few steps and waited for my vision to adjust. A gust of cool wind hit me, surprising me a bit. After a few seconds, my vision finally started to set in and I could finally see. Where the hell am I now? I asked myself. Right at this moment, I was standing on a grassy mound on some hill. The grassy field stretched across the horizon to no end. The sun shone brightly in the blue cloudless sky. I had never seen such a clear sky in my village either. After glancing around, I finally saw the group of candidates gathered around a tower. The tower was about 50 meters in height, but small in breadth and length. There were no windows on the tower, but on the top of the tower, there was a glowing pinkish aura. The young candidates were all gathered around the tower in a circular formation and were broken into groups. I also noticed people dressed like Miss Thaja and Mr. Hagar in those groups. There was some activity going on within the groups, but I was too far away to see what exactly was going on. Wasn't I just on board the ceremony train? Did the train halt and I just exit through this door? That's when I turn around to glance behind me just to notice the double door standing on the open grassy mound. There was no train or any carriage, just a double door that someone left here in the middle of nowhere. Taking another look, I finally noticed on the top of the double door was a signboard with a B7 title on it. That was the name of the wagon that I had boarded. If that's the door leading to my wagon, then I looked around and saw many more such doors kept at a distance from each other. It all had different wagon numbers on it. I also saw some of the candidates walking out of those doors, and they were definitely not from our wagon. Just when I was midst looking around, I heard a voice. Boy! Stop standing there like a buffoon and come here to state your name and village. That's when I finally noticed a man dressed like a supervisor was standing a few meters away from me with a notepad and a pen. He was a middle-aged man with a very mean-looking face. He looked annoyed as he glared at me furiously. Without wasting any time, I hurried. My bad, I didn't notice you were. Suddenly I heard a creaking noise and saw the B7 door open once again. Out of the door, another candidate appeared. The candidate was a boy from our wagon. He had long spiky hair that stood upright like a bunch of thorns. He also was wearing a headband on top of his head, I guess to maintain that hair of his. His head looked like a porcupine's back. The most surprising thing was his short height. Now that I took another look at him, I remember this guy. Back then he was the one who took a stance against those girls back in the corridor before. That headband and hairstyle surely stood out. Are we allowed to wear headbands though? The shorty also was surprised by the sudden change of the scenery. His reaction was almost similar to mine. Hey, stop daydreaming and state your name here! Shouted the supervisor. It almost slipped my mind there was a supervisor here for a second. The shorty hurried towards the supervisor. My name is Benjamin Ahmed from Marion Town in Villor District, I replied. The supervisor didn't say much and just continued scribbling in his notepad and then glanced at the shorty. The shorty gave a light cough. The name's Tracker Welch from Hines Village in Benya District. All right. Head down to your camp where all the B7 wagon candidates are gathered. He pointed in one direction and went back to his position. Now I and Tracker walked down from the mount heading to our camp. Tracker kept his hands behind his head and whistled while walking down. He didn't seem interested in chatting with me. Not that I was eager to spark any conversation either. I looked around and saw there were a lot of such double doors placed on this mound. A lot of students like ours were heading down like the rest of us. The door that I just came out actually managed to teleport us to another place, or this dimension exists within the train itself. I wonder which it is. This ceremony train is indeed a genius work of the architect. No wonder the other kingdoms wanted to put their hands on the railway's trade secret of our kingdom. I wonder what else there could be to explore in the ceremony train. Maybe I could find some valuable artifacts and weapons too here. Who knows? Thinking about exploring the train, a smile appeared on my face. "Hey," said Tracker as he was staring at me, "what are you laughing about?" I was caught off guard because he suddenly decided to talk. "Are you talking to me?" I asked. "Yeah, you. Who else is here? So what got you so smiling all of a sudden?" he said while glaring at me. Alright, this shorty's attitude of bossing me around was pissing me off. But I don't want to be rude and create bad blood between us. "Nothing," I replied politely. "Speak the truth. Why were you smiling just now?" "Okay, this kid is pissing me off, me, smiling is my business and it has nothing to do with you. Stop trying to lie. I know what you got so smiling." He then glared at me fiercely. "You were laughing at my height, right?" "Huh? What?" I exclaimed. "Nice try hiding, but I can see through you. You were just laughing at my height, just admit it. Why would you even jump to that conclusion?" "My instincts are always right," he replied smugly. "Your instincts are faulty. I might be a bit on the short side in the height for now, but I will hit my growth spurt anytime soon. Then we'll see who'll have the last laugh," said Tracker. This dude is quite sensitive about his height. As for the matter of the growth spurt, I don't see much hope for him. He looked like he was just an 8-year-old kid. I guess that's why he has his hair all tall and spiky just to gain a little more height. "What's with a sympathetic look all of a sudden?" he asked while glaring at me. "Nope, nothing. I just wish you good luck with your growth spurt." "Oh, so you're trying to be nice and befriend me now. I see that you notice I am a genius and a prodigy who is destined to become a mage. The first trial was a piece of cake for me. You noticed my greatness and hence why you want to befriend me. Oh, I see now, you want to befriend me to gain future benefits after I become a mage. Nice try, but I can see through your motives," replied Tracker with a sneer. "You are one delusional kid. Could you stop talking to me?" I asked while rolling my eyes. "Hey! Who the hell are you calling a kid? We are the same age. We're here," I said, cutting our conversation short. Before I could waste any more energy arguing with Shorty, we seemed to reach to meet our fellow B7 group. At this moment, the B7 candidates have all gathered around in a circular formation. Everyone's attention was in the center for some reason. "What the hell's going on? Why's everyone so worked up here?" asked Tracker as we quickly approached. "It seems the second trial has begun already, let's go," I said while rushing to join the group. CH27, the second trial. There were about 30 candidates of B7 wagon gathered around here forming a circular formation. Not to mention it was a bit crowded. I and Tracker had to shove through the crowd to see what was going on. After a bit of struggle and hustle, I finally reached the front while Tracker followed suit. To my surprise, I was standing at the edge of a puddle filled with water. This puddle was perfectly circular shaped, the water was shallow and reached till our knees. All B7 candidates who had completed their first trial were all gathered around this puddle. "Shit!" Tracker squealed. Tracker finally forced his way to the front, almost lost his balance, and was about to fall in the puddle. I quickly grabbed his collar and saved him. "Thanks, I owe you one," he replied. I had no intention of saving him, I just instinctively helped him. I was rather more intrigued by what I was seeing in the center of this puddle. The puddle water was about 10-12 meters in diameter. There was a candidate standing in the center of the puddle, and in front of him were a mysterious glowing sword and a big creepy statue. The boy was standing still, trying to calm his nerves as he glared at the sword. The sword and the creepy statue must be related to completing the next trial. I glanced at the mysterious sword, which was just a few feet away from the candidate. The sword was stuck in the ground and its hilt was out in the open. But strangely, the sword had a glowing orange aura that even changed the color of the nearby water. The sword had mysterious power, which was what corroded the water. Next to the sword was a big creepy statue on a stone platform. The statue was made of a mysterious blue dull teal stone. It depicted a statue of a man bowing his head and sitting on his knees, while in its hand it held a rusty crown. What made the statue creepy was the face of the statue was shapeless and only its eye holes were visible. Not to mention the statue was old and shabby, withered by time. Alright Sean, I hope you are ready. During this trial, if you feel any discomfort or pain, just let go of the sword's handle and I'll save you," said the supervisor who was overseeing this trial. The supervisor was a man in his late 30s wearing sunglasses. He was standing in the puddle on top of the rock away from the center. What I found mysterious was that the rock the supervisor was standing on had a teal blue color similar to the creepy statue. The weird fact was that the rock was actually absorbing the orange corroded water made by the sword. It was as if it was sucking out the energy from the sword into the rock. I could clearly see the orange water getting pulled towards the rock where the supervisor was standing. It must be the rock's properties or the supervisor's abilities. After hearing the supervisor's advice, the candidate named Sean gulped down his saliva while steadily maintaining his gaze on the sword like a hawk. "Are you ready?" asked the supervisor. Sean nodded his head without even batting his eyes from the sword. "All right then, let the trial begin." Saying so, the supervisor waved his arm. Suddenly the rock that the supervisor was standing on started to rise. It lifted from the puddle and started to levitate in the air. As soon as the rock came out of the puddle, the corrosion of the water started to build in. The water around the sword started corroding at a very fast pace. I could clearly see the orange water expanding and turning the rest of the water into a dark tint of orange shade. The candidate Sean without any delay marched into the corroded orange water heading towards the sword, running through the puddle of water as if his life was on the line. But as soon as he stepped on the corroded orange water, his speed diminished. He stopped running instead and walked more sluggishly as if weights were tied to his feet. His speed kept diminishing as he reached near the sword. After a minute of struggle, Sean finally reached the sword and grabbed its hilt with both his hands. He was gritting his teeth as if he was in pain as soon as he came in contact with the sword. But that didn't stop Sean as his eyes shined fiercely. "Are you all right, Sean?" asked the supervisor. "Yes, sir," replied Sean. "Okay then, I shall now begin the coronation," said the supervisor. As soon as he said that, he did a few hand signs and then raised his palm towards the creepy statue. Nothing happened for the first few seconds, but then there was a sudden jolt in the ground. A series of ripples appeared on the puddle around the statue. Before we knew it, the statue which was sitting still lifted its head and there was a mysterious glowing light in its eyes. As soon as the statue came to life, there was a sudden chill in the air making everyone's hair stand on end. "That is an earth golem. And a powerful one at that," said Tracker. He had his jaw wide open and eyes shining brightly in wonder. "That's not just your regular golem," I chimed in, "it's alive and has sentience. If my guess is correct, it should be an earth spirit." As soon as I said that statement, all the candidates started staring at me. These gazes were mostly of disbelief and surprise. Did I say something weird? What's with the reaction? If that's true, then the supervisor must be a very high-class mage, added Tracker. Everyone then turned their attention to the supervisor, showing the look of admiration. "Hey!" The stone statue started moving. Suddenly someone shouted. Everyone finally moved their attention to Sean and the statue. Sean didn't pull out the sword from the ground. He was still standing there holding onto the sword's handle. He felt a bit of pain looking at his face, but he still didn't let go of the sword's handle. Meanwhile, the creepy statue which came to life was gazing at Sean. It glanced for a few seconds before the statue's hand moved. In the hand of the statue, it held a rusty iron crown. The statue's hands moved towards Sean, who was standing in the middle of the puddle while still holding on to the sword's handle. At this moment Sean was trembling to look at the approaching statue. Although the statue's hand went over Sean's head and gently placed the crown on top of his head. As soon as the crown was placed, there was a sudden reaction in the puddle. The corroded water that was spreading all over the puddle started getting pulled towards where Sean was. The orange dark tint energy in the water started gathering around Sean. It seemed as if the energy was getting absorbed by Sean. The strands of orange veins could be seen rising and traveling through the veins from his hands and feet to his head. Thanks to the white body jumpsuit provided by the ceremony organizers, the candidate's white jumpsuit was slowly turning orange. The orange energy was entering from his feet from the water and directly from the sword into his hands. It seems the orange energy traveling in Sean's veins was slowly and steadily heading towards the head, especially where the crown was placed. Sean seemed to be in pain as he gritted his teeth. He still didn't let go of the sword. He was adamant about clearing this trial. Meanwhile, the supervisor in glasses was standing on the floating teal rock and carefully observing Sean's progress. There was pin-drop silence as everyone watched candidate Sean's trial eagerly. After a few minutes of waiting, the orange corrosion managed to taint the entire Sean's jumpsuit into orange. Even Sean's face had a tint of orange color. The supervisor came closer to Sean and seemed to be ready for anything that might happen. After a few more seconds, Sean's hair also started to turn orange from the corrosion. But as soon as the orange corrosion touched the crown, there was a spark of light almost blinding us. Then out of nowhere, candidate Sean was blasted away by a mysterious force. He rolled in the puddle a few times before the supervisor came to his rescue and caught him. "Versa, quick, we need healing," said the supervisor in glasses. He put the floating rock that he was standing back in the puddle. The corroded orange water started to get absorbed by the rock. Meanwhile, the supervisor placed the unconscious candidate Sean on top of that same blue rock. Sean, whose body was turned into an orange shade from head to toe along with bruises. "Out of the way, everyone!" A sharp voice came from the back of the crowd. The crowd that gathered around started to shuffle, and from the crowd appeared a young girl. She was a young girl with frilly purple hair and purple lipstick. In her hand, she held a wooden staff with mysterious glowing leaves growing from its end. What was surprising was she looked like a young 12-year-old girl but was wearing the supervisor's uniform. "What's with all the weird stares? Haven't seen a gorgeous nurse before, huh?" said the young supervisor. "Versa, stop stalling around and do your goddamn job!" shouted the supervisor with the glasses. Supervisor Versa then jumped into the puddle. "Geez, stop rushing me, Kenneth. You know girls don't like pushy boys. If it weren't for me, you would already be fired. All right, move aside." In a few seconds, the young supervisor appeared before the injured candidate. She then did a few hand signs in front of the injured candidate. "Arise, plant of dew, Ephraimite." Suddenly a plant sprouted beside her and started growing at a pace visible to the eye. The plant in an instant grew as big as a human before blossoming into a beautiful white flower. The white flower then came close to the injured boy and sprinkled small flecks of golden light on top of the boy. The golden flecks should be the pollen of the flower. The sprinkling lasted for a few seconds, after which the flower withered and died on the spot, along with the plant. "Kenneth, you are far too careless. I can't believe you have to use my healing so early. Will you again make me run out of mana and force me to use potions? I am not paid enough to deal with this. Can't you be a bit considerate of me?" questioned the angry Lily supervisor. Yeah. Thanks for your help, Versa," said Supervisor Kenneth. "Hey! Did you even hear what I said? I don't get why the hell is healers paid less compared to you, senior supervisors. We are the one who has to keep these brats alive, meanwhile, you just float on your rock. I swear if I don't get an increment in my salary this year, I'll quit," complained Versa, pouting angrily. "Versa, could you shut up? You are making a scene in front of everyone." "Humph. I don't care, let these kids know how we healers are mistreated." The other candidates were surely looking weirdly at the supervisor duo. I've seen enough share of oddballs on this train. It wasn't long before Sean's injuries were all healed. Even the orange color in hair and skin were all absorbed by the blue rock, regaining his old composure. After a few minutes of waiting, Sean finally regained his consciousness. He got up, scratching his head in a state of confusion. "What happened? Where am I?" "Candidate Sean McMillian, you failed the second trial. Miss Versa here have healed you, but you should still go visit the medic team and get a checkup," announced Supervisor Kenneth. Sean was escorted out of the puddle, who was still shocked over his verdict. There was an atmosphere of tension in the air among the candidates. Without wasting any more time, the next candidate was announced. Now, all there was a long wait for my name to be called next. CH28, the 3 trials. The next candidate jumped in the puddle as soon as her name was called out. The girl was tense like any other candidate as dozens of eyes stared at her with anticipation. I was one of those studying what, exactly, that sword and its corrosion were. And what is up with that rusty crown? Just when I was in the middle of contemplating what was going on. Candidates who just arrived here and missed my lecture. Please gather around so that I can explain about this trial a bit. Announced the Lily supervisor. As soon as the announcement was made, many candidates followed her. There were about 10-15 candidates who also wanted an explanation about this trial like myself. The Lily supervisor then led us away from the puddle into an empty field. There was nothing but a grassy lawn and a big wooden crate lying there. The Lily supervisor quickly leapt on top of that crate as the candidates gathered around her. Meanwhile, the Lily supervisor stood on the crate with her arms on her hips and looked at us with a condescending gaze. There was a pin-drop silence as the candidates all circled around her. All right, let me introduce myself. I am Rosalind Isel, one of the nurses in charge of keeping you brats alive. The man you met before wearing the ugly sunglasses is Kenneth Hall, the one overseeing this test. He is a very skilled mage, no doubt, but lacks any sense of human traits like kindness or sympathy for that matter. I have to wonder if he is human or not sometimes. Never mind that, let's get to the point, she continued. Right now you would be wondering, where the hell are we? And what is this place? To answer that question in a short and simple manner, we are still inside the ceremony train. This realm right now where we are standing is a place inside the carriage made by an expert spatial mage. It might look like we are in the outside world, but this land only stretches about 7 kilometers in diameter. After that, you will meet an invisible wall. The candidates were filled with awes and gasps hearing such a statement. Many of the candidates coming from commoners' backgrounds would find this amusing. Now about the trial, you already have a good idea what you guys have to do, right? Yes, ma'am. Everyone shouted in sync. Good, good. She nodded her head with a satisfied smile. Alright, now that you've passed the first trial, which was certainly simple and easy. This trial is a bit more complicated than you've already seen. The trial of cleansing, or also known as the coronation ceremony, is the second test that you must overcome to become the title of the mage. The supervisor then suddenly stretched out her hand and a yellow light ball appeared on her palm. She then dropped the ball of light, which fell on the ground and disappeared. She then just waited and we watched silently. After just 10 seconds of silence, a sprout appeared on the ground, which quickly started growing from a plant and kept on growing. The plant transformed into a shrub and then into a tree. Then buds appeared which turned into a flower and later it withered and died. In its place, a small bulge appeared which quickly grew and became a juicy red apple. The tree was covered with lots of such juicy red apples that even the air had a sweet taste. The eyes of the candidate who just saw this were all enamored, and many candidates saw Miss Risa in a new light. Meanwhile, the supervisor actually had a smirk, feeling a bit proud. She then stretched her hand and suddenly the branch of the tree bent towards her hand. From the branch, an apple fell down right on top of her hand. Everyone watched in silence as she took a bite from the apple. To explain to you the reason for the trials in simpler terms. The mana core of mages is similar to this apple in my hand. This apple had to rely on the tree for its birth. If the tree was ill or had any disability, it would hamper its fruit's birth. In this term, the tree refers to your internal mana system in your body. She suddenly waved her hand towards the apple tree. All of a sudden the apple tree burst into sparkling light and blew away, disintegrating in thin air. The golden particles showered on top of us, giving us a warm feeling. The supervisor took a deep breath. There was a time when all the people in this world could use mana arts. And thus she began explaining. Long ago, the dragon clan taught the mortal dwellers the art of mana. There were no such things as mages, as everyone could use mana. The mortal realm was stronger than any other realm. After the dragons disappeared, a strange anomaly occurred. Many mortals of this world started dying at a young age. There was a panic in the world across the kingdoms of all species. Some thought it was a wicked trick by the demons and some said it was the punishment for forgetting the dragon's existence. But no one could foresee what was the reason for the death of so many people at a young age. Soon the population of the mortal realm started dwindling down like flies. The average lifespan shrunk down to 20-25 years. That's when a team of expert mages found there was an anomaly in the mana. The mana itself had begun to reject coexistence with the mortal dwellers. Only a few selected people were healthy and dandy. These people were said to be the people loved by the mana. The rest of the other people who weren't lucky to be loved back by mana had a short lifespan. The usage of mana arts further hastens their death. That's when the leaders of the world from all species and races came together to save their people. It was then announced that people who are loved by the mana must be taught mana arts and those who aren't should refrain from practicing mana arts. Thus 3 trials were created to sort those who are loved by the mana. These people were called the title of mages. This event happened about a long time ago and literally, there is no evidence to back that these events have ever happened or not. The 3 trials test the candidate's mana pores, the internal circulation channels of mana, and the mana core itself. That's why, if you cannot clear the next 2 trials, that means you are not suitable to use mana. Which means you should forget about being a mage. Forcing yourself to complete the trial might lead to injuries and the worst case leads to disability or death. It's a good thing that you got me here as a professional healer, but that doesn't mean you can act recklessly. My powers are not free, Versa. We need you here. Suddenly Supervisor Kenneth shouted from the other end. TCH. That sleazy head can't even give me a break, she complained. Versa. Coming. Just give me a second. Saying so, she got down the crate and rushed to the spot. The next candidate was also injured, having the same injuries as candidate Sean. Getting pushed by a strange anomaly created by the rejection. Thankfully Supervisor Riza used her powers to patch up the candidate like new. The gruesome trial continued for about another half an hour. And all we could see was the candidates declared a failure. I saw about 6 candidates go to their trial and no one managed to make the cut. Some collapsed even before they could hold onto the sword. Some managed to withstand the corrosion but were repelled away by the shockwave when the corrosion came in contact with the crown. The hopes and dreams were at an all-time low. At this point, the candidates were questioning the trial itself. But no one dared to say anything in front of the Supervisor Kenneth. When it seemed to be impossible to clear, a worthy candidate appeared who managed to finally clear the trial. He went on with the same procedure as the rest of the candidates. The candidate was a boy who seemed to come from a humble background. This boy managed to withstand the corrosion and didn't get repelled by the shockwave. What was surprising was that the old rusty crown held by the statue had turned into a new shiny crown. There was not even a speck of rust left there. The crown had a mysterious glow and was made of something mysterious that I couldn't guess. Lork Bose, you have passed the trial, announced Supervisor Kenneth. Candidate Lorsek burst into a bright smile and couldn't contain his happiness. Miss Riza still performed healing on him, just in case. She never missed the chance to complain, but she still had a soft side. Kenneth and Lork both said healing wasn't required, but she still insisted. Later, Candidate Lork was given a badge and instructed to head towards the tower. The tall tower that stood in the center was the passageway that led to the next and the final trial room. The gloomy atmosphere finally died down and there was a glimmer of hope among the candidates. Some curious candidates even tried asking Miss Riza, but she was tight-lipped as ever. New candidates arrived from the first trial room and Miss Riza had to yet again give another lecture, which was again interrupted by Kenneth's call to heal the candidates. The odds of clearing this pass was about 1 out of 7 candidates, which was a big hurdle. Of course, the night apprentice Trisha Valencia managed to clear this trial. No surprise there. And each of the passing candidates was handed a badge and moved into the tower where they disappeared. The rejected candidates were sent back to their rooms. After waiting for about 2 hours, candidate Benjamin Almond, please step inside the puddle. Finally, My name was called out. Ch29, Benjamin's trial. As soon as my name was called out, I jumped into the puddle. A number of eyes stared at me, eager to see who was the next candidate. After entering the puddle, I headed to the trial area while also stretching my arms and shoulder. I have to at least be physically ready to intake the corrosion within itself. I have no idea how it might affect me, but I was more than ready. Maybe warming up won't do anything, but it's better than doing nothing. The warm-up would also ready me mentally, as I was used to doing warm-ups before training. The human body were frail, so they often need warming up. Otherwise, they get muscle cramps and other minor inconveniences that might act as a hindrance in their time of need. In the demon world, there was no such thing as a warm-up. As I was headed towards the center in the trial area, I could also hear giggles from the corner of the crowd. I subconsciously checked at the distance. Just to my surprise, a fat lump of meat was giggling. It was none other than Moses with his little gang, who was watching with a shrewd smile. The fatso was surrounded by a bunch of other kids from our village. They had taken the front row seat to watch my trial. I wasn't offended, but rather surprised to see Moses manage to clear the first trial. The fatso was pampered to the brim that he couldn't even swat a fly without help. I thought he might get killed by one of the rail guards for acting like an ass before he could even enter the first trial. But I heard that Moses had some distant nobles. I thought it was a rumor, but that explains this rumor to be true. I guess only physical training doesn't mean jack if you are just not able to manifest mana core. No wonder the supervisor emphasized to forget being a mage. I would be thoroughly shocked if Moses cleared all the trials and become a mage. I would just lose my belief in the entirety of the mage system. I quickly shook my head and tried to clear my head. Gotta focus on what's in front of me. Just when, "Oi Benjam!" Suddenly a familiar voice shouted. "Benjam? What?" I turn around just to see Tracker with a smile giving me thumbs up. "Best of luck." Shorty giving me good luck caught me off guard, but I was more annoyed by the fact he mispronounced my name in front of everyone. As soon as Tracker said so, I could hear people bursting into a chuckle. The group that was most enjoying this was none other than Moses and his lackeys. I angrily glared back at Tracker but didn't bother to say anything. Meanwhile, Tracker was rather confused. "Hey, what's with that look? I wish you luck and you repay me by glaring at me." "Huh?" I just ignored him and continued to walk, heading towards the trial area. Arguing with him would just make me look like a bigger fool and ruin my mood. As I continued to head to the center, I turned my attention to the puddle itself. The puddle water was just knee deep. Not to mention there was a sweet smell in the air. Probably because of the constant discharge of mana from the sword into the water. This led to a change in the water's properties. As I reached the edge of the trial area, Supervisor Kenneth was waiting for me. He was still standing on top of the mysterious blue rock like before. He never even once stepped down from the rock. If he had to go somewhere, he would rather fly along with the rock, like as if he was glued in place. Not to mention, this mysterious blue dull teal rock had the property to absorb all the corrosion emitted by that mana sword in the center. Without wasting any second, I stood in front of the Supervisor Kenneth and greeted him with a gratitude bow like every other candidate who came before me. The gratitude bow used by this kingdom is a bit different. You have to cross your right arm to the chest while touching your hand to the left shoulder and bowing your head. Supervisor Kenneth looked at me with cold eyes and not much of a reaction. A former demon lord had to bow its head to some petty examiner and he had no reaction. I was a bit annoyed but didn't let that bother me. "So you're candidate Benjamin Almond, right?" he asked. "Yes, sir," I replied politely. "I see. Are you ready to begin your trial?" I lifted my head and glanced at that glowing mana sword in the center. The mana sword was powerful and I can feel the warm air blowing from the sword's direction. A smile appeared. "Bring it on," I replied. "Huh?" mumbled Kenneth, gives me the look. "I mean, yes sir," I replied. Humph. This supervisor is really a piece of work. I prepare myself to head to the trial area where the sword was placed. It was just a few meters away from where I was standing. Supervisor Kenneth lifted his hand and the stone he was standing on started to rise. As soon the stone came out of the rock, the orange corrosion in the water, which was very little, started to build around the sword. The glowing monosword quickly started to corrode the water around itself at a high speed, changing the water into dark murky orange color as it expanded in a circular area. Now that I took a good look, the orange corroded water actually looked like a bunch of ants flung into the water who are swarming towards me. The corrosion itself looked as if it was alive, like a living organism. As the corrosion expanded, I stood there in place motionless. I still have yet to receive the signal from the supervisor to grab the sword. To begin the trial, the supervisor first let the area get corroded and spread to a certain extent. Only then does the trial begin. I held my breath with excitement and eagerness to participate in this trial. Meanwhile, Kenneth closely watched the corrosion activity in the water. After a few minutes of waiting, the corrosion had grown and was just now a few feet away from where I was standing. Kenneth nodded. "All right, let the trial begin." As soon as he said that, I rushed towards the corroded water. The first few steps were just knee-deep water, which was easy to run through. I have been training at the riverside back in my village. Not to mention the number of times I tumbled into the wild fierce river during training that I almost thought I died. So running on this knee-deep water was a cinch. But as soon as I came in contact with orange corroded water, my movements became sluggish. It felt like I stepped into a swamp. My feet became heavy and it felt like I was getting pricked by thousands of needles. I gritted my teeth and persevered through the pain while moving forward towards the sword. After a few seconds, I actually got used to the pain that I regained my speed. Splashing and dragging my feet through the thick murky corroded water, I finally reached where the sword was placed. The corrosion was even denser near the sword, as it was the source of all this corrosion. Even the air, which tasted sweet, had a tinge electrifying effect. I took a glimpse of that glowing sword before beginning the trial. The sword looked old and it didn't have the sharp edge like your regular sword. The handle of the sword was old and its grip had lost its form after countless candidates had tried to pull it out. Now it was my turn to take hold of this mysterious sword. I still couldn't yet figure out why the sword had so much mana within it. There was no time to figure it out yet. Taking a deep breath, I finally steadied my resolve to begin the actual trial. I glanced at the statue beside the sword, which sat still like a motionless behemoth in deep slumber. It was an old corroded statue still holding on to the rusty crown. Even if the crown turns into a shining new crown if candidates clear the trial, once it was removed from that candidate's head, it would return back to the rusty state. After finally checking my surroundings, I finally grabbed the sword and began the trial. As soon as I grabbed the handle, there was a stinging pain in my hands, which were even more intense than before. It felt like I was holding on to a pile of sharp pins with my bare hands. But for some reason, there was no bleeding, but the pain was 100% authentic. It was as if my hands were getting shredded and I might lose my hands. I quickly steadied my breath and tried to bear the pain. Supervisor Kenneth was eagerly watching from a distance while scribbling on his notes. He had the right to cancel a trial and deem a candidate failure if he feels the candidate's life is in danger. Although the candidates who failed the trial were barely able to survive this trial, thanks to Miss Rosa's superior healing. Otherwise, more than half of those who failed would have died. Supervisor Kenneth was merciless and waited for the last moment until the candidate got injured. He could have saved a lot of candidates from getting hurt, but he didn't bother to do so. After bearing the pain for a minute and maintaining a steady breath, I waited for the coronation ceremony to begin. Supervisor Kenneth, seeing that I was okay, finally put away the register and his pen back in his shirt pocket. He then stretched his arms towards me. "Candidate Benjamin, do you feel the need to continue this trial?" asked Supervisor Kenneth. His voice had no concern or empathy, it was just a cold voice waiting for a yes or no answer. "Yes, sir," I replied. "If so, then I shall now begin the coronation." Saying so, he waved his arms. There was a sudden jolt in the ground. Before I knew it, the statue beside me started to move. As the statue moved, the small trickles of rubbles fell from the joints of the statue. The statue was old and eroding slowly but surely. In the next few seconds, the giant statue opened its glowing eyes, giving away an ominous presence. I held the handle of the sword tightly while gritting my teeth. The presence of a high-class earth spirit was too powerful. I had trained my young frail human body to a certain extent, but it still felt like my bones would be crushed just by standing in front of this earth spirit. Normally, every mage can control particular elements depending on the affinity the mage has towards a certain element. But even those mages can only use their mana arts to a certain extent, learning the basics of mana arts. After that, the mages can form a contract with a divine spirit to further expand their mana arts. The mages who successfully manage to establish a contract with a divine spirit are then classified as battle mages. The weaker mages who could not form a contract are labeled as lesser mages who don't have a spirit contract. Meanwhile, the battle mages receive a fragment of their divine spirit's essence through the contract. This essence contains the memories and skills of the divine spirit, which are later passed down to their contracted mages, thus further expanding the mana arts and empowering the mages. The spirit fragments also continue to grow along with their partner, side by side. But the spirit fragment lacks consciousness, which only develops later after the mage has become powerful enough. Kenneth, who has summoned an earth spirit into this statue, had sentience. Although the level of consciousness was newly born, it is still a powerful spirit. This just goes to tell that Supervisor Kenneth was a high-class image. The statue harboring Kenneth's earth spirit finally looked at me with a steady gaze. I, who held on tightly to the sword, didn't even bother to move a muscle and kept watching the statue's movements. My instincts were screaming to be on my guard. As the statue looked at me as if he was studying carefully, I could feel like an omniscient presence had stripped me down to my pants, and while looking at every nook and corner of my body, my own presence felt tiny like a mere ant in front of the powerful earth spirit. The earth spirit finally lifted its gazes and its hands started to get closer, moving towards me. In its hands, he held that old rusty crown. I still didn't drop my guard as I carefully tried to examine the crown. Only God knows what the hell was the crown even made of. The hand holding the crown came closer to my head. But all of a sudden it stopped midway for some reason. The distance from the crown and my head were just 1 foot away. The spirit just stopped moving altogether with its hands in still the position to put the crown on my head. Just when I was about to ask the Supervisor Kenneth, the statue dropped the crown from its hand down the puddle. The rusty crown fell in the puddle with a plop and sunk down to the bottom. I, who was waiting for the coronation ceremony, quite surprised by this. What the heck is going on? Even the rest of the candidates were surprised. I glanced at Supervisor Kenneth. To my surprise, he was the most confused than us. The statue suddenly lifted its head, glared at me with a full ominous aura leaking within. The look in its eyes of the serene calm appearance changed into that of furious look. What in the hell was going on? Why was the statue suddenly so pissed? I finally asked, "What the heck is going on, Supervisor Kenneth?" I asked. Meanwhile, Supervisor Kenneth suddenly held his head in pain. It looked as if he was trying to communicate with its contracted spirit through telepathy but was in pain for some reason. But there was no time to waste in the hopes of waiting for that stupid Kenneth to do anything. The statue suddenly raised its arm in the air while maintaining its steady gaze right on me. He opened his palm like flat as if he was about to squash me with a single hit. There was no time wasted here waiting for Kenneth, who was stupidly sitting on his knees while clutching his head. He lost control of his earth spirit and let it go amok. I quickly let go of the mana sword and tried to move away from the statue. The far away the better. But the orange corrosion in the water slowed down my movements and there was not enough time to evade the statue's incoming attack. Shit. Why the fuck is this happening to me again? Is this some sort of trial or crappy prank? There were supposed to be 2 types of candidates, those who failed the trial and those who passed the trial. But there was nothing about a giant statue trying to kill a candidate from the get-go. Why is the statue directly trying to kill me? The statue who lifted its arm in the air slammed its hand down towards me to deal a finishing blow. Meanwhile, my instincts were screaming danger, awaiting my impending doom. I stopped running as evading the blow was impossible. Dying while my back is turned around, that's a coward's way to die. Although, I did die from getting stabbed in the back by the holy weapons. But that was different circumstances. A massive weight felt on my body as the giant hand rushed towards me like a meteor. Just when all hopes were lost, "Hey, kid! Move your ass over here!" A scream of a girl echoed. It was Supervisor Miss Riza who appeared in thin air beside the statue. She suddenly waved her arm and suddenly massive vines appeared all around the statue. The big vines quickly grew in size, wrapped them around the statue. The statue was restrained by vines and bound the statue in place. "Kenneth! Get your shit together!" shouted Miss Riza. "Control your goddamn contracted spirit." Kenneth, who held his head in pain, heard Miss Riza and lifted his head. "I can't. She wants to kill us," but Kenneth just stayed on his knee mumbling like a stupid. I tried to move, but the arm of the statue still continued to break through the vines and descended towards me. Miss Riza spawned new more vines trying to grab hold of the arm in place, but to no avail. The statue didn't even glance at Miss Riza, who tried to restrain it. It only focused its attention on me, and killing me was its goal. As the arm approached, I strengthened my resolve to fight the giant palm with my own palm. I unconsciously waved my palm towards the incoming giant hand. "Fuck! I ain't gonna die by the hands of some dumb rock!" I shouted. Suddenly glowing white light gathered in front of me as if it answered my call. The white mysterious light gathered in an arc shaped like a shield. It was a mana barrier I created subconsciously just in the nick of the time. All the onlookers watching this unfold were shocked and surprised. I was surprised, but there was no time to rejoice yet. The restraining vines by Miss Riza had already slowed down the statue's movements. With my new barrier, if I could withstand the blow, only then could I have time to rejoice. The arm of the statue had slowed down considerably, but it still followed me. I continued to channel mana to strengthen the shield barrier I created. But as soon as the statue's hand came in contact with my shield, the shield crumbled like glass. The next scene I remember was flying in midair as I vomited blood. I rolled in the puddle as the world spun around me. I was thrown away like a rag doll. After that my vision started to go blurry. Eventually I could see nothing. Ch 30, Apology and Remuneration. I could hear distant inaudible noise. I have been going through this situation several times already. The voice that I heard sounded distressed and concerned. I couldn't properly hear it, but it sounded very familiar. It was kinda soothing. Benji, it was my name being called by someone familiar. That's when I finally opened my eyes and found myself in our room. In front of me, I saw my mother looking at me with a concerned look. Her eyes were red and her hair was a mess. She looked like she was crying for a long time. "Mother!" I called out for her. She quickly grabbed my hand in her hands and held it closer to her face. The moist eyes again started flooding as tears rolled down her cheek. "I am glad that you are alive. I thought for once that you will never open your eyes, ever again," she said with a solemn voice. "Hey! Some moving rock can't get the likes of me. I've got your blood in me after all," I replied with a smile. Judging by her situation, it looked like she was crying for a whole day. How long was I passed out? What happened? Everything was like a blur to me. "Ow!" I cried after getting hit on the head by my mother's fist. "You idiot! This is the second time that I thought I almost lost you. Can't you give your poor mother a rest already?" she shouted angrily. I didn't say anything and remained silent. The last thing I remember is that I was in the midst of my second trial, which went very well. I even managed to fully grasp the sword and waited for the coronation ceremony to begin. But then suddenly the statue dropped the crown and attacked me out of nowhere. I tried to flee, but seeing that I couldn't escape the statue's reach, I decided to stand my ground. Then the next thing I remember waking up here, back in our room. Did the earth statue which conducted the trial go berserk? Or was this intentional misconduct in play? I can't say which is which. For some reason, I was back in our room. My father was also here, standing beside my mother, holding her shoulder to comfort her. But unlike his carefree attitude, he had a serious face for a change. "How dare the examiners let our son get hurt like this?" scowled my father in anger. "I must go and have a talk with the wagon manager." According to the code of conduct of the ceremony train, The organizers and the examiners both have equal responsibility for the safety of the candidates. In the case of endangering a candidate's life, the organizers in charge will be met with serious consequences that are according to the rulebook of the ceremony train provided to the general public. It seems my dad had read the entire ceremony train rulebook when I was passed out. Don't tell me they will go ahead and try to sue the organizers. My mother stood beside him with her clenched fist in front of her face. Let's go and give those arrogant and abhorrent organizers a piece of my mind. So what if we came from a commoner's background? There is a limit to what we can tolerate. But endangering our Benji's life like this, they have crossed the line. My dear, you should stay here with Benji. Let me do the talking, alright? Refuted my father. Hey, you don't know how to deal with those arrogant pricks. For all I know, you would get distracted and start talking about your antique collections instead of seeking answers. Let me do the talking and you stay here. Hey. I might be a bit obsessed with selling wares, but I am a father first and then a merchant. So I know what I should and shouldn't talk about. Please don't even get me started. That one time, and thus my parents began bickering. These two were out for blood if they head out of the room. I wouldn't be surprised if these two go and pick a fight with mages barehanded. And that would result in the annihilation of the Amon family. Of course, I wanted to avoid this situation at all costs. I tried moving my body and getting up from the bed but failed to do so. It seemed I was paralyzed from the neck down. Although I could subtly move fingers and toes to a certain extent. Other than that, my entire functions were down the count. As my parents were in a heated argument, the door of our room opened suddenly. Two people entered our room and stood in the entrance connection to our room. One was a man in his 40s with long hair with a black fedora over his head. He wore a black long coat and a pair of circular circle glasses with a small lens. In his hand, he gripped a wooden cane with an intricate design of a hawk in the handle. He was Burvis Great, the wagon manager that had welcomed us aboard our wagon. Next Burvis was a rather young girl beside him. The girl with a rather short stature adorning a witch hat on top of her frilly purple hair. She was dressed in black like a witch, being armed with a wooden staff. It was none other than Rosalyn Isel, the healer in charge of the second trial. It seems that we have arrived at the wrong time, but please overlook this one time. You might be having a rather important conversation, but I hope you can delay it for some other time. Said Manager Burvis in a humble tone. Despite his humble tone, he was rather commanding us. Meanwhile, Miss Rosa standing beside the manager was glaring daggers at me for some reason. I tried to get up from the bed, but I couldn't even lift my head. Dad for a second could stay calm. But if my mother let her emotions do the talking, she will definitely pick a fight with the manager. I could even foresee her relying on violence. The future of the Almond family seemed to be grim. My father, who was just furious a moment ago, had gotten cold feet. I couldn't even see a speck of the previous fury in his face. He instead tried to pull mother back and tried calming her down. But my mother just freed from my father's grasp and stood in front of the manager. With her brows knitted, she stared at the manager with scorn. "Oh no, you rather came at the right time. We two just were about to head to look for you. I happened to learn that some mage just lost control of his power and nearly killed my son in the trial. This is the second time his life is being endangered. The first time was when a mana beast invaded our village after some dumb adventuring mages decided to practice spells at the edge of the defensive array, compromising the barrier. But the ceremony train had gathered rather exceptional mages, so how could you let this happen? I hope you guys have a good explanation, or I will be dragging everyone to the civil court." "Bethany. Calm down, for God's sake. Let me handle this." My father turned around facing the manager. "Please, I apologize for her demeanor. You can certainly understand a mother's emotions seeing her son in such a state. I hope we could take this conversation to someplace else, Arthur. I am more than capable to participate in this conversation." My father cupped his hand over my mother's mouth. "Beth, let me deal with this situation." Before the drama could escalate, the manager removed his hat and bowed his head in front of my parents. Miss Risa, who was just glaring at me a while ago, did the same. On behalf of the entirety of the ceremony, organizers apologize for endangering your son's life. The supervisor in charge of conducting the trial has been relieved from his duties, and we are conducting an investigation as to why he lost his control over his earth golem. He continued, "Your displeasure as a parent is understandable, and the ceremony organizers take full responsibility. You have no reason to hide your displeasure. As a parent, you have all the right to be displeased. I brought along Miss Risa, a healer mage who is here to check up on your son." Miss Risa stepped forward and greeted my parents with a bow. "Do you mind if I perform healing magic? He is out of danger, but the healing process has drained his stamina. I brought along some potions and medicine that shall help him get up on his feet in no time." My mother hesitated for a while, but she agreed. Miss Risa, without wasting any time, came beside me and quickly used her special magic to grow a bunch of mysterious flowers beside me on the bed. The flowers quickly blossomed and showered me with a mysterious light that made me feel much better. For some reason, Miss Risa was still glaring at me rather while casting her spell. Thanks to Miss Risa's quick action to intrude and restrain the statue when it went berserk. Otherwise, I might have been a goner for sure. I bet she was the one who also patched me up after that incident. I rather ignored her glares and was more focused on my parents. Purvis, the wagon manager, was still standing at the entrance. My parents, especially my mother, were standing in front of him with her arms folded, blocking the way. She was not in the mood to welcome the manager into our room. The two were in a state of deadlock. After a minute of silence, the manager finally let out a sigh. "I understand your fury to an extent. I have a daughter as well, so I can understand your anger as a fellow parent. The organizers were rather keen on declaring your kid to have cheated on the trial, which resulted in this mishap." "Huh?" My mother let out a cold scowl. "Your colleague can't control his pet rock, which resulted in my child being in such a state. Instead of admitting your mistake, you wanted to blame it on my son. How dare they say such a thing?" "I agree with you, Mrs. Almond. So I personally gave those organizers a stern talking and peace of my mind. There was certainly something wrong with Supervisor Kenneth." "Of course it is," chimed in my dad. Just when the station manager reached into his coat pocket, "Mere words can't quell your anger. Hence, for the compensation, I brought you this." In the next second, he took out 3 golden cards in his hand. The card had a design of a goat with long spiral horns on it. "This is," my mother went silent. Even my father was dumbfounded with jaws wide open. The manager gave a light cough. "I guess, seeing your reaction, you must know what this is. But I shall say this anyway. The organizers have assigned the Almond family 3 golden passes at the VIP front to take part in the ceremony. This isn't enough as remuneration for endangering your son's life, but this should at least solve all your healing problems and even alleviate his health to the next level." My father rushed to the side of the manager. "You really handing down the golden passes for the ceremony event? Are you sure if we could take this?" "I give my word. After getting off the ceremony train, one of my trusted men will accompany you to the event venue." "Well, it seems that the ceremony organizers are competent enough to compensate. This isn't enough to forgive you so easily. But we shall take it, and I hope such a mistake never occurs ever," said my mother sternly. The manager responded with a nod. "That is all right with me. Now that is settled, I must take my leave as I have other pressing matters that I must attend to." The manager finally glanced at me. "Kid, you sure are talented to survive a blow of an earth golem powered by an earth spirit. Maybe it was a goddess of luck on your side or your own strong resolve. Either way, I hope to hear great things from you and wish you to become a renowned mage one day. Until then, I wish you luck." Saying so, the manager left the room with puzzled minds. My father was astounded. Did he wish for our son to become a renowned mage? Does that mean that our son has passed the trial? Or am I hearing things? Meanwhile, my mother was horrified with a white face. What did he just say? She turned to Miss Risa. "My son was attacked by an earth spirit golem, and not just regular earth golem? What the hell? Why did no one tell me about this? They can take back their golden pass and shove it up there." My father quickly cupped her mouth. calm down Beth. Thus the fiasco lasted for a couple of more minutes until my mother finally calmed down. My father sat on the couch while holding onto the golden pass tightly. He eventually passed out right on the sofa. My mother sat next to me for a while, who also fell asleep. It was just me and Miss Riza who were still performing the heal spell. For some reason, she was still glaring at me without saying a word. I was in no mood to converse with her either, but finally, I remembered something. Miss Riza? How long have I passed out? I asked. It's been an entire day now since the second trial. The third trial ended yesterday. You are lucky that means the puppet show event is going to happen today, right? I asked curiously. Miss Riza was a bit puzzled. Other puppet show? Oh, now that you mention it, I remember Hinks did tell me something about conducting some show. He is a mage who uses puppet magic and loves storytelling, and if I am not wrong, he had a show today during lunchtime. But you should instead focus on healing. What time is it? It is lunchtime already. I quickly got up from my bed. My body was still in pain and there were bandage wraps in my arms. Hey! Tilda Miss Riza shouted. Hush! I signaled with my finger on the lips. I pointed at my parents who were still asleep. My dad was sleeping on the couch while my mother fell asleep next to me while still sitting on a seat next to me. I must attend that event any way possible, I replied. Miss Riza gave me a weird look. I guess you have a thing for puppet shows. Kids. I didn't bother to argue any further. I can finally learn what transpired after my death. Who exactly was this demon king they were talking about?